To be continued. 1201. Thanks for listening. In the black dress. If you enjoyed this video, further, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. It is large enough for me. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon. What do you even mean by that? Stay tuned. What could possibly be so important to you that it justifies this? Destroying a planet in the Young Belt. What would that achieve for you? Besides drawing endless bad karma to yourself and making enemies of the star academies across the universe. Robin was on the verge of losing his sanity, his voice trembling with urgency. Calm down, there's no reason for this madness. There's nothing personal between us. I don't even know who you are. After his discussion with Evergreen earlier that day, Robin had completely dismissed the possibility of such an encounter. No rational being would take this kind of catastrophic risk without a significant gain, not unless they were truly unhinged. But then, the woman in the black dress tilted her head slightly, almost mockingly. Calm down? You want me to calm down, she said, her voice cold and sharp like glass. Whoever told you I was angry? I would consider myself pathetic if I allowed a mere insect to rattle me. No, this isn't about anger. Her tone dropped into something more somber, more raw. What I gain today, by destroying you in the wretched place you call your origin, is clarity, a clear conscience, a heart unburdened, and a head held high, no longer shamed by the fact that the one who humiliated me still walks among the living. Her eyes shimmered, bright with something unhinged, not rage, but a twisted sense of peace. You are still a child, a feeble, inconsequential speck. You cannot begin to grasp what it means when the mind becomes polluted with scattered, conflicting thoughts while trying to break through as a nexus. Eliminating you, and everything tied to your existence, will restore my focus, return my center, allow me to ascend again with unshakable purpose. Isn't that reason enough? Crack, crack. Robin stood frozen, his pupils dilated. This wasn't a negotiation, and it certainly wasn't a political attack. This was a personal purge. Though he hadn't experienced what she spoke of directly, he was beginning to understand. She hadn't come here for gain or glory. She came to cleanse herself through destruction. She couldn't move forward in life knowing someone who shamed her still lived. Was this pride, or complete insanity? Desperate, Robin turned to Renara, his voice sharp and frantic. When, exactly, do you plan to intervene? When the planet's atmosphere collapses in on itself. I already told you the price, Renara replied with a casual shrug, utterly unfazed by the looming annihilation. Pay it. She gestured lazily toward the surface below. Kneel while you still have a ground to kneel on. That's absurd. Robin snapped. Maybe she has gone mad from whatever I did to her, but you still have enough awareness to see the disaster right in front of you. He pointed at her, frustration bubbling over. If this planet gets destroyed, the first thing that'll vanish is your soul shard. Then you'll lose your frost fox. And third, you won't get anything from me. Nothing. It'll all be a total and devastating loss for you. So that's why you stall, and refuse to meet my terms. Renara said, raising an eyebrow. Because you're betting that I'll step in for free. Not for free. Robin barked. The offer of the armor and fleet still stands. It's more than fair. Still not enough, she said firmly, shaking her head. Then her eyes lifted toward the sky, narrowing. I think I've started to recognize who that woman is. If I'm right, this won't be an easy talk. Crack, cray-aok. Ah. Yuri screamed with everything she had, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. She was resisting the collapse, desperately trying to hold the celestial forces at bay. But the best she could do was slow the inevitable. The sky had become a swirling, chaotic blend of white and gray, and the fabric of space was rippling like water, expanding, contracting, warping. It was no longer a matter of if. The disaster was coming. It was only a matter of seconds. When Robin noticed the sudden hesitation in the sky's collapse, he screamed louder, pouring desperation into every syllable. Fine. I'll throw in something even more valuable, an easy method to produce affinity elixirs. A streamlined formula. You can make thousands of them daily. What? Renara's head snapped toward him, her eyes gleaming with disbelief. You possess a method like that? Yes. It's real, and it works, he confirmed with urgency, his arm rising to point upward at the sky, which still trembled with the shadow of destruction. You'll be able to mass-produce elixirs, refine affinity bonds like never before. Now please, do something before it's too late. Renara stood frozen, her breath quick and shallow. A storm was warring behind her composed expression. If she stepped in now, if she revealed her hand and acted to protect him, then her chances of fully binding Robin Burton to her cause, of dominating him, would be slashed to nearly nothing. But if she didn't act, if she hesitated for even a few more seconds, she might lose not just him, but everything tied to this opportunity, forever. In the end, her pride lost to cold calculation. She raised her chin, her voice rising like a clear chime of defiance echoing through chaos. A veiled woman, masked in black, wielding the law of ashification from the path of destruction. Her voice sharpened. Are you the one they call the goddess of blood and war? For the first time, the woman in the black cloak slowed her descent. Her movements, so fluid and certain, faltered. Her attention drifted down, landing on Renara's avatar. Only now did she seem to notice the soul shard floating in defiance beneath her. And what exactly are you? I'll take that as confirmation, Renara said, lips curling into a knowing smirk. Why don't you send down a soul shard? Let's talk, woman to woman. Perhaps we can reach a mutually beneficial agreement. You know her. Robin's voice broke through the moment, full of disbelief and faint hope. His heart thundered inside his chest like a war drum, especially now that he realized the destructive force above was no longer accelerating. It was slowing. Roughly, Renara said calmly. She's an empress who rules a war-torn nation called the Destruction Pit Empire. It lies in the same midsector number 100. No one has seen her real face, no one knows her race, her bloodline. The only certainty is that she wields a terrifying minor law from the path of destruction. She emerged on the big stage around 10,000 years ago, and now she commands 25 planets scattered across collapsing frontiers. She's currently engaged in open warfare with an ancient force, an empire nearly as old and powerful as the Empire of the Nine Paths. That force is known as the Gazan Empire. Renara's voice dipped lower, just above a whisper, heavy with implication. That woman is known across our sector. She's infamous for her power, especially in one-on-one combat. The whispers say her strength rivals the legends of old. But her empire is failing, crumbling. Her position in the war, dire. Her wealth, all but dried up. She's famous for being broke. Robin's hope flared like a spark in dry tinder. If her position was truly that unstable, if she was hemorrhaging resources and cornered in battle, then she wouldn't want to spark another war. Especially not with the Star Academies. And if she was desperate for wealth, then maybe, just maybe, they could negotiate. They might survive this after all. But just as quickly, his expression shifted again. Doubt replaced hope like a shadow eating away at light. Wait, if she was this desperate, why had she come personally? Why stand here, in person, risking her life and empire? Unless, she had nothing left to lose. Those tails, 9 of them, swaying behind you. So, you're the Empress of the Nine Paths, I take it. The woman in the black dress narrowed her eyes. Her voice curled into a venomous question as she turned her gaze toward Robin. So this is the woman you disobeyed me for? The one you refused my offer for? Is this the source of your arrogance? Is that mockery I hear in your voice? Renara snapped sharply, her presence flaring with cold, divine authority. Can you even afford to mock me, in the state you're in? Or have you lost all reason? Do you really think you can walk here in person, leaving your empire behind for years, and not pay the price for it? That's not bravery. That's suicide. By the time you return, if you return, there might not be an empire left to greet you. Your situation is hardly better, the black-cloaked woman growled, her voice cold as death. A full quarter of your planets are at war as we speak. 9 more stand on the brink of complete collapse. The Centennial Twilight Spectrum Empire is encroaching on your borders. Yet here you are, daring to interfere in my matters. Her voice became steel, sharpened with finality. Listen well, and carve this into your soul. I will destroy this planet today. I will erase it. And after I do, the galactic seed will belong to me. Do not even dream of approaching it. Because if you do, the Twilight Spectrum won't be your only nightmare. I will become your second galactic seed. Renara's entire body snapped toward Robin, eyes wide, voice a razor-sharp whisper of fury, as if she were about to break his neck with a single word. Chapter 1202. Renara turned sharply, her cloak fluttering with the movement as she locked eyes with Robin. Did she just say galactic seed? Robin's head snapped toward her, disbelief painted across his face. Are you serious right now? He shouted, his voice echoing with frustration. This isn't the time for that conversation. Deal with the descending catastrophe up there first, then we'll talk about whatever seed you're obsessing over. But Renara wasn't fazed. Not in the slightest. Instead of flaring back, she smiled, slowly and knowingly. Her eyes shimmered with a peculiar glow, not just from power, but from sudden, dangerous curiosity. Interesting, so it really is true. We're going to have a long talk after this is over, Robin Burton. The tension in the air thickened. It wasn't just Renara who had been affected by Robin's offhand remark. Even the woman hovering above the planet froze. Her expression shifted ever so slightly. The brows beneath her shadowed mask furrowed, revealing a rare crack in her flawless control. The reaction of the nine-tailed fragment. Robin's words. Could it be possible that she truly had no idea about the galactic seed? Did the overlord who guided Robin have no knowledge of Nihari? But how? How could the one who granted him access to space portals, who sent him to that planet in the first place, not know what he was actually pursuing? Especially considering the scale of the conflict he had willingly entered? Was she truly that ignorant? Or was she not his overlord after all? If that was true, then who exactly was Renara to him? And why was she here? The woman in black clenched her teeth hard, her jaw tightening. She had made a grave mistake, drawing unwanted attention to the galactic seed without realizing it. She had inadvertently added a rival to the board, a powerful one. Renara's attention returned skyward. This time, she wore a softer expression, almost amused, as if she had just discovered an opponent's hidden card. Why don't we lower the heat a little, she offered. What's your name, really? I've heard quite a bit about you through whispers in the Soul Society. Ilya Gazan's agents talk of a woman cloaked in black, wearing a black mask with a red gem. They speak of your destruction, but none of them ever name you. My name is Goddess of Blood and War, came the cold reply. That's all you need to know. Very well, Renara replied with a casual shrug. Your reputation precedes you regardless. Your name might be a mystery, but your wrath certainly isn't. Everyone's talking about the path of destruction, about your mastery over the law of ashification, if I'm not mistaken. They say you've clashed with Emperor Ilya Gazan himself on more than one occasion, and each time, the outcome was a draw. She then gestured toward the air above them, where space continued to shimmer and crack. If I may ask, is that how you arrived so swiftly? Through sheer destructive force? Did you destroy your way through the fabric of space using the sixth stage of your law? That's aggressive, and I imagine, incredibly taxing. What's with the sudden small talk? The masked woman asked sharply, lifting her chin just slightly. We're not friends. We're not even acquaintances. And with that, she dropped. Crack. But this time, something was different. The damage wasn't as immense as before. Her descent, while still powerful, was met with heavier resistance. She hadn't pierced as deep into the planet's atmosphere as in her previous attempts. Ra! Yuri's roar tore through the air like a battle cry, her body trembling. All around the planet, energy surged like a tidal wave pulled by purpose. Raw essence, pulled from every vein, every mountain, every breath of life, converged beneath the cloaked woman. It resisted her presence, pushing back with a fury forged from desperation. And the more she tried to descend, the slower she moved. Robin's golden eyes narrowed. His mind raced. He could see it all, the energy, the friction, the subtle shifts in gravity. Every pattern, every vibration, every delay. He was calculating everything. Renara's words echoed in his mind about the cost of using her law to travel such distances. Was this why she wasn't unleashing all her strength at once? Was she pouring most of her force into her legs, trying to compress her own descent? Was she focusing the law of ashification into narrow fractures, dripping it down like molten fire instead of flooding them? It was not a theatrical descent. It was not a power move. She was exhausted. Utterly, painfully exhausted. This was conservation. She was burning out. And that changed everything. Robin's head snapped toward the spatial portal. His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum, his pulse thudding in his ears louder than any roar of battle. He was terrified to even make a move toward them. What if the woman in black, hovering above like an executioner, noticed? What if she took their movement as a sign of defiance? A signal to accelerate her descent? Or worse, what if she unleashed one of her overwhelming attacks and annihilated the continent, obliterating everyone on it before they even took a step? He bit his lip hard. But maybe, just maybe, now that she was showing signs of fatigue, could he risk it? Could he use this narrow window to escape? How exhausted was she, really? Could she still release a powerful attack? Or had she already pushed herself to her limits? And even if he managed to flee, where would he go? How long would it take her to realize he had vanished and track him down again? Would she give him a second chance, another long-winded conversation? Or would she simply destroy the next planet he landed on without a word of warning? Ugh. Robin groaned low, pressing both hands against his head. His mind was spiraling out of control, each thought darker than the last. Then came Renara's voice, sharp, poised, and cutting through his panic like a blade. Of course we are not friends, she said firmly, her tone regal and filled with calm authority. We are not equals. I am a true empress, the empress of the Nine Paths Empire. She gestured to herself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly who she was. When it comes to individual might, I surpass Ilya Gazin himself. And when it comes to the strength of my armies, the breadth of my territories, and the depth of my resources, my foundations reach further than he can ever imagine. The woman in black smirked darkly, mockery dripping from her voice. How delightful, she replied, thick with sarcasm. Then, with another crack, she took another step downward, straining against growing resistance. What now? You want me to clap for you? What's wrong with this impatient woman? Renara snapped, turning to Robin with a scowl. That's what I've been trying to say. Robin shouted, slapping both sides of his head in pure frustration. Renara turned her eyes upward again, clearly irritated. I'm starting to feel sorry for Ilya. Having to deal with someone like you for centuries must have been torture. But no worries, she smiled coldly. That might not be a problem for much longer, not after what we've discussed today. She raised a single finger, slowly and deliberately. Today, right now, you must use whatever remains of your awareness. Make the right choice before you pass the point of no return. Then her tone dropped, calm yet thunderously threatening. If you ignore my words and destroy this soul shard, then be ready. Because I, Renara, will personally form an alliance with the Gazin Empire. That is not a threat. It is a promise. She swept her hand around, gesturing to the battlefield around them. And on that very day, I'll unleash my legions stationed in the Young Belt, and they will descend upon that so-called galactic seed like a storm. Even if you burn this atmosphere down to ash, I have the means to keep this boy alive just long enough to speak. Long enough to tell me the coordinates. And I trust he won't be shy about it, especially when the alternative is to let them fall into the hands of the one who murdered him. A long pause followed. The woman in black, for the first time, truly stopped. Her head turned slowly, almost involuntarily, toward Robin. Renara's threat to ally with Ilya Gazin was meaningless to her. If she wanted to come, let her. She feared no one. Her armies feared no siege. But the coordinates. Renara definitely had a few soul techniques, powerful ones. She could preserve the boy's soul, even if just for a few breaths. And that coward, Robin, would absolutely give up the location, even if just to spite her. Nihari wasn't just some random galactic prize. It was everything. It wasn't just about resources, though it had plenty. It was about location. Nihari was a linchpin world, positioned at the edge of a mysterious wormhole that connected the hearts of two sectors. Losing it was not an option. And worst of all, she had recently lost her greatest support in the Young Belt, the Great Serpent Empire. Without that pillar behind her, this kind of geopolitical war wasn't in her favor anymore. After a long, calculating silence, the woman in black finally lifted her arm and pointed directly at Robin. You, she said. Her voice was colder than ever, deeper and darker. I'll give you one final chance. Then her lips curled into a cruel, knowing smile. Kneel. Chapter 1203. The woman clad in the black dress raised her hand and pointed at the Renara's soul shard, while looking at Robin. Do not let yourself be seduced by that woman's honeyed words, she said coldly, her voice like velvet laced with venom. I care not for her crumbling empire. I did not choose the title goddess of blood and destruction, it was my enemies who gave it to me, trembling, in the aftermath of their downfall. Do you understand? Nothing in this universe, no law, no fate, and no force, can prevent me from ending your life today, except my personal desire not to. And now, in an act of what I dare to call mercy, I have chosen to give you one, only one, path out of this nightmare you found yourself in. I offered you generous terms in the past, and you spat on them. So listen carefully now. These new terms are not up for negotiation. Her eyes, glowing with a supernatural intensity, narrowed like twin stars collapsing inwards. Instead of a mere 90%, I will now take 99% of the yearly tribute and resource output from all of your planetary holdings. That is not a request, it is the foundation of this pact. I believe that, with Nihiri present by your side, even that meager 1% left to you will suffice to fuel your development. And this isn't going to be a mere gentleman's agreement. We will seal this pact with a soul contract, so you never even entertain the idea of deception or secrecy. I will know everything. Secondly, I demand unrestricted access to every piece of equipment, every soldier, and every general you deployed in your war against Pythor. I will summon them when I see fit, and they will fight under my banner. They are now part of my arsenal. And third, she took a step closer, her presence like a tidal wave of dark power crashing forward. I will require permanent, unfiltered access to any progress you achieve as a truth chosen. Any revelation, any invention, any truth you uncover will be mine to do with as I please. You will be the innovator, yes, but I will be the one to wield your work, sell it, exploit it, or discard it, as I see fit. She tilted her head slightly, the edge of a malicious smile creeping across her lips like a crack in stone. And finally, though I never once ordered Pythor to kneel before me in that way, you will do it. You will kneel before me today, and every time your eyes meet mine henceforth. That will be your substitute for death, my way of soothing the fire in my heart and pretending, if only for a moment, that your crimes never existed. Kneel, Robin. Place your nose and chin against the cold ground, and you shall live. Me. Robin stared, wide-eyed, as if struggling to process the absurdity. He placed a hand on his chest, confused. You want me to kneel? With my nose and my chin touching the ground. Don't listen to her. Rhaenyra suddenly shouted, her voice urgent, slicing through the heavy silence. This isn't a negotiation between a conqueror and a defeated ruler, it's a contract of pure and utter enslavement. I've studied interstellar politics for cycles, and I've never heard of anyone surrendering 99% of their resources. What are you supposed to do with the 1% that remains? What's the point of having an empire at all then? She doesn't want your cooperation, Robin, she wants to break you, to make you her puppet. A mindless zombie who toils for her for all eternity. Know your place, girl, the woman in black snapped, her voice suddenly thunderous. She turned sharply and pointed a glowing finger at Rhaenyra's soul shard. The only reason I haven't obliterated that soul shard of yours yet is because I still grant you a sliver of respect for your standing in the middle belt. But don't let that delude you, do not presume you have the right to meddle in matters far beyond you. Hold your tongue and watch in silence. This is not your fight, it is his and mine alone. How can I stay silent when this is nothing short of daylight robbery? Rhaenyra's fury now boiled over. She raised her arm and pointed toward the sky, her whole form trembling. You are not just stripping him of his rights, you're trampling over the dignity of every symbol of honor in Sector 100 of the Middle Belt. This is a stain on all of us, a disgrace to the codes we hold dear. She knew she was losing. She knew that if Robin Burton agreed, she would be left with nothing. She would never get access to the Galactic Seed's coordinates, and never uncover the mysteries in this place. All of her plans, her dreams, would collapse in an instant. Her mind raced. If that fool truly submitted, then this treasure trove of opportunity would be sealed away from her forever. Her only chance would be to form a genuine alliance with the Ghassan Empire, a gamble in itself, and try to pressure the woman in black within the political power plays of the Middle Belt. But how could she do that while in an all-out war with the Twilight Spectrum Empire? How could she pull this off when every path seemed barred? No, her only real hope was that Robin refused. That he would see through the trap, resist, and somehow share the coordinates with her. If, just if, she could smuggle him out, convince him to escape, having a truth chosen at her side would change everything. It would be the edge she desperately needed. With sudden urgency, she turned to him. Listen to me, Robin. If you choose to become her slave, I will not sit quietly. The moment I leave this place, I will expose the presence of the Red Plague on this planet to the entire sector. You dare, the woman in black roared, her voice shaking the very air. She knew, of course. She knew the plague existed, even within Nihiri itself. If the secret were to spread, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Me, Robin Burton, to kneel, with my chin and nose touching the ground? He. Robin's voice was soft now. He looked down, and then began to laugh. Quietly at first, but it grew. He stopped hearing everything after that point. Of course I dare, and why wouldn't I? Rhaenyra roared, her voice thunderous as it echoed upward like a shockwave crashing against the heavens. Her white hair flared behind her like a banner of war. Did you honestly believe you could hoard this celestial feast for yourself, like a greedy beast guarding a treasure it doesn't even understand? If I walk away from here without a deal that satisfies me, without even a crumb of what's rightfully mine, then mark my words. By dawn, the Academy's finest agents will descend upon this planet. They will swarm this place like vultures to a carcass. A deal? What deal? What part do you think you play in all this, really? The woman in the black dress snapped, her tone turning venomous, her eyes glowing like molten rubies. My followers and I have waged war against that festering parasite for years. We have a history soaked in blood. And you, what are you to this story? A passing footnote? An opportunist with ambition and no invitation? What deluded fantasy makes you think you deserve a seat at this table? Rhaenyra's voice crackled with iron resolve as she shot back, the past is dust. It's the present and the future that matter now. And in this moment, I demand to be a stakeholder. I will not walk away while you devour everything and leave the bones. I refuse to vanish into the shadows while you feast. Her finger jabbed downward like a thunderbolt. Drop a soul shard here and now, and let's negotiate like decent rulers. Because if you don't, then neither of us will gain anything. A long pause followed, heavy with rising tension. I've already taken on one debt, Helen murmured darkly, her voice low, slow, and filled with a quiet, terrible promise. Her gaze sharpened like a predator locking eyes with its prey. And I suppose one more wouldn't kill me. Her lips curled into a wicked smile. The Empire of the Nine Paths? Perhaps it's outlived its usefulness. He. Robin's laugh started to get higher. Keep dreaming. Rhaenyra snapped, her eyes ablaze. She flung her arm outward in defiance, as though casting Helen's threats into the void. Then, swiftly, she turned back to Robin, desperation gripping her words like a vice. Robin, listen to me. Don't do this. Don't give in to her. I can take you right now, this very instant, to my planet through one of those portals. With it, we can escape, we can regroup, we can. Her words faltered. Robin was trembling, but not from fear, not from sadness. His hands covered his face. His shoulders were shaking, but it wasn't the trembling of grief. No, it was something far more unhinged. Me put my nose to the ground? Ha. Robin suddenly peeled his hands away from his face, and what emerged was not the face of a man broken by despair, but one possessed by a manic, untamed energy. His grin stretched too wide, his eyes gleamed with the eerie light of someone teetering on the brink of madness. Ah. What a day. What an absurd, twisted, unforgettable day. In a single day 2 whores crawled out just to ask me to kneel, one without a shred of reason, and the other without a shred of shame. He took a step forward, arms wide like a deranged performer on a cosmic stage. Well, guess what? Here's my answer to both your offers. His voice dropped an octave, raw and cold. To hell with both of you. Then his eyes flickered sideways toward Richard, the bravado melting just for a heartbeat. A faint, sincere smile crossed his lips, a final whisper of humanity breaking through the chaos. He leaned in slightly, his voice barely more than breath. I'm sorry. And then, vroom. Chapter 1204. Rhaenyra didn't immediately realize she had just been insulted. Her mind took a moment to catch up, her thoughts stalling in sheer disbelief. Her eyes widened to their absolute limits, flashing with shock and confusion. Then she screamed, her voice cracking with disbelief, Robin Burton, what the he? But the rest of her words never made it past her throat. They got stuck, trapped, choked by what her eyes had just witnessed. Because before her, something extraordinary was happening. Something beyond comprehension. Vroom! A deafening sound ripped through the air like the roar of a world tearing open. Above Robin, a gargantuan silver gate had appeared, hovering with regal dominance in the sky. It was a perfect circle, impossibly vast, spanning dozens of meters in diameter. Its surface shimmered with ethereal light and runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. From within the arc of that gate poured out a force, a tide of pure soul force. It surged and rippled through the atmosphere as though Robin were attempting to replace the very fabric of air itself with unfiltered soul force. No, this can't be real, Rhaenyra whispered, more to herself than anyone else. Her voice trembled. Her knees nearly buckled. It felt like the floodgates that had long held back the true essence of soul force in this world had been shattered in a single heartbeat. And now the torrent behind it had tasted freedom. Far above, the woman in the black dress furrowed her brows deeply. A flicker of tension crossed her otherwise composed face. She had fought Robin before, not his full form, but one of his soul shards. She knew he was powerful, that much was never in doubt. But back then, his shard had barely scraped past 60,000 units of power. She had measured it herself. Yet what she was witnessing now, what poured from the gate was far beyond that. And the terrifying part? He hadn't even formed a new shard yet. Yuri! Robin's voice cut through the sky like a blade, loud and resolute. It held no hesitation, no fear. I'm going to shatter the limits imposed on soul force in this world to push back against this external invasion. Aid me, if you choose, or attack me if you must. I will not stop. Ah! Yuri heard him. She heard every syllable echo in her bones. But she had no time, and no strength, to respond. Her entire being was already strained, focused on maintaining the balance above. Even if she wanted to use the law against him, with what? Her arsenal was already locked in a battle for the skies. Thump, thump. One by one, every knee not yet humbled met the ground. Even those who stood moments ago, believing themselves immune to awe, now felt it. The very sight of that silver gate, the shape of the unleashed force, the divine aura around Robin, it sent a cascade of conflicting emotions through every soul present. Fear, reverence, confusion, hope. This is the power of the Emperor? Oh no, the lunatic is doing it again. He's really doing it again. Hulak stumbled backward in terror, his legs giving out beneath him as he landed flat on his rear. Sweat poured from his brow like rain. He couldn't even process what was happening. He had seen Robin act serious only once before, and now, the storm had returned. None of Robin's children had ever seen their father at full power. They had all been ordered away on the day of the dome, so they saw nothing of his battle against Pythor and what happened afterwards. Only one brave shadow sword had managed to snap a hazy image of Robin's soul shard mid-battle, captured from hundreds of miles away. But the photo was useless, just a blur of energy and light. It couldn't capture the feeling, the pressure, the soul-crushing gravity of Robin's presence. Hulak had felt it. He had felt it once, and he was feeling it again now. He had always known, deep down, that he was insignificant compared to Robin when the man was truly serious. That's why he had kept his mouth shut when Robin scolded him in the cave. That's why he had never feared Renara's soul shard. Because he could feel that even at its peak, it was weaker than Robin. Richard, Caesar, Sakar, Aman, all of them, struggling under the invisible weight of that pressure, managed to lift their heads. They stared upward at their lord, their emperor. He stood like an immovable mountain in a hurricane, his eyes locked in fierce focus, his body glowing with rising power. And still, he kept pouring out more. Was this the true power of Robin Burton? Not far off, a girl dressed in black moved with trembling hands. Her fingers clawed into her spatial ring, pulling out a device. She fumbled, dropped it, then scrambled to grab it again. Finally, she pointed it toward Robin. The device activated, a light recorder, and the display began to capture the image of the man standing beneath that great silver gate. That girl was Kiri. And in that moment, her mind finally caught up. She understood. She understood now how this man had defeated Pythor. 130,000 soul units. 170,000 soul units. Renara stood there, breath caught in her chest, eyes stretched to their very limits as she watched the impossible unfold before her. Impossible. She whispered, her voice shaky, barely audible. She had already been utterly stunned when she assumed this backwater nobody had managed to gather more than 9,000 soul units, an amount that alone would take even a genius thousands of years of tireless cultivation and accumulation. And now, this was on an entirely different scale, a level that shattered any expectations she had ever known. Up above, the woman in the black dress narrowed her gleaming eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through them, but it was quickly replaced by something much colder. Sharp. Final. And what do you plan to do with all that soul force, Burton? She said with venom. Intimidate me into running away. Her voice carried with it both astonishment and disdain, like she was challenging the very sky to deny her power. You dared call me a whore again today, you disgusting little rat. That was the last straw. There's no more room for talk. You've just signed your own death warrant, along with the death of everyone in your miserable little home. Renara's trance broke. She snapped back to the moment like someone pulled from a dream with cold water. She shouted upward with desperation in her voice, wait, I won't let this happen. There's still a way. Silence. Robin's voice struck like thunder. His hand snapped sideways in a powerful motion. In an instant, a massive portion of his overwhelming soul energy surged into motion, transforming into thick, serpentine chains that shot through the air with supernatural speed. Swoosh, swoosh. Renara's eyes widened once again. The chainbreaker technique. She threw her hand forward, trying to muster every ounce of refined technique and combat knowledge she had. Even if her total soul force was far beneath Robin's, she possessed countless high-level techniques, honed and multiplied to push her limits. Surely they could hold off some of his force. But, crash. No technique, no strategy, no finesse could stand against absolute, raw force. Robin's chains smashed through every layer of her defense like divine spears, ripping past protective auras and layers of force like they were made of mist. They coiled around her body violently, heavy and unrelenting like vipers. Ah! Renara screamed as the chains slammed her down into the ground like a sacrificial lamb bound for slaughter. She writhed against them, eyes wide with disbelief and outrage. You dare. Do you even realize who I am? She yelled, her voice cracking. Robin didn't even look directly at her. He cast her a cold, sidelong glance. That no longer matters, he said. Who you are, what you represent. None of it matters now. I don't want to hear another word from you. Do I make myself clear? Then, his eyes lifted upward once more, fixing on the blackened sky above. So, I'm supposed to put my nose to the ground, huh? Ha, ha ha ha. The woman in the black cloak threw her head back in laughter, a laugh that echoed like a death knell across the broken sky. Still pretending to be strong, little rat? Trying to bluff your way out of this with empty theatrics? What can you possibly do against me? Even if you had 1,000,000 silver soul units, you still wouldn't be able to lay a finger on a being who's reached the Nexus state. She dove down through the air like a falling star, gathering every ounce of her power. Return to the primordial chaos that birthed you. Crack! The already shattered sky of planet Jura cracked further, groaning and caving in as if the heavens themselves could no longer bear the pressure. The celestial fabric tore and distorted. All across the planet, the destructive ripples caused untold casualties. Cities crumbled. Mountains cracked. Oceans surged. The death toll could no longer be counted. But even after unleashing the full brunt of her might, the sky did not fully break. Robin's sharp mind instantly calculated she would need 4, maybe 5 more of those apocalyptic strikes to achieve whatever cataclysmic goal she had in mind. Shoo! The massive silver portal floating above Robin finally closed, its purpose fulfilled. It had poured out a staggering total of 220,000 soul units, perfectly measured. Of those, 20,000 units were dedicated to maintaining Renara's restraints. With that done, Robin's golden eyes, glowing with an otherworldly intensity, locked straight onto the woman in the sky, looking not at her face, but deep into the core of her soul. I know, he said quietly, with absolute certainty. I can't defeat you by myself. Not with just 200,000 soul units. Not with my strength alone. He clenched his fists. But I'm not fighting alone. The air thickened. Force began to spiral around him once more. And neither are my silver soul units ordinary. Clatter, clatter. Chapter 1205. I'm not fighting alone. And the soul units I wield aren't anything like the ordinary ones. Clatter, clatter. The woman in the black dress arched an eyebrow with cold amusement, watching the twin masses of swirling soul force forming above Robin with measured disdain. Oh, And what do you plan to do with those little trinkets? Throw them at me like stones and hope for a miracle? That's not a bad idea, for someone like you. She scoffed, but her tone had shifted. Beneath the sarcasm, there was caution. Each cluster pulsated with unimaginable force, each one a swirling core made up of 100,000 refined soul units. In the hands of an experienced soul master, a fraction of that could lay waste to nations. And yet, she stood unfazed, because to her, they were still not enough. Not against her. Not yet. Don't you dare mock me, woman. Robin's voice thundered across the landscape, shaking the air as he threw his arms out wide, soul force spiraling around him like a living storm. I'm the founder of the true beginning empire. I carved it out from nothing but blood, will, and fury. In just 32 years, I brought a realm to its knees and forced your so-called followers into submission. Do you think I don't know the scale of the battle I'm facing today? He clenched his fists until the veins in his forearms bulged, and the force began to crackle around him like lightning. I know you're worn. I know you've come a long way to stand here and finish what was started. But now we'll see who has the endurance. We'll see who burns out first. Even if I die today, I'll drag you into the abyss with me. Then the ground quaked, not just underfoot. The entire planet Jura began to heave and tremble like it was alive and afraid. Robin's soul force surged toward the two convergence points he had created. They pulsed, grew, then burst upward in an explosion of divine radiance. Bam! Rumble! Rumble! A deep, earth-shaking resonance rolled through the air, and the sky trembled as if the very heavens were reacting to the power being unleashed. Every single person on Jura, from the lowest farmer to the highest cultivator, instinctively turned their gaze skyward, and what they saw froze their hearts. Two towering pillars of soul force, each one so massive, so densely compressed, that they seemed to pierce the clouds and hold the sky aloft with their sheer presence. This, Yuri whispered, her voice hoarse, her breath caught in her chest. For the first time in hours, the crushing pressure pressing down on her lessened. The black-dressed woman's overwhelming force began to wane, or rather, was being resisted. Yuri's strategy up until now had been simple but monumental. She funneled every ounce of her 6th-level defensive capability, blending elemental laws like space, wind, waves, and more, to forge an enormous barrier around the planet. It was a protective wall of heavenly laws. If it broke, the entire structure of Jura's natural order would collapse. And now, Robin was reinforcing that wall. Yuri stared downward, her expression conflicted. How did he know this was exactly what I needed? How did he know those 2 points were the weakest in the entire defense net? Was he really analyzing all this in real time while facing death from above? Those golden eyes of his. For the first time, a dangerous thought slithered into her mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, this man might one day reach the path of glory. If he survived this day, of course. Far above, the woman in black shifted slightly. Her confident expression faltered. She had felt it, the sudden, growing resistance. This soul force was enough to crush most cataclysm domain cultivators. Crack! She pressed downward again, pouring all her power into one violent strike. But it felt like punching the roots of a mountain. No movement. No give. Nothing. Of course that level of soul force would make a difference. But why this much? This was now the second time she had found herself blindsided, her calculations failing entirely in the face of that man. The first time had already shaken her deeply. He had shattered her reinforced soul shard, which was fortified by the shadow of the Calamity Seal Cube, and he had done that while possessing no more than 60,000 soul units, a feat that defied all logic. My soul units are nothing like the ordinary ones. What did he mean by that, exactly? That sentence now echoed in her mind like a curse. Humph, she breathed with disdain, brushing away her unease. I don't care what tricks you've performed, or what heresies you've committed with your soul force. It's all meaningless. You're simply postponing the inevitable, you wretched little rat. Descending carefully to conserve energy no longer served any purpose. For the sky below her had hardened, not metaphorically, but literally, as if it had become a massive slab of indestructible stone, held up by two colossal pillars forged from pure soul force. She couldn't pierce it easily now. But that didn't mean she was helpless. In a burst of motion, her body became wrapped in swirling gray entropy, an aura thick with the scent of oblivion, of death. The sixth stage law of ashification pulsed through her limbs. She raised her leg and brought it down hard. Crack! The sky shuddered once more. Cracks re-emerged violently across the celestial dome shielding the planet. From those fractures poured cascading streams of gray destruction energy, far more concentrated and ravenous than before. The quantity was staggering, far beyond anything the planet's spirit could possibly repel or balance. Ah! Yuri let out a sharp cry as she sensed the energy nearing critical mass, about to break through and scorch the planet's surface. She could feel it. The barrier she had summoned with everything she had, infused with all the resistance of the sixth realm, was about to collapse. And when it did, there would be nothing left to stop the world from falling into ruin. Not while I still stand. Robin's voice came like a cold wind before a storm. He raised both arms out wide, fingers trembling from the weight of soul force coursing through him. Then, with a deep breath, he closed his eyes, as if surrendering himself to a higher force. Neri, it's time. Let them see what you truly are. At your command. V-Room. Robin's entire body exploded into an ethereal blue glow, his veins lighting up like rivers of celestial fire. A soft hum filled the air, gentle at first, but it began to resonate, to shake the sky itself. From the center of his forehead emerged a sphere of fire, no larger than a human eye, burning, blue, alive. And yet, the space around it began to tremble. Reality itself recoiled as the sphere floated upward. Clatter, clatter. Every meter it ascended, the sphere grew. Bigger. Brighter. Heavier. By the time it reached the upper skies, it had become a radiant blue star, small in size, but so dense with soul force and cosmic gravity that it illuminated half of Jura, banishing the shadow of the broken heavens and the choking grey fog that had begun to consume the world. Up above, the black-cloaked woman narrowed her eyes, lifting a single brow. The aura of that blue sun reached even her, making her robe flutter from the force. Why would he use a planetary gift now, she muttered. She knew how planetary gifts worked. These powers were meant to enhance the vessel, the owner of the planet. Some gave temporary control over celestial laws. Some altered the host's physiology. Others simply offered boosts to perception, speed, or strength. But all of them shared one common trait. They were personal, meant for the host alone. So why was he casting the gift into the sky like that? Was this fool so naive that he believed the gift could make him powerful enough to defeat her? She sighed and shook her head in pity. What did she expect? He was just a lowly insect, a creature so insignificant that even awareness of his inferiority was likely beyond him. Let him feel power one last time. Let him dream of resistance before his final breath. But then, Robin pointed a single finger upward, and, in a slow, deliberate voice, he declared, "Gift of the galactic seed, Niere. Gravitational field, inverted mode." "What did you say?" Her voice cracked. Her entire body stiffened. You have already refined the spirit of planet Niere." The moment the truth sank in, her scornful smirk vanished completely, but she had no time to think, because her vision, her entire field of sight, was now dominated by a single color, blue. SHHHHHH. The grey torrents of destruction, which had moments ago been raining down with calm malevolence, ripping apart mountaintops, air, and space alike, suddenly reversed and exploded upward, as if the world had flipped. Every pit of the destructive attack was going back upward, straight toward her. Chapter 1206. A few days ago, within Robin's soul domain. Oh. Robin raised an eyebrow as he watched the soul statue of Theo sink back into the ground once again. The moment of stillness passed, and he turned to face Neri, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "You heard it for yourself, didn't you? The coronation day has finally arrived. If I don't show up, those brats will pester me to the grave." Neri chuckled softly, her expression calm and composed. "That's fine. Go if you must, but before that, get to know your gift properly." With a flick of her finger, she summoned a small, radiant orb and sent it floating toward the forehead of Robin's soul avatar. He closed his eyes, absorbing the orb's energy. After a few seconds, he opened them again, but this time with a look of sheer disappointment darkening his features. "A gravitational field? That's it? That's your so-called gift?" He scoffed, scratching the back of his neck. "I mean, sure, it's decent. It has some uses, I guess. But come on, couldn't I create a gravitational field with any half-decent epic great artifact? What's the point of having a gift that I could replicate with a few enchanted runes and some proper gear?" He sighed again, shaking his head. "Honestly, Greenland's gift was far more impressive, if you ask me." He. Behind one of the massive soul trees, Evergreen tried, and failed, to hold back a giggle, covering her mouth with both hands. But as soon as Yuri's sharp gaze landed on her, she went silent like a startled squirrel and vanished behind the trunk again. Neri then turned her attention back to Robin, clearly annoyed now. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Owner, may I ask, how much do you actually know about the gravity path?" Robin tilted his head, blinking a few times. "Gravity. It's one of the essential paths, right? Like fire, water, wind, basic stuff. It affects everything. Everyone is under its influence. That's why it's easy to predict, easy to manipulate. I know it's powerful, no argument there, but it's not unique, you know." He gave a light shrug, as if brushing off a trivial detail. "Gravity," Neri said, visibly irritated. "I can forgive your lack of knowledge about the middle planetary belt, or even your ignorance of the deeper cosmic truths about how the universe came to be, but how can someone who specializes in laws be this clueless about it? Gravity is a basic path like fire? Seriously? Is that how you're categorizing it? Just like that?" Robin raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it? If it isn't one of the essential paths that governs the structure of the universe itself, then is it something less? Like the emotional paths or those auxiliary systems?" He. Evergreen couldn't resist laughing again behind the tree. "An even lower classification? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose?" Neri stomped her foot against the ground, visibly fuming now. "Robin, owner, listen closely. You've spoken before about the law of blood and the law of energy, and how unique and different they are from the rest. Now, place gravity alongside those laws." Robin frowned deeply, his tone skeptical. "That just doesn't make sense to me. Blood laws are too complex, as they rely on shifting molecular structures and race-specific energy transfer systems. It's not about the red liquid, it's about how that liquid behaves in different beings. And energy, sure, I understand its foundation, but it's practically useless on its own. It's like raw ore, as you need to smelt and shape it before it becomes valuable. That's why you can't classify it like the others. But gravity, it has clear, measurable traits, and I've already reached the fourth stage of its law. How is that not considered an essential path?" Neri shook her head slowly, her tone now gentler but laced with disappointment. "You still don't see it, do you? You're looking at the defined traits of gravity, what you've experienced so far, and mistaking that for its full potential. You think it's a basic essential law simply because you're only on the fourth stage. That's like judging the depth of the ocean after swimming in the shallows." She stepped closer, her gaze piercing. "Surely you've noticed the vast difference in quality between the first and the fourth tier, haven't you?" Robin's gaze darkened as he fell silent, reflecting. Indeed, when Jabba had requested the core law of gravity from him, Robin hadn't understood why. The utility seemed limited, such as some increased impact speed and a bit of added weight. It felt secondary. Jabba would still rely on brute strength in most fights, or maybe that was the point. Maybe that was exactly why Jabba had chosen gravity. But back at stage 3, something extraordinary had already happened, a noticeable qualitative leap. It wasn't just a slight increase in strength or reach, it was a dramatic transformation in the very nature of the law's application. Jabba, a warrior known for his brute strength, had managed, at just the third stage of gravity, to immobilize a warlord. And now, at stage 4, the difference was even more astounding. Gravity had become so potent, so tangible, that a mere wave of the hand from its wielder could obliterate an entire village in seconds. Robin's eyebrows furrowed. "Isn't that how all laws function, though?" he said, half to himself. "Each tier is stronger than the last. That's natural, right?" Neri tilted her head, her arms crossed, her tone suddenly sharp and instructive. "No," she said simply, yet with unshakable certainty. "It's not the same. The gap between stages exists in every law, yes, but not to this extent. Not in this way." She stepped closer, speaking with the clarity of someone who had studied beyond the veil of common understanding. "Take fire, for example. Flame is flame. From the first tier to the fourth, you're still working with the same essence. The change is quantitative, stronger heat, faster ignition, the ability to burn through tougher materials. But it's still fire, behaving the same way." She paused for effect. "But gravity." Her voice dropped slightly. "Gravity evolves. Its purpose changes. Its reach expands. The difference isn't just in strength, it's in function. In the very nature of its role within the cosmos." She took a deep breath, as if steadying herself to speak of something sacred. "Gravity in its early stages feels almost useless. You've seen that yourself. But that's because its true power doesn't exist on the scale of mortals, as it exists on the astronomical scale. It's the force that binds stars to their planets. That locks solar systems into elegant spirals within their galaxies. That binds galaxies into clusters. That holds the very framework of the universe together." Robin's mouth went slightly dry, his mind spinning as the implications sank in. "Wait," he whispered. "Are you saying that gravity, at its higher levels, might be just as fundamental to the universe as time, as death?" Neri's expression softened, but her eyes gleamed like starlight. "What do you think?" she asked. "Close your eyes and imagine a universe without it. Without gravity, what would remain? Planets would drift endlessly, or fall screaming into their suns. Stars would abandon their systems. Life, everywhere, would cease, simply because there would be nothing to hold it in place." She stepped even closer now. "Sure, the universe would still exist. But it would be a lonely place. Lifeless. Disconnected. Just scattered rocks and burning gas clouds aimlessly moving through the dark. No structure. No warmth. No meaning." Then she leaned in slightly and whispered, "Now tell me, what kind of laws do that?" Robin blinked. Then he swallowed hard. "The fundamental laws," he said, the words coming slowly, reverently. Neri's smile widened, proud and satisfied. "Exactly. The fundamental laws. Gravity is one of them, Owner Robin. You've just barely scratched its surface, but one day, you'll understand what it can truly do." "Present time, planet Jura." "What?" Helen screamed in absolute disbelief, her voice echoing across the shattered heavens as the tsunami of ashification energy surged upward. Not downward as it should, but upward, like a reversed waterfall of destruction roaring toward her at terrifying speed. Robin's heart thundered in his chest. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anticipation and desperation. This was it. This was the miracle he'd risked everything for. It was common knowledge among cultivators, even if two warriors wielded the same element, they could still hurt one another. Fire didn't grant total immunity to fire. No one had perfect affinity, not even the most attuned. A punch to the face still hurt, no matter if both men were made of flesh and blood. The laws were the same. Robin had waited, endured, and calculated. He let the sixth-stage ashification energy pool and gather like a trap, slowly building pressure, all for this exact moment. He wasn't going to fight her with fire. He was going to fight her with her own fire. Even someone as fearsome as Helen couldn't possibly have full immunity to something so overwhelmingly destructive. Her body might resist, yes, but only to a certain degree. And now, with the full force of the reversed gravitational pull, her only choice was to retreat upward. Evade the torrent. Escape, if only momentarily. And that moment would be enough. In that sliver of time, Yuri could breathe, could relax the protective dome surrounding the planet. The planetary barrier would reset, undoing the artificial strain Helen had forced upon it. Even if she returned immediately, furious beyond reason, Robin would have bought time, precious time to recover. Replon. Best case scenario? Helen, already exhausted, might be forced to disengage. She might retreat to recover, unable to push her body further. That would be a massive win. Worst case? She gets injured, screams, then comes back down like a meteor of vengeance. Even then, Robin smiled. Even that would be worth it. Because hurting a being in the Nexus state while still a mere saint? That was the kind of legend warriors died dreaming of. He'd die laughing. From every angle, this was a victory. But then, what are you doing? Robin's smile faded. His jaw clenched. Helen hadn't moved. Not even an inch. And then, whoosh, she let the entire downpour of sixth-stage ashification energy crash into her. Willingly, she let it engulf her. Chapter 1207. Impossible. Robin took a hesitant step forward, disbelief etched into every line of his face. His jaw fell open as he stared upward, eyes locked on the impossible sight above him. The woman in the black dress, she had not dodged. She had not tried to escape. She had not even twitched. She had willingly allowed herself to be swallowed whole by the overwhelming torrent of ashification energy, a force so destructive it could vaporize mountains and hollow out cities in the blink of an eye. She's not even resisting. His voice trembled, spoken more to himself than to anyone else. A cold shiver crept down his spine. Even Renara, standing in stunned silence behind him, turned her gaze to the sky, eyes narrowing in alarm. "This isn't right," she muttered. "No one can just ignore a law of the destruction path like that." It was well known that laws of destruction were not to be trifled with. Take the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire, for example. They could only harness the law of corrosion because they were infused with Durgar's bloodline. Even then, even among the elite like the marshals, it required the burning of their very blood just to manifest a fraction of the law's power, granting them only a partial resistance to its effects. Even Durgar wielded the law with the utmost caution. And yet here this woman was, standing her ground against one of the most potent forms of destruction known to the multiverse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy continued surging skyward in a roaring blaze, so thick and dense it completely obscured the sky. No one could see what was happening within the inferno. But everyone felt the truth, the pressure had not lessened. The planetary barrier formed by Yuri still groaned under invisible weight, and the atmosphere still trembled. And above all, no one had heard a single cry of pain, not even a grunt. Whoosh! Then, in one thunderous gust, the ashification energy burst free from the planet's upper atmosphere, streaming out into the void of space like a solar flare unleashed by an angry god. It scattered into the abyss, targeting whatever unfortunate celestial bodies were in its path, turning them to ash with little more than a touch. And when the inferno had finally cleared, when the sky was visible once more, what had been hidden revealed itself. She was still there, the woman in the black dress, hovering in place, untouched, unharmed, unfazed. There was not even a burn mark on her clothes. She simply stood there, suspended in the sky as if she had never even been threatened, her cold, burning gaze locked on Robin like a divine judge awaiting a verdict. Robin's knees weakened. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. He took another unconscious step back. His body was beginning to understand something his mind still refused to believe. Even Renara looked shaken now. The woman's eyes narrowed, still burning with rage. But behind that fury was a flicker of something else, something more unsettling, surprise. Because something unexpected had occurred. The gravitational field Robin had unleashed earlier was not just defensive anymore. It was rising, slowly but surely pushing her away. It was supporting Yuri's dome from beneath, enhancing it, reinforcing it. She could feel it now. Her body was gradually being pushed backward, away from the planet's surface. The resistance was subtle at first, like a shift in wind, but rapidly growing stronger. And that was bad. Very bad. Traveling across the cosmic void physically, especially between sectors, was not a simple feat. Those in the Nexus state could use their energy to bend space, creating safe slipstreams through which they could travel. But she had not done that. She had shattered her way through space. She had forced open a breach violently, leaving behind no stable pathway to return through. And the space she had traversed was of a higher grade. Not the fragile, pliable space that blanketed a young world like Jura. This was old space. Tough space. Cosmic space that pushed back. The massive torrent of ashification energy she had unleashed earlier had been no ordinary attack. It had represented a huge portion of her remaining reserves. Had she condensed that power into a single targeted strike, perhaps she could have obliterated a portion of the continent below. Perhaps she could have forced that rodent to flee using his spatial law. And now, the energy remaining within her was a pale shadow of what she had spent. Barely enough to hold her ground. Slowly, the woman in the black dress turned her head. Her glowing eyes, sharp as daggers, scanned the void. She was looking, searching, for any nearby celestial object, a moon, a huge asteroid, something large enough to rest upon, somewhere she could fall back to, recover, and bathe in primordial chaos to restore herself. If she could find such a place, a few weeks of stillness would be enough to bring her strength back. And then, she would return. But if she chose to fight again now, she might not survive long enough to make it out of this sector. Her gaze drifted downward once more, and settled, unblinking, upon Robin. Would he truly remain where he stood, simply waiting for her return if she left for weeks? With an interloper of Renara's caliber involved, she would not be surprised in the slightest if that stubborn little rodent gathered his precious allies and fled into the middle belt. There, he would likely find sanctuary, perhaps even throw in his lot with one of the most terrifying enemies she could think of, a man who wielded the law of truth, the one who forged this magnificent empire in a mere 3 decades. No, she could not allow that to happen. This ends today. He would either kneel or perish. You're talented, rodent, she said coldly, her voice resonating with a dangerous kind of sincerity. I will grant you that. I could have used a follower like you, strong-willed, cunning, relentless. She paused. A hint of regret flickered in her eyes. Then it died. But what a waste, she whispered. And without another word, she extended a single finger toward the earth below. Fra! A dull gray radiance began to rise from her body, soft at first, like a dying ember. But within seconds, it intensified, flowing toward her fingertip. The same ashification energy she had unleashed earlier now condensed, tightened, until it took the shape of a spiked orb the size of a grown man's head. It pulsed like a cursed heart, vibrating with dense destructive intent. She was sacrificing almost a quarter of her remaining power, an act that would drastically lower her chances of survival if she were forced to flee today. But she did it anyway. Her voice was calm, barely audible. More like a death sentence than a command. Die. Shroom. The gray sphere erupted downward, punching a perfect hole through the planet's protective dome. It did not burn it. It did not tear it. It simply ignored it, as if it did not exist at all. Ah! Yuri shrieked in pain. Her spiritual construct was connected to that dome, it was part of her. And now, it had been pierced. The agony bled through her form, lighting her veins with fire. But somehow, through sheer willpower, she regained control. Clenching her fists and teeth at once, she patched the tear, rewebbing the barrier using everything she had left. Then she screamed down to Robin, "Robin, if that sphere touches the ground, half of the central continent will be erased. Do something." Robin froze. His pupils shrank. That woman, she still had access to this level of power? Had he misjudged her this badly? Had all his calculations, all his gambits, meant nothing? No time. He clenched both fists again, forcing down the creeping panic. Then, shing! The massive blue gravity field, the same one that had flung away the pillars of ashification energy earlier, compressed violently. He gathered it inward, focusing it into a dense point, a razor-thin disk of pure repulsion, honed like the edge of a god's blade. The gravitational force magnified tenfold. Now! Robin roared, lifting both arms high, directing the miniature gravity disk beneath the falling sphere, tilting it at a precise 45-degree angle. He did not plan to stop the sphere. He was not foolish. That much energy could no longer be stopped, not by him, not by anyone present. His only hope was to nudge it, divert it just enough to send it flying toward the sea, where its explosive force might be swallowed whole. High above, the woman's brows drew together slightly. She understood his intentions instantly, and indeed, she could feel it. The orb's descent slowed ever so slightly. Its trajectory began to tilt. The push of gravity was working, but she did not react. She did not need to, because that is what he always did he not? Delaying the inevitable. Holding back the collapse with threads and prayer. But not this time. Shroom! The sphere of gray spikes continued its descent, now slower, yes, and tilted, but still falling. It moved like a curse, cutting through the air, erasing everything in its path. Not vaporizing, not shattering, erasing, unmaking. Clouds, wind, particles, even the subtle threads of Jura's spatial fabric, they all turned to ash on contact and scattered. And for the first time ever, those on the ground did not feel an earthquake in the earth. They felt a quake in the sky. The heavens trembled. Ah! Robin howled. He gave everything, every drop of power. But it was not enough. His plan might have succeeded if the distance between him and that woman had been 10 times greater. But at this range, even with the tilt, even with the slowdown, the sphere's impact site was still directly above the imperial capital. And if it landed, there would be nothing left. Chapter 1208. GHHK. Robin's knee gave out with a violent tremble, nearly slamming him into the ground beneath him. The sheer force pressing down on his body felt like the heavens themselves had decided to squash him out of existence. The planet's gift was a phenomenon that defied logic. It was the result of a profound soul fusion, where the soul of the owner painstakingly refined the spirit of the planet itself. And yet, even though it was crafted from soul to spirit, Robin had long understood that the gift was not powered by soul force alone. No, this gift scaled with the total power of the one who bore it. For instance, take Renara. Even if she were a Nexus who never paid much attention to nurturing her soul, the gift she wielded would still rise to match her status as a Nexus. Its strength would reflect her level of existence. Now Robin, barely clinging to life, was in the worst possible condition. His energy reserves were almost entirely drained, and his internal state was devastated. Yet still, the planet's gift surged with the power of a low-tier world cataclysm, solely because his soul had reached that extraordinary level. But even that, was nothing in front of a genuine Nexus attack. No! Zara screamed with raw emotion, her voice splitting the air as panic overtook her. Richard, Caesar, and the others all dashed forward with every ounce of strength they could muster, pushing past fear and fatigue. They were not fools. They knew what was coming. They knew it with every heartbeat, every breath, and every ounce of their being. And none of them intended to let him fall alone. KKK. Robin, veins bulging and arms shaking like twigs in a storm, raised his trembling hands skyward. His entire frame looked like it was seconds away from collapse. Just for a heartbeat, his gaze flickered toward his children. There was no time for words, but his eyes carried a message no scream could ever match. Then he looked up, and screamed with everything left in his lungs, "How about a deal?" That got her attention. High above, Helen, the dark-robed woman, so calm, so cruel, tilted her head with faint amusement. A half-smile curled on her lips, sharp and mocking. "Oh," she said, her voice dripping with irony. "The man who mocked me for being impatient and foolish now wants to talk. And a deal, no less." She chuckled softly. "A little late for kneeling, don't you think?" Robin growled, his voice coated in defiance. "I kneel for no one, you arrogant, overconfident bitch." PFFH. He spat a bloody wad, barely able to stand anymore. "This is your final attack, isn't it? I can see it in your gaze. I can see it in how your body is swaying. You don't have enough left in you to create another move like this, at least not today." Helen's lips curled downward, her expression growing darker. "You filthy rodent. What makes you think I need another?" But Robin was not finished. Not even close. He spoke with urgency, voice hoarse, body trembling, yet there was clarity in his words. "Listen to me. I don't think I'll die today. If I manage to block this attack, then I win. But if I fall, then my children will give you everything. Everything I ever made, everything I ever touched. Then they'll dismantle the empire and vanish from your eyesight. In return, you walk away. You forget about them. No revenge. No purge. No war. Just leave them be. Is that a deal you're willing to accept?" Father, what are you saying? Caesar cried out, voice cracking with desperation. Tears streaked down his cheeks as the pressure crushed him flat to the earth. He couldn't even raise his head anymore. The gravity of that spiked gray orb had turned everything around them into a hellscape of paralysis. Do you honestly believe this attack was meant for you alone? Helen replied with cool indifference. When you die, they all die. I'm not going to stop it. She tilted her head again, studying him like an insect under glass. That's my burden to carry, Robin roared, blood running from his nose now. Do we have a deal or not? PFFFHHH. Another mouthful of blood sprayed to the ground. If you say no, then I swear, everything in the true beginning empire will die with me today. I'll burn it all down. I'll take every last one of my innovations with me. PFFFFF. That was the last straw. His body gave in. One knee slammed to the ground with a loud, painful crack. Silence. Helen looked down at him. Then slowly, she spoke. What a pity. Her voice was quieter now, almost thoughtful. It would have pleased me more if you had bent the knee for me. A real shame. Yet even as she mocked him, there was hesitation in her eyes. Calculation. She was still weighing his offer. Death was certain for him. That much she knew. But afterward, what then? She would have to face a horde of grieving, vengeful children. Unpredictable, wild, dangerous, and worst of all, emotionally driven. That sounded like a headache. Still, it was better than walking away from this with nothing. Besides, none of them could even move. The ground was swallowing them. Their faces were buried in dirt and blood. Once the attack struck, it would erase everything. Clean. Perfect. She raised her head slightly, a cruel smirk dancing on her lips. Fine, she said coldly. Whoever survives, I'll spare them. But only if they give me everything you've ever created, every idea you planted, every path you paved. Now go on, rodent. Show me how you plan to save this wretched city of yours. Ha, ha, hoo. Robin, panting heavily, leaned on one knee. A second. Two. He closed his eyes, recentered, focused. RRRRRGGHHHHHH. With a roar, he rose again. He forced his body up, one shaking leg at a time, blood dripping down his lips, chest heaving. You better not go back on your word. DSSSHHHHH. The two colossal pillars that held the very sky aloft, manifestations of pure soul force erected by Robin to halt Helen's monstrous descent, collapsed rapidly, crumbling like fragile tufts of wool in a violent storm. With Helen's oath that no further attack would follow, there remained no reason to keep the constructs in place. Hey. Robin let out a thunderous cry. Whoom, whoom. The blue sun shivered at his command, trembling as if alive. The celestial carpet that had been angled for strategic deflection now fully straightened, turning its entire force skyward, its flat face aimed squarely at the heavens. The shift in angle came with a terrifying price. The crushing weight of resistance doubled, tripled, then surged even higher. Robin's body groaned beneath it. From his golden eye, thick streams of blood burst forth, painting his cheek like war paint. But his agony didn't last forever. Bam! In a titanic surge, Robin's entire remaining soul force coalesced into a singular pillar, a single, monumental construct of soul force, 200,000 units strong. All of it focused, compacted, and anchored beneath the trembling carpet. KRRRKK. KRRRKK. The descent of the gray spiked sphere, now bathed in its own apocalyptic glow, slowed ever so slightly. But it was still falling. Its mass bore down on the world, and with every heartbeat, it drove the soul force pillar deeper into the earth, like a nail pounded into the planet's beating heart. Fwoosh! Behind Robin, a silver gateway burst open, his last connection to the depths of his soul. From it, he poured out the final remnants of his soul force, the last 30,000 precious units. They surged toward the pillar. When it was done, the gate closed on its own. There was nothing left in him. Not a single unit remained. Shoo-woo, shoo-woo. Wah! Renara's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The chains that had bound her suddenly unlatched, sucked away from her and drawn toward the towering soul construct. Her bindings fused into it, swelling its total power to a jaw-dropping 250,000 soul units. Robin didn't even glance her way. His mind focused on only one thing, stopping the unrelenting descent of Helen's final attack and fulfilling the wager. If he had just 30 more seconds, he would have shattered his soul domain into shards and created an entire web of soul anchors. But time was a luxury the world had burned away. And to the astonishment of all, the orb slowed even further. Renara forced herself upright, her strength barely holding. She opened her eyes wide, drinking in the sight before her, one that defied logic. In all her years, across centuries, through galaxies, in realms untouched by mortals, she had never witnessed anything like this. Even Helen, the woman clad in obsidian robes, found her arrogant smile faltering. Her lips tightened, her brows furrowed deeply. That blue carpet was not merely a platform of force. It was a paradox, a gravitational conduit, a membrane that projected overwhelming pressure while acting as a shield, ensuring the orb never made contact. Even now, the orb floated just above it, close, but never touching. If it ever did, the blue carpet would vanish. So, this is the gift of a galactic seed, she whispered, her voice laced with tension. Her fingers clenched instinctively, and she held them for a moment before forcing them open again. But none of that mattered. This slowing changed nothing. Damn it! Robin coughed up another violent splatter of blood, his body shaking as he stared up at the orb, now just meters away. It was falling. Slower than before, but it was still falling. Silence took the battlefield. All watched, frozen in terror. The final moment had come. Then, suddenly, Robin moved. He did something no one expected. Something no one dared to imagine. Nary. Thank you. Your duty ends here. With a flick of his hand, he dismissed the sun. The blue sun vanished. What? Both Renara and Helen screamed in unison. Boom. The absence of gravitational support meant the full impact of the destructive sphere now crashed down, right into the soul pillar. The pillar jolted, violently repelled upward, but not before serving its final purpose, to ensure the attack was not redirected downward. Robin stood below. Straight, unbroken, silent. His eyes drifted closed. Then, smiling softly, he let his gaze travel across the city, to the faces he knew, the ones he had loved, protected, and laughed with, the faces of his legacy. It was a good journey, a good journey. Then he looked upward once more. His body shimmered with green, and with a final breath, he whispered, "Evergreen, your turn has come." Chapter 1209. Robin exhaled slowly, the breath leaving his lungs like the final calm before a storm. His voice came out soft, yet resolute, like a quiet command to the world itself. "Evergreen, it's your turn." Finally, the voice of Evergreen burst out from deep within his soul, excited, eager, practically trembling with anticipation. At long last, they'll all witness what it truly means to bear the gift of a fundamental law. Her tone was so jubilant, so full of burning purpose, that Robin's eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise. Even in a moment like this, she sounded excited. Did she not realize the severity of their predicament? Or was her trust in him truly so absolute, so unwavering, that fear no longer held any meaning? From the center of Robin's soul domain, a tiny orb of green light shimmered into existence. It rose gracefully, drifting upward like a candle flame on the wind. With each passing moment, it grew, swelling in brilliance, gaining mass and majesty, until it became a blazing green sun high above. And then, it began to rain. Gentle droplets of emerald liquid descended from the sky, each one light as air yet thrumming with overwhelming energy. The droplets landed on Robin, vanishing instantly into his skin, merging with him seamlessly as though they had always belonged. All across the imperial capital, within the Grand Plaza and beyond it, countless eyes struggled to lift toward the sky. It was difficult, even breathing felt like a trial beneath the pressure of the descending doomsday sphere. But when they saw the green sun, they felt it. A change. Unlike the oppressive might of the blue sun that had come before, this one did not weigh down on their souls. It soothed them, embraced them. Its warmth spread through their bodies like rivers of calm. Some gasped as they felt the pressure ease, even if just slightly. A wave of hope, soft but undeniable, began to bloom across the battlefield. Under the gentle emerald rain, a new transformation began. A golden shimmer began to rise from beneath his skin. It grew and thickened, wrapping around his body in cascading waves, until it formed a resplendent royal cloak, flowing and regal. Golden boots took shape beneath his feet, crafted with the dignity of an emperor. A delicate, translucent hood, like spun sunlight, settled upon his head, veiling his face in sovereign majesty. Then, from beneath the golden cloak, his chest ignited. A pulse, deep green and vibrant, burst outward, beating like a second heart. With every thrum, it grew darker, more intense, until finally, a wave of green energy exploded around him. It roared to life, wrapping around his cloak like emerald fire, each flare crackling with barely contained power. Robin stood still amidst it all, bathed in light, transformed into something more than mortal. In that moment, in that sacred heartbeat of time, he was the most battle-ready he had ever been. "What are you doing?" Evergreen's voice returned, now urgent and confused. "Why are you burning your life force now?" "Because," Robin spoke softly, barely louder than the wind, "I may not get another chance." He smiled faintly, then turned his gaze upward, toward the black-dressed woman suspended high above. "Let's hope you keep your promise." He exhaled slowly, then closed his eyes. He didn't wait for her reply. Far above, the woman furrowed her brow. She examined the arrogant golden-green beetle with disgust. Then hurry and begee. Boom! Robin opened his eyes again, and the world, the very fabric of reality itself, changed. Colors drained away. Light and shadow flattened into endless shades of gray. Time halted. The world was now monochrome, suspended in a spacetime so warped that even motion itself became a whisper of a dream. "Let's hope this works as planned." Robin clenched his jaw, then launched forward in a blur of motion toward the descending gray spike sphere, the very embodiment of planetary extinction. His sprint wasn't about speed. Thanks to his recent breakthrough in his understanding of the master law of spacetime, he could now sustain this frozen moment, this monochrome world, for long enough to act. Whether he moved swiftly or slowly didn't matter. He surged forward simply to conserve energy, to focus every ounce of his power into what was to come. Robin's brow tightened as he approached the sphere. The area around it was seething with violent distortions, ripples in the monochrome fabric that twisted and bled outward. He could feel it in his bones. The time he had in this frozen world would be cut in half. But he didn't question it. After all, this attack was forged from a sixth-rank fundamental law, and he was trying to contain it with a third-rank sovereign law. Only the miracle of his recent insight, gained during his confrontation with Bythor, made any of this even remotely possible. With a sense of urgency, Robin looked up, toward the black-cloaked woman once more. He needed to know, how did the monochrome world affect someone in the Nexus state? Was she immune to time's grasp? And then, he saw it. Massive ripples rolled through the frozen world around her. Her lips moved. Slowly. Still mid-sentence. She was the first person he had ever seen able to move at all while the monochrome world was active. But it didn't matter. The ability still held. Robin exhaled a long, relieved sigh, a heavy weight lifting slightly off his chest. Now, at the very least, he had confirmation his monochrome world ability could indeed assist him even when facing someone in the Nexus state. That alone was a monumental discovery. However, deep down, Robin knew, just freezing everything wouldn't be enough. Even if time stood still, he couldn't actually kill her. He lacked the raw destructive power needed to strike her down. Moreover, if the woman in the black dress sensed the slightest anomaly, just the tiniest disturbance, she could unleash her terrifying aura, one that could annihilate the monochrome world instantly, like wiping dust off a table. It was the exact same dilemma he had faced when confronting Pythor before. Yes, he could freeze her in time. Yes, he could slow the world to a crawl. But what then? Escape? Flee with his children? A fantasy at best. Spatial portals, the only means of true escape, wouldn't function inside the monochrome world, and running anywhere else across the planet would be futile. She could simply erase the planet from existence if she desired and pluck him out of hiding like a wolf sniffing out prey. Robin shook his head firmly, clearing the creeping doubts from his mind, and focused his gaze upward once again, at the monstrous calamity descending. There was no running, there was no hiding, there was only one path, to face it head on. He clenched his fist, hardening his will, then slowly extended his finger in front of him. He pointed directly at the space around the gray spiked sphere. The entire turbulent zone, where even the fabric of the monochrome world wavered, became his target. And then, a subtle, almost inaudible sound of tearing fabric filled his ears. Robin alone heard it. That marked area became outlined in pure black, as if someone had taken an ink-drenched brush and slashed across the canvas of reality itself. It was the same technique he'd used against Pythor, tearing the world apart. But that time, it had been almost accidental, an act of desperation. Today, it was deliberate, controlled, intentional. Back then, he had nearly exhausted his entire being just to shove the torn space a few meters, creating a void, a true void so deep and profound it couldn't even be compared to interstellar space. But today's challenge was on an entirely different level. He only had 23 solid energy foundations remaining, pitiful reserves compared to what he needed. And even if he could banish the attack into a pocket dimension, there was no guarantee it would hold. But, Robin smiled faintly. That was never his plan to begin with. Now, with the torn fragment of space clutched tightly in his right hand, Robin turned his body westward, facing the distant ocean that lay beyond the horizon. He clenched his right fist firmly, and pulled with all his might. The monochrome world twisted and shifted once again. The imperial capital's scenery, its towering structures, the distant mountains, the endless crowds, all vanished. In their place emerged a vast, endless ocean, its waters rippling under an eerily still gray sky. Without hesitation, Robin raised his left hand, slicing through the air again with a sharp finger. He cut out a piece of this new scene, one that matched the size of the piece he had torn earlier. Now, holding a piece of the capital in his right and a piece of the ocean in his left, Robin prepared himself. He cast a final glance downward, at the people he loved, at the friends and strangers he had sworn to protect, at the world he had fought so hard for. A soft, almost bittersweet smile formed on his lips. Then, he lifted his head proudly and whispered into the stillness, "Replace." Boom! The world shuddered. "And die, you filthy rat. You're not even worth." The woman in the black dress, moments away from delivering her final, cruel taunt, suddenly faltered. Something wasn't right. The scene before her had shifted. Robin was gone. The monstrous attack that had been consuming the soul-forged pillar was gone. In their place, a bewildered seabird, flapping its wings in confused panic. What the hell? Zara, Richard, and the others stared, their mouths agape, their voices frozen in their throats. The figure they had been watching, their father, their leader, their hero, had vanished. And the overwhelming pressure that had been crushing them to the ground was gone as well. What's going on? Where's father? Did anyone see what happened? He couldn't have just vanished, there must be. Boom. At that moment, everyone turned their heads sharply toward the west. Chapter 12:10. A few seconds earlier, inside the monochrome world, Robin released a long, heavy breath, one that had the weight of deep contemplation and quiet resolve. He knew, with absolute clarity, that everything he had done up to this point had not cost him anything he would truly mourn. Maybe he had burned through the life force he had deliberately ignited before the operation began. Maybe he had exhausted what little remained of his solid energy foundation. But none of that mattered now. What comes next, that is what would decide everything. That is what would determine whether this gamble was brilliance or suicide. "Replace," he murmured, almost like a prayer. In the very next breath, Robin found himself suspended above the boundless expanse of the western sea. The salty wind slapped against his face, but it brought no comfort. His left hand was now empty again, released from the weight it had held only moments ago. But his right hand was still bound, still stuck, gripping something that refused to let go. What the? His expression twisted into an unnatural mix of relief and terror. Relief, because his insane plan had actually worked. The torn piece of distorted space had been successfully replaced and transferred to this remote location, just as he had intended. The imperial capital was safe, for now. But the terror came from the horrifying realization that he had been dragged into that distorted space along with it. Stay calm, this was always a possibility, he reminded himself, forcing composure into his thoughts as he clutched his chest with his free hand. When Robin first devised this desperate strategy, he had accounted for this exact outcome. He knew that getting so close to an attack as refined and overwhelmingly destructive as the nature annihilation sphere, especially within such a violently unstable spatial zone, might have consequences. In fact, having only his arm trapped might be considered a miraculous blessing. He furrowed his brows, sweat dripping down his temple despite the chilled air around him. There was no time to waste. He quickly raised his left hand, fingers forming a blade stance. He still had 3 possible choices, but only one realistic window to act. The first, and arguably the safest, was to sever his own right arm at the shoulder, detaching himself from the sphere before the monochrome world dissipated and return time to its natural flow. So long as he acted fast, he could escape and preserve the success of the operation. Swoosh! With a deep, sharp breath, Robin brought down his left hand with all the focus and force he could gather, aiming to cut clean through his own shoulder. His mind narrowed into a razor edge, every ounce of his being focused on that one perfect strike. But just before his hand made contact, Fung! A massive pulse of chaotic energy rippled out from the nature annihilation sphere, like a scream from the fabric of reality itself. Oh no, no! Robin shouted in horror. In that very moment, the world snapped back, color returned, time resumed, motion exploded back into reality. And Robin, now fully bound by gravity again, was thrown into a freefall, spiraling toward the ocean below, right beside the nature annihilation sphere. If I had just one more second. Just one. Arg! The gray, spiked sphere, the same one that had nearly brought the entire imperial capital to its knees while it was still in the sky, the same one that had made the entire planet Jura tremble as it approached from the upper atmosphere, was now hovering less than a meter away from him. Shush! The ocean below him began to sizzle violently, thick clouds of gray steam rising as the sphere's destructive aura began to incinerate the very surface of the sea. The waters themselves seemed to recoil, parting forcefully as if the sea was trying to run from its own death. A chasm opened where the sphere hovered, revealing the seafloor in the distance, as if even the depths of the world wanted no part in this apocalypse. Shush! The protective life force cloak Robin had wrapped around himself back in the city vaporized instantly, disintegrated into dust and ash within a single heartbeat. Underneath it, his golden cloak was now beginning to corrode. But it was not gone yet. It was holding. It was buying him time. Time to move. Time to escape. Time to survive. Arg! Gritting his teeth, body racked with pain and mind nearly blank from the pressure, Robin summoned every last shred of willpower. With his left arm, he slashed fiercely at the space beside him, hoping to tear open the dimensional veil to create a rift he could use as an emergency exit. He did not know where it would lead. He did not care. He just needed to get away. What? Robin let out a sharp cry, his voice full of panic and disbelief, as he watched the space around him remain completely unaffected. No ripple. No distortion. Not even the faintest reaction to his command. He gritted his teeth and tried again. Then again. A third time, still nothing. Absolutely no response. It was as if the laws of the universe had turned their back on him. With a hand trembling from pain and dwindling strength, Robin pressed it firmly against his chest, desperate to feel even a flicker of power within. Back in the city, he burned everything with no limits to use as fuel for the spacetime exchange move. And now, he had left precisely 1% of his life force within his life artery. Evergreen. She had predicted this moment. She had anticipated that he would reach the edge, and before his death could come, she had shut off that final stream of energy, locking away his last hope of staying alive after this madness. Robin's breath grew shallow. A dreadful thought surged in his mind. He needed confirmation. His consciousness dove into the energy gathering center, and what he found there was nothing short of heartbreaking. There was only a single solid foundation left. The first level, basic, insignificant, something even a child of 5 years could cultivate within weeks. The rest was gone. Now, no matter how he looked at it, the conclusion was clear: he had nothing left. Not enough power to activate even a minor spatial law, much less the major one. Not enough to fly, not enough to escape, not even enough to survive the fall to the ocean's surface, assuming he even made it that far. Arg! A guttural scream tore from his throat as the golden robe that once protected him now began to crumble, disintegrating into ash with increasing speed. The intense pressure from the nature-annihilating attack was too much. If not for the fourth stage body-strengthening divine tattoo etched deep into his bones and flesh, his body would have already been smashed to pulp, a gruesome mess of blood and shattered bone. From the moment he completed the exchange up until now, only a few seconds had passed in real time. But for Robin, it felt like he had endured an eternity, every second stretching like a lifetime of agony and survival. Now, there was no other path. No tricks. No backup plans. Only the third option remained. Arg! Robin screamed again, louder this time, putting the last remnants of his soul into that cry. His eyes, blood-red and stinging with pain, opened wide, gazing at his own failing body. His once radiant golden robe had almost completely vanished from his arms and legs. And then, whoa! In that moment, he saw it. The golden robe fully disappeared from all 4 limbs. And then, it began. His limbs, his arms and legs, started to crumble. His skin disintegrated. His muscles peeled away into nothing. His bones turned to ash. All 4 limbs began vanishing at an alarming rate. In mere fractions of a second, his hands were gone to the elbows, his legs to the knees. And yet, the pain he felt was different. It was not the bone-grinding, soul-tearing pain that made him want to scream until his lungs collapsed. It was oddly warm, like slowly sinking into a calm bath of heated water, as if the agony of annihilation had become a soft whisper. Whoosh! Still falling, still tumbling through the air, Robin's bleeding, exhausted eyes began to close. His body was numb, his will fading. But then, no! He roared with what little voice remained in his broken throat. Evergreen. From deep within his soul domain, her voice came back, soft yet swift. There is no need to worry. And then, the green sun inside him erupted into action. A downpour of healing energy surged out of it, raining down over his disintegrating body like 1,000 rays of light. Shush! Regeneration. Renewal. Restoration. It had finally awakened, the gift of Greenland. Piece by piece, every limb that vanished was reborn, rebuilt in a flash before his eyes. His flesh reformed. His bones took shape, and over them, the golden robe began to reweave itself once more. Robin's heart pounded, harder than it had in years. But even amidst this miracle, he noticed something terrifying. The speed of restoration was slower than the speed of annihilation. For every 2 parts of his body that vanished, only one could be instantly rebuilt. But even so, it was enough to buy him time. The golden cloak's reappearance granted him precious seconds. This was the true power of the Greenland gift, instantaneous physical regeneration. It did not restore energy. It did not refill life force. It only protected his body. A power similar to Python's gift, but with one key difference: instead of liquefying into jelly, he kept his form. As long as his body remained alive, it could be rebuilt no matter how often it was torn apart. However, just like Pythor, there were 4 sacred zones he absolutely had to protect: his soul domain, his energy gathering center, his heart, and his life artery. If any of those were lost, he would never be able to recover. Robin remembered when he was first told of this gift. He had despised it. Why? Because it was a gift meant for suffering. It did not protect him from harm, it only rebuilt his body after he felt the pain. Every wound, every tear, every dismemberment, he would feel it all. Then the gift would heal him, only to let him feel it again. It was not a blessing. It was a cruel cycle of resurrection. But now, he finally saw its true value. I must get away from here. He gasped, his voice hoarse and wet with blood. Streams of red poured from his mouth, his eyes, even his ears. The Greenland gift could not hold forever. Within mere seconds, the creeping annihilation would reach his energy gathering center, his navel. That would mean the end. Shush! Ha! Something changed. Robin sensed it. A shift in the air, an approaching climax. He turned his gaze downward, where the shadows grew heavier and the ocean bed grew closer. He and the gray-spiked sphere had nearly reached the bottom of the sea. They were mere meters away from a full-force impact with the ocean floor. And when that happened, an explosion of unspeakable energy would be unleashed. 3 seconds. That is all he had. This is it, Robin whispered to himself. That collision would break the descent, end the free fall. And in that moment of impact, he would either find a way to escape or be obliterated completely. Robin spat out another mouthful of blood. He did not waste another thought. He made his choice instantly. He called back all the remaining strength of the golden cloak, pulling it from his arms, legs, and torso, and focused it entirely around his 4 vital points. Then, he shut his eyes. Chapter 12:11. A few seconds earlier, the imperial capital. Father. The cries that had been trapped in trembling throats finally erupted with raw desperation, but the man they were calling for had vanished. Father. Where did he go? Richard, Zara, Caesar, Billy, and all those who held Robin close to their hearts were struck by a sudden wave of panic. One moment he had been right there, surrounded by blinding light and looming death, the next, he was gone. Utterly gone. They looked around in all directions, eyes wide with disbelief, as if refusing to accept what they had just seen. Then, instinct kicked in. Whoosh! They bolted toward the central platform with every ounce of speed they could muster. What happened? Where is he? What just happened? Robin. Father. Spread out. Search every inch of the city, trace even the faintest sign of His Excellency. Don't let a single clue escape. Panic turned to urgency. The group erupted into action, shouting commands, flooding the city with their soul senses like a net cast to catch a falling star. They moved like people possessed, not with calm logic, but the chaotic desperation of someone searching for a lost child in a burning building. None of them, not even for a heartbeat, paused to question why the overwhelming pressure that had nearly crushed them all moments ago had suddenly lifted. Their minds had shut out every other possibility. All they cared about was finding Robin. ZZZHN. Sakar's face turned grim as he unleashed a flood of underworld daisies, spectral blossoms flaring to life and dispersing across the capital, searching tirelessly for even the weakest trace of Robin's soul presence. Amon growled and leapt off in a blur, chasing after faint scent trails with inhuman sharpness, determined to help in any way he could, anything that might lead them to the Lord. Rhaenyra's eyes widened as she lifted her head, scanning not for Robin, but for the attack. Even though her body was drained, she hadn't lost her trained gaze, the analytical instinct of a veteran who had survived the most dangerous realms. That had been no ordinary strike. No deception. No trickery. It was a planet-crushing, extinction-level assault, meant to erase everything in its path. So the question was, where had it gone? And more importantly, where had Robin gone with it? Meanwhile, Arrow, Halak, and the other members of Robin's wider following, those not bound to him by emotion, but by cause, began piecing things together more logically. Burton, where are you? Halak muttered, standing tall as his sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. His eyes narrowed. That man isn't the type to die quietly. He's far too stubborn to vanish like that. Something's off. It was her. Arrow's voice was quiet, nearly lost in the storm of voices. Only a few nearby caught his words. That woman. She did something. Her attack disappeared the same instant His Excellency vanished. It's not a coincidence. Are you seriously still calling him His Excellency? You can't be that delusional. Servan's voice cracked as he clenched his jaw. There's no surviving a hit like that. It's over. Everything's over. The Third Army's dreams? Gone. Now we're nothing but pawns on a board where our lives depend on whether Her Holiness keeps her promise and whether those reckless children are willing to follow orders. Her Holiness. Arrow furrowed his brows for a moment, then his eyes went wide. Right. She's the overlord of the Great Serpent Empire. He turned sharply, eyes burning with a sudden idea. Can't we contact her? Maybe we can still salvage something. As long as Richard, His Excellency's son, is still alive, I could rally under him. We could negotiate. Work with her. There's still a future. And then, a voice exploded across the capital like a thunderclap from below. You stupid, clueless bitch above. If anything happens to my father, forget taking a single damn drop of our resources or knowledge. If he lives, we live. If he dies, everything dies with him. And I'll make damn sure of it, myself. It was Caesar. Tears streamed down his red-stained face, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His voice shook the air, but his words were sharper than any blade. Every single syllable came from the depths of his soul, and no one dared to doubt him. Everyone nearby stopped, held their breath, and then, slowly, turned their eyes upward, waiting, bracing themselves for the wrath of the sky. Would she strike them down next? But the woman in black didn't even flinch. Her gaze remained locked toward the west, unmoved by the threat, unmoved by the roar from below. And with that, realization settled over them like fog. They were still alive, for now. Arrow exhaled and lowered his head slightly, muttering to himself with a bitter half-smile, forget it. Those kids, they inherited their father's stubbornness. We're screwed. Honestly, I still believe there might be a chance, Harrows murmured in a hushed tone, his voice so low it was almost lost to the wind. There was a strange weight to his words, as though even he didn't fully believe what he was saying, but he needed to say it anyway. I was there. I was present when they submitted the final report from the army that fought in the Greenland campaign. I remember it vividly. They said something happened when His Excellency arrived. Something beyond explanation. Something surreal. A stillness fell over the group as his words took hold, drawing attention even from those who had already given up hope. They said the mothership's main cannon had been fully charged and was aimed directly at him. Marshal Lantow was laughing in his face, mocking him with that twisted grin of his. They thought it was over, and then, in the blink of an eye, the entire mothership shifted. It turned. It fired, but not at him. Instead, it obliterated almost a quarter of its own fleet. They heard the marshal's screams echo through the air, and by the time anyone reached him, he had bitten through his tongue and lay twitching in agony, blood gushing down his throat. Harrow's expression darkened as he lowered his voice further. They said it was like the world itself glitched. Reality warped for a moment. Everything twisted. No one could explain it. It was as though time bent around him. You're seriously suggesting Robin Burton did that? Sir Vaughn snapped, his tone sharp and incredulous. You're telling me he just pulled off some magical trick? That he survived an attack from a being in a nexus state? We all felt that sphere coming. It was the embodiment of annihilation. Stop talking nonsense, Harrows. To survive a strike from someone who had achieved transcendence, to not only survive but possibly redirect it? This was sheer madness. You're talking as if he's not just alive, but that he manipulated that? Are you hearing yourself? But Harrows didn't back down. His eyes held onto a flicker of faith, no matter how fragile it was. Richard! A sudden roar cut through the tension, piercing the air like a blade. It was Peon, his voice rough with emotion, as he turned toward his brother. What are you doing, just standing there? You're the owner of the planet. Channel the planetary spirit, use it to search for father. The planetary spirit. Richard froze. He had been unleashing soul needles across the land, but now his eyes widened as realization struck him. He spun toward Yuri, the ethereal embodiment of the world itself. Yuri, where is my father? Find him, bring him back, right now. Ugh. Yuri's expression twisted with hesitation. She glanced downward, then upward toward the figure looming above, the woman clad in a black dress. Her power pressed down like the weight of mountains. Then she looked back at Richard, her face pleading, her eyes silently begging him to reconsider. The woman above was still exerting terrifying pressure against the planet's core defenses. The celestial dome Yuri had summoned, the absolute pinnacle of what she could manifest, was cracking under the strain. She was giving everything just to keep it intact, but even that was barely enough to hold. And yet, Richard didn't care. Yuri, I don't care about your limits or your fears. I am commanding you, do it. Even if this entire planet dies, I need to see him. Just one last time. One final look. His voice was raw, hoarse from screaming, and drenched in pain. His soul burned with regret and rage, still haunted by what happened to his mother. He refused to let it happen again. Even if his father was dead, he would find his body. He would bury him, or he would die at his side. Boom! A colossal explosion suddenly erupted from the west, shaking the heavens and rattling the ground. Every heart stopped. Every soul froze. Even the wind fell silent. This time, it wasn't the weight of divine pressure pinning them down. It was fear. Their bodies refused to move. Their instincts screamed at them to run, but they couldn't. They were frozen in place by something far deeper than magic, pure, existential terror. Jury 8th. Richard screamed again, his throat shredding from the force, his chest heaving. I'm on it. Yuri snapped to attention, her fear temporarily overridden by duty. I found him. I have his coordinates, returning him to his original location. Brace yourselves. Whoosh. With a wave of her translucent hand, she bent the world for just a second, and brought the target back to the platform in a blinding flash of light. Eek. She immediately recoiled, resuming her focus on the defensive barrier, half expecting the woman above to strike. Her body trembled. Her essence screamed. She prepared herself for disaster. But then, nothing happened. The shield was still holding. A few extra cracks had formed, but that was all. She didn't strike. Yuri's wide, frightened eyes slowly lifted. The woman in black wasn't attacking. She was staring, Her gaze was locked onto the center of the platform, her eyes stretched so wide they looked ready to pop from her skull. Her mouth was open, lips parted in a stunned, disbelieving whisper. Impossible. Impossible. She repeated it again and again, as if trying to convince herself it wasn't real. But she wasn't alone. The entire city had fallen into dead silence. Even Yuri, who had just summoned Robin back, couldn't hear the sound of anyone calling out to him. It was like the entire world had forgotten how to speak. What's going on down there? Yuri hesitated. Slowly, cautiously, she turned her gaze downward, toward the platform. And when she saw what stood there, she, too, fell completely silent. Chapter 12:12. Bah! F.A. Father. The instant Richard's feet touched the platform, his entire body collapsed as if the very concept of strength had abandoned him. His knees slammed to the floor with a dull, lifeless thud. He didn't even flinch. His hands trembled uncontrollably, eyes wide and vacant, mouth slightly open but no words emerging. His mind could not, would not, process the horror he was seeing. Ah! Zara's scream pierced the air like shattered glass. It was shrill, raw, and full of utter disbelief. Before anyone could catch her, her body slumped over, unconscious, completely overtaken by grief. Theo, Billy, Amon, every companion who had fought beside Robin, every soul who had ever trusted him, every comrade who had seen him as invincible, all of them sprinted toward the platform like people possessed. And then they stopped. Mid-step, mid-breath, mid-heartbeat. Even Halak, the ancient, unshakable warlord who had laughed through battles that turned cities into ash, took a step backward. His eyes darted across the skies. For the first time in lifetimes, he wasn't grinning. For the first time, Halak was afraid. Because what Yuri had returned to the platform was not a man. It wasn't even a body. It was remnants. There, lying in a silent, grotesque stillness, was a brain, stripped of its skull, bare, glistening, pink-gray matter exposed to the air. No bone, no skin, no face. A single heavily damaged spinal cord dangled from the brain's base, its nerves frayed and torn, like the last threads of a fraying rope. At the end of that cord, where the navel should be, was a bizarre organ, twisted, unrecognizable, a malformed replacement where his pelvis should have been. It was unclear whether it was even human anymore. From the brain stretched a faint, almost invisible artery, connecting directly to a heart. That was all. Linked by a frail spinal cord, shrouded in a fragile golden aura, battered and cracked. This was what Yuri had brought back. Father. Richard's cry rang out like a blade through silence. Without a second thought, he slammed his hands onto the remnants and poured his life essence into them, desperate to flood the fragments with healing, with warmth, with hope. There had to be something, anything, left to revive. Some spark of will, some faint heartbeat buried deep in that twisted ruin. Oh no. Arrow, who had still clung to a sliver of hope after Harrow's cryptic words, now buried his face in his hands. Despair consumed him. There was no miracle. There was no escape. Only devastation. Only one man stood still among the broken. Only one did not scream, or cry, or gasp. Caesar. He was frozen, absolutely motionless. His eyes locked onto the exposed brain of his father, and for a long moment, his face showed nothing. But then, slowly, something else surfaced, a fury so cold it burned. It wasn't loud. It didn't roar. It seethed. His skin began to lose its color, fading rapidly into a frosted pallor as if every cell was freezing from the inside out. He stared at the remains for 2 full seconds, silent, unmoving. Then, at last, he turned away. And with military precision, he raised his hand into a final salute. To all of you, serving with you has been the greatest honor of my life. Every moment, every battle, every bond, I will carry it with me. From this moment forward, command falls to Richard. Then Sakar. Then Peon. Then Theo. After that, you're free to choose your own path. Farewell. What? Wait. Some on the platform barely managed to react, their minds still reeling from shock. But it was too late. Swoosh. Caesar shot into the sky like a meteor, and a waterfall of black flames exploded from his body. Shwela. People dropped to their knees. Their souls cried out. 6%, 8%, 10%. Caesar raised his gaze skyward, his eyes now glowing pure, dull white. In his hand materialized the dark halberd. He cried, 1 hour, I will be taking at least 1 hour of your life today. Face me if you dare, bitch. 11%, 12%, 13%. Caesar. Look here. At that very moment, a thunderous cry tore through the silence below. It was Richard's voice. A single shout that echoed across nearly a quarter of the planet, slicing through the atmosphere like a blade forged from grief and hope. Even Caesar, consumed by his rising fury and unconscious power, was forced to pause. He blinked, turned, and looked down. His gaze followed the line where Richard's trembling hand pointed. What do you want? I'm about to, what? And then he saw it. What Caesar witnessed stole the breath from his lungs. Below, at the very center of the platform, surrounded by generals, kin, and the stunned masses, were the shattered remains of Robin. But now, something impossible was unfolding before their eyes. The scratches that marred all golden body parts, wounds so deep they symbolized complete destruction, were now vanishing. All of them, except one. The largest wound, a deep gash along the exposed brain, still lingered, but even that was healing. Slowly, visibly, undeniably. No, this can't be real, Caesar murmured, his voice barely audible as his pupils shrank. And then, whoosh, A massive, blazing green object pierced the horizon from the west, traveling at a velocity that made even seasoned warriors feel time slow. FWA. In a single heartbeat, it hovered high above the capital, a colossal, living star of green flame. It was the Greenland sun, that same celestial force which had pursued Robin across skies, continents, and dimensions. And now, it had returned. TSH. And then, it began to rain. Drip, drip, drip. Gentle, radiant green droplets began falling from the great star, descending like tears from the universe itself. Each droplet shimmered, pulsing with raw energy, divine, pure, and filled with something that transcended mortal comprehension. They fell upon the golden remnants. And then, TZ. The final wound on the brain began to heal, not slowly this time, but with blinding speed, as if the very laws of biology had been rewritten. Everyone, get back. Something's happening. Richard's voice cracked with urgency as he sprang to his feet, using every ounce of strength to pull his uncle, the generals, and anyone nearby away from the center. His face was illuminated, not by light, but by hope. TZ. And then, suddenly, the gash across the brain sealed completely. Silence. Heavy. Suspended. Time itself seemed to freeze. Then, TZ. Bones began to emerge. A skull took shape from the light, forming with surgical precision. The spinal cord regenerated, nerves and tissue forming like rivers of life. Vertebrae stacked into place with bone, then muscle, then skin. In an instant, a ribcage erupted into form. Lungs, heart, liver, organs bloomed between the bones like seeds returning to soil. The arms and legs came next, molded from nothingness. Muscles flexed as fingers grew, each digit gaining flesh, detail, and identity, until even the fingerprints had returned. What had once been scattered fragments, mere remnants of a soul, was now becoming a whole, living body. Robin. Tens of thousands stood in stunned silence, unable to speak. Above them, the woman in black, her once cold eyes now wide, stupefied. Even Yuri, the spirit of the planet, stood motionless, her body trembling. Below, Reyna had forced her way through the crowd. She stood at Robin's side, breathless, witnessing something sacred. And then, amidst all of it, Robin's eyelids twitched. Erg. He groaned. A low, tired sound, like a man waking from a dream that had nearly killed him. Slowly, deliberately, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was not the sky, nor the faces around him. It was the blinding green light of the Greenland sun, still glowing above him like a watchful god. He squinted. Tisk, tisk, still here? Get back already, I can't take another hit anyway. His voice was dry, sarcastic, but alive. He raised a hand, shaky but deliberate, and with a simple motion, the massive green sun began to shrink. Smaller, smaller still, until it became the size of a single grape, then floated forward and vanished into his forehead. Heh, Robin chuckled, then winced. He closed his eyes, gently rubbing his brow. Tisk, tisk, I guess rebuilding a body from scratch gives a bad headache. Then he looked up again, finally taking in the world around him. His brows furrowed. I need to get back to the, He paused. His eyes moved across the crowd. Across Caesar, Reyna, Richard, Yuri, the generals, the soldiers, the civilians, all of them staring at him in silent disbelief. All of you, why are you here? He tilted his head slightly. And why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 12:13. Why are you all looking at me like that? Robin's voice, though calm, carried a deep confusion. His eyes drifted slowly from face to face, scanning the people surrounding him. He blinked once, twice, trying to process. This couldn't be. He had been so sure, so absolutely certain, that if he ever opened his eyes again, it would be on the shores of a lonely island. Perhaps his remains would drift somewhere in the Western Ocean. But no, he was back on the coronation platform. He looked around once more. The scene hadn't changed. Dozens of familiar faces formed a tight circle around him, people he knew, people who had walked through blood and fire beside him. And beyond them, countless others. It wasn't just those nearby, he could feel them. Hundreds of thousands, maybe more, their eyes locked onto him. Their hearts hammering, their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. It was as if time itself had stopped. As if the world had taken a breath, and forgotten how to exhale. Even the tiny bird that was transported from the western sea by a twist of fate stood still on a railing nearby, its little beak open, its head tilted slightly, watching Robin with the same awe and confusion as everyone else. And then, a voice echoed, but not from the world around him. It came from within. His soul domain erupted with sound. Ha 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 ha. You did it, Evergreen. You actually pulled it off. Your gift, it saved our owner's life. The booming voice belonged to none other than Neri, of course. I told you. I told all of you, my gift is the best. Evergreen's high-pitched, gleeful scream rang out like a bell. She was losing her mind, running wild circles around Neri like a child who had just proven the impossible. Ever since the day Robin had dismissed her divine gift, saying it helped torture more than heal, she had been quietly resentful. But now she felt vindicated. This is what a true gift looks like. Haha, choke on that, Robin, eat every last word. Neri's giggling stopped. Oh, so now you're mocking my gift, are you? Come here. With a loud snap, Neri lunged and grabbed Evergreen by the horns, tackling her to the floor. Robin, still overwhelmed by the emotions of his surroundings, sighed and shook his head lightly. He cut the link to his soul domain. He didn't want to hear Evergreen's screams of victory, not yet. Back in the real world, a shaky voice called out, barely above a whisper. Your Excellency, is that truly you? Father. The words rang like thunder across the silent stage. People slowly began emerging from their trance. Their eyes widened further, breaths growing uneven. They had all seen him die. But now, this aura. This presence, this undeniable life force. There was no mistake. It was him, Robin. And yet, despite the overwhelming truth presented to their eyes and senses, the logical part of their brains, that instinctive reason, kept screaming, "This is impossible." Then, a flare of energy from above. Caesar descended. He floated down slowly at first, a black fire still crackling faintly across his body. But that fire dimmed. His descent grew faster, more intense. His body was trembling. His face locked in a chaotic mix of disbelief and relief. And then, the tears came. Those elusive, long-withheld tears. The ones that had refused to fall when he believed his father gone forever. Now they poured freely. "Haha, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't leave us that easily, you old bastard." His voice was hoarse, half laugh, half sob. "You scared the hell out of us." Robin looked up and saw Caesar, rocketing down like a meteor of emotion. His confusion turned to panic instantly. "No, wait, stop. Stop. Don't come closer." But Caesar didn't stop. He didn't even seem to hear him. Faster and faster he came. And then, bam! A sudden punch, fast as lightning, crashed into Caesar's face with brutal precision. He didn't even register it before his body was launched sideways like a ragdoll, slamming into one of the giant towers of the Capitol. Crackum! A moment later, Caesar's angry roar echoed from the rubble. "Who the hell?" He rose from the debris, fists clenched, fury burning in his eyes. "You! What the hell are you doing? You plan to betray us now of all times. Have you lost your mind?" Standing between him and Robin was Halak. His expression was stoic, serious for once. Not a trace of his usual sarcasm or smirk remained. "I appreciate your excitement, Coco, truly, but you need to use your soul sense for 1 second. He nodded towards Robin without breaking eye contact with Caesar. "Take a good look at your father. He just crawled back from the jaws of death. You really want to break him again the second he opens his eyes." Then he turned to the rest of the group forming around Robin. "That goes for all of you. Lower your damn power levels. If I sense one more reckless surge of energy, I will personally knock each and every one of you out." Crack! Amon was the first to act. With a sharp breath, he crushed his own energy down, pulling it deep into his core. He took one slow, respectful step backward, even though moments before, he had been ready to sprint forward. "My soul sense." Caesar hesitated for a heartbeat, then chose, for once, to trust Halak. He closed his eyes slightly and extended his awareness, letting his soul senses probe gently forward. His voice trembled ever so slightly. "Father, is that really you?" Robin gave a dry chuckle and stretched slowly, wincing slightly as if his freshly reconstructed body still protested even the smallest movements. "Yes, it's me. Alive and back, reborn, as if straight from my mother's womb. And I'll be depending on all of you for support in the days to come," he said, his voice calm yet laced with a subtle edge of vulnerability. Then his gaze rose toward the heavens, and his tone shifted, becoming more sober, more grounded in the gravity of the situation. "That is, assuming we even have days left to count." He wasn't exaggerating, not even a little. In terms of energy levels, he was sitting at the lowest possible tier, level 1. In raw strength, he was technically weaker than a healthy child of 6. His life force was crawling upward at a snail's pace, currently stabilizing at a meager 3%, barely keeping his body animated. Physically, his body had been completely reconstructed from nothing, rebuilt molecule by molecule from the ground up. The decades he had spent cultivating strength through his body-strengthening tattoos? Gone. Erased without a trace. Even the mighty spacetime tattoo, the core of his most transcendent abilities, was no more. As for his soul, perhaps the most staggering loss of all, he had expended every last one of the 250,000 liberated soul units he had so carefully gathered over the years. They were all burned in one desperate act, his attempt to redirect and slow down the nature annihilation orb. Sure, many of these losses could be considered temporary setbacks. In time, with enough rest, nurturing, and support, he could recover. But at this exact moment, anyone present could kill him, literally, with nothing more than a tight hug. "Hey, our deal, it's still on, right?" Robin's voice cracked through the silence like the sound of a pebble tossed into a canyon. There was no energy behind his words, no soul support, no amplification. Even those standing beside him had to lean in slightly to catch the feeble sound. "Oh." Yuri, sharp as ever, immediately stepped forward to enhance his voice, her face shifting with urgency. In the skies above, the woman in the black dress remained frozen, silent. Her crimson eyes were still locked onto Robin's, unblinking, as if there was no distance between them. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice was like the cold wind slicing across a battlefield. "How did you do it?" Robin blinked slowly, lifting an eyebrow. "Do what?" he replied, his tone light, even teasing. "Answer me," she suddenly barked, her voice now sharp and edged with restrained fury. "How did you redirect nature's annihilation? And how in the hell are you even alive after taking the full brunt of it?" Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with the confusion of someone who had witnessed something impossible. "I saw it with my own eyes," she hissed. "I was watching the moment it happened. I saw everything." She had been facing west when the attack detonated. She had seen where it landed. She had seen what it hit. You took my attack head-on. That blast landed not even a meter from your position. And yet, you still stand. She lifted a single trembling finger, pointing at him with an accusing glare. "You actually survived nature's annihilation. A strike that embodies 5% of the total force of my Nexus state? That is impossible." Her voice rose with every word until her eyes glowed with a faint, furious red, her disbelief bleeding into desperation. And her words slammed into the crowd like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the miracle of Robin's resurrection seemed only part of the story. They began to rethink everything. Wasn't she the one who had hidden His Excellency's presence from them? Wasn't it he who had drawn that catastrophic attack away, alone? The implications were overwhelming. They hadn't even been able to breathe while that weapon of destruction had approached. And yet this man, this weakened, reborn, barely standing man, had not only survived it, he had chosen to redirect it away from them. He had risked his life, no, he had given it, just to shield them. Robin scratched the back of his neck with a sheepish expression. His voice, when it came, was soft and modest. I mean, sure, getting blasted and ending up like this isn't exactly a proud accomplishment, he said with a dry smirk. But I suppose, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Then he tilted his head and added with a peculiar, almost humorous grin, didn't you know? Some beetles are tougher than they look. Chapter 12:14. Some beetles are tougher than they look. Robin said the words with a faint chuckle. Then, with that same lightness, he turned toward Theo, his expression shifting into a tired but genuine smile. Now, be a good son and find me something decent to wear. My storage ring vanished with my old body, and frankly, I haven't felt this exposed in centuries. He looked down at himself and sighed, not out of shame, but rather out of a curious amusement. Right away. Theo's voice came sharp and quick, like a soldier snapping to attention. He didn't waste a second. His figure blinked out of existence, heading at full speed toward the imperial palace, where wardrobes upon wardrobes had been maintained specifically for his father. Robin stood still, his body slightly swaying from the effort of staying upright. The massive explosion earlier had nearly shaken his soul out of its shell. The shock to his consciousness had been enough to blur the boundary between the soul and the physical. But the moment the healing rays of Greenland's sun rose and swept across the capital, something clicked within him. His mind cleared. His balance returned. He could feel his body again. He had felt it all as it happened. He sensed the gradual weaving of bones, the molding of muscles, the stitching of nerves. He even oversaw the reformation of flesh as though he were a sculptor and the clay was his own body. And in the final stages, he managed the remains of his golden cloak, the only thing that had survived that brutal explosion, and wrapped it hastily around his lower half to maintain some decency. That was all he wore now. A simple scrap of radiant cloth, barely sufficient. His entire upper body was exposed to the elements, pale, devoid of tattoos. The powerful physique he had once possessed, honed over decades with reinforcement, was gone. This was a new body, untested, soft, vulnerable. Rhaenyra, standing among the crowd, hadn't said a word. Her lips were sealed, her breath shallow. Her wide eyes refused to blink. Just like everyone else. Around her, the capital's great warriors, nobles, elders, and advisors stood silent. Some were still caught in disbelief, stunned by the impossible feat they had witnessed, the resurrection of a man who had been consumed by a planetary-level assault. Others were trapped in spiraling thoughts, reflecting on the monumental act of redirecting a cosmic force away from them all. And some were simply looking at Robin as if he were a fallen titan, now fragile, whom they had sworn to protect at any cost. Rhaenyra was no different in posture. But her silence came from a place no one else shared. Because in her mind, something utterly unnatural had just happened. That man, Robin, was conversing with a being of Nexus state like an equal. And the terrifying part? It no longer felt absurd. In the grand scheme of the universe, Nexus state experts were legendary figures. So rare, so exalted, that even the smallest mention of them caused ripples through star systems. And Rhaenyra, as someone deeply involved in galactic politics and power structures, had personally studied nearly every known Nexus state in planetary sector 100. These were not just powerhouses. They were living emblems of cosmic hierarchy. In war, they were treated with protocols of their own. Entire armies shifted strategies based on their presence. The universe had laws, and then it had people who bent those laws, and these beings were the Nexus. Among those few was her, the woman in the black dress, a sovereign of the empire of the destruction pit. And now, Robin spoke to her as though they were old acquaintances, adversaries maybe, but equals nonetheless. His tone was confident, familiar, even teasing. Rhaenyra quickly realized something. At some point, that woman must have mocked Robin, perhaps calling him a beetle. Which made sense. Even Rhaenyra had once seen him as an ant. A small, stubborn ant trying to drag a boulder of sugar up a steep slope. But not anymore. Robin Burton, the woman finally spoke, her voice losing its icy contempt and gaining something heavier. Do you not realize how much you're exaggerating? You sacrificed everything, burned every card you had, threw away every ounce of your strength, just to stop one single attack from me. And yet here you are, acting as though you've won. Robin tilted his head. A new light flickered behind his eyes, something tired but proud. Then a brilliant smile stretched across his face, one that reached all the way to his spirit. That's the first time you've said my name without mockery. He chuckled gently, warmth in every syllable. Forgive me, but I'm definitely counting that as a win. The woman twitched, barely. She looked like she wanted to fire back, to crush the moment with a scathing retort, but something in her shifted. Her rage faltered. Her red-tinged eyes softened. Then her voice returned, this time, not with anger, but with controlled curiosity, cloaked in authority. Redirecting my nature annihilation orb. She said, each word sharp and deliberate. An attack derived from the destruction path. Universally acknowledged as the most dominant force in terms of direct confrontation. It's commonly accepted that no law beneath the 6th stage classification could even touch my attack, let alone shift it. Any such attempt should have been instantly torn apart. She paused, letting the weight of her words hang. And yet you, someone who, at the time, was no more than level 23, managed to take the attack somewhere else, somewhere far. Her voice, now filled with bewildered intensity, asked one final question. How? The power of love, I guess. Robin gave an exaggerated shrug, his tone drenched in sarcasm. I looked into the eyes of my children, my friends, and I saw pure fear. I just couldn't stand it. I wanted to stand in front of them, to shield them from the wicked witch descending from the skies. And in that moment, something inside me exploded, power I didn't even know I had. Of course, there was no way he was actually going to tell her the truth. What, tell her about the spacetime law? That would be the definition of stupidity. If that was the only option, maybe being dead again was a better fate. Oh. The woman in the black cloak tilted her head slightly. Her gaze sharpened, and a strange shimmer flickered behind her eyes. I didn't realize love had officially been recognized as a master law. Robin felt the words hit like a thunderclap, and he wasn't the only one. A master law. Rhaenyra's whisper was barely audible, but it was filled with horror, curiosity, and disbelief. Her eyes flickered back and forth between Robin and the woman, and her thoughts began to spiral. Something dark, something terrifying, was taking shape in her mind. Robin tried to keep his cool, forcing an awkward smile onto his lips. Well, yes, I am a user of a master law after all. Thank you for such a smart observation. He tried to say it with his usual confidence, but even he could feel the tension rising. The atmosphere had become suffocating. Oh no, don't flatter yourself, the woman said with a sinister smile. I'm not talking about that pathetic little law of truth you're clinging to. She waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting a fly. At best, it bought you a few seconds. That's what that golden shell was for, wasn't it? But that thing couldn't possibly shift my nature's annihilation, not at your level at least. Her voice was cutting now, every syllable a scalpel. Let's break this down, shall we? She began to pace slowly through the air, as though walking on an invisible staircase. Her voice rang loud and clear. Planetary gifts? Yes, your soul is strong enough to summon a gift with the might of a world cataclysm, but that kind of power was already shown to be ineffective. Remember the blue carpet. A divine artifact, then? A relic? A talisman of old? She narrowed her eyes. How would you even activate something like that in front of me without me seeing? Not to mention, how would someone at level 23 trigger a weapon capable of bending my attack and hurling it hundreds of miles away? She paused for effect, and her voice dropped into a whisper. So tell me, Robin Burton, what's left? What are you hiding? Then, like a hammer striking stone, she delivered the real question. If not truth, then which of the other 8 master laws have you touched? Rhaenyra gasped, and this time it wasn't just from shock, it was from understanding. She was the only one in the entire plaza who truly understood what that meant. To wield the law of truth was to be chosen. It was a divine honor, not something one could learn or inherit. No one fought over truth itself, they fought for the people who held it. But the other master laws? They could be studied. They could be passed on. If Robin had discovered one, then he could write down techniques, create tomes of cultivation, and spread its use across empires. That single act would throw the entire balance of the middle belt into chaos. That's your speculation, Robin replied coolly, holding her gaze. He shrugged again, this time more playfully, raising a brow. Say whatever you want, but without solid proof, your words don't carry any weight. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and added, why don't we return to the point and set aside your little theories? The woman smirked. She let out a low chuckle, but there was no humor in it, only danger. Very well, Robin Burton, let's focus on the point. She raised her chin, her voice becoming formal and commanding again. Here's my new offer, then. Since you seem so disgusted by the idea of kneeling, let's forget about kneeling. No kneeling, no humiliation. She paused, letting her words hang in the air. All I want is 90%, yes, 90, of the total tax income of your true beginning empire, in exchange for my protection. Then, with a wicked grin, she added, and I want you to be my personal assistant. Chapter 12:15. Ooh. Robin raised a single brow, his expression unreadable, but chose not to utter a word just yet. Instead, he calmly received the luxurious new robe from Theo, a flowing garment, pure white and elegantly adorned with intricate golden lines that shimmered softly in the light, and began dressing slowly and methodically, as though he had all the time in the world. And tell me, what exactly do I gain in return for all this generosity? His voice was low, measured, and laced with subtle amusement. Protection, of course, the woman cloaked in black replied smoothly, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Protection from me, and from anyone else who might dare threaten you, use you for their own gains, those who appear as angels but are wolves on the inside. At least I am clear about what I want, and I say it out loud. Her gaze slid sideways, landing momentarily on Rhaenyra with a warning. What is this nonsense? You create the danger and then offer yourself as the solution? Is this how street gangs operate these days? Rhaenyra finally snapped, regaining control of her voice. Her tone was incredulous, her eyes flashing with fire. Naturally, he does not need to kneel. He is a soul master, and not just any soul master, a great one. With the strength of his soul alone, he is qualified to be a general's right hand in your army and guard a planet. So why would he grovel at your feet? As for 90% of the Empire's revenue, that is daylight robbery. And what is this about a personal assistant? That is just a polished excuse to keep him leashed under your watchful eye and quietly siphon off whatever secrets or power he possesses. Then she turned to Robin, her gaze wild and intense, burning with desperation and purpose. Listen to me, Robin Burton. If you choose to align yourself with the Nine Paths Empire and accept me as your overlord, you will receive our absolute protection. You will owe us nothing from your harvest, not even a single energy stone. I do not even want to hear another word about that galactic seed you carry. And should we desire anything you possess, we will pay for it, handsomely, without trickery or theft. At that moment, Renara cast aside millennia of cultivated composure, roaring with such raw urgency that all her hard-earned prestige seemed to vanish. But she could not care less. The very idea of a master law technique falling into the hands of a rival empire had shaken her to her core, overriding every other concern. Ooh. Robin raised his other eyebrow now, amused, and began adjusting the sleeve of his new robe with practiced ease. And what do you expect in return for all of this royal treatment? He asked, his voice as calm as ever. Priority. Full priority access to anything of interest that you come across, Renara replied without hesitation, her voice now sweet and seductive like a practiced diplomat. Of course, I will also compensate you in whatever manner you see fit. Robin Burton, I know there are things in this world, and beyond, that cannot be bought with wealth. But I, too, possess things that transcend value. Judging by the size of your entourage and the number of your children, you are clearly a man who appreciates the company of women. So tell me, what would you say if I offered to marry you to my younger sister? She is quite the beauty, but fair warning, her dowry will not be small. He. Ah, how romantic. Robin chuckled, his sarcasm apparent. So I hand over things beyond price, and in exchange, you offer me marriage? Yes, sounds incredibly balanced. He nodded, mock serious, eyes twinkling with mischief. You do not get it, Robin Burton, Renara responded quickly, her tone turning sharp with urgency. My younger sister is next in line for the throne. If anything happens to me, she becomes the Empress of the Nine Paths. With this alliance, you would not just be gaining a wife, you could very well become the ruler of a near-centennial empire. She stepped forward now, her words tumbling over each other. Just think, your elite troops could train under my best generals, your strategists would attend the most prestigious war colleges, you would gain full access to secret auctions where priceless treasures are sold, and as a personal welcome gift from me, I will purchase you any grade A artifact of your choice from the Soul Society, no matter the cost. Even the woman in black could not hide her reaction. Her eyebrow twitched ever so slightly at that final offer. I can build my own centennial empire with my own hands, Robin scoffed. I can train my own elite soldiers. My generals are already strong, chosen with precision. Real battle will teach them more than any school could. As for these secret auctions, I have a planet seed. Who needs more than that? And a grade A artifact? Something tells me I will be able to buy one myself before long. He laughed dismissively, waving off her list of incentives like crumbs on a table. Then he turned his whole body toward her, eyes gleaming. Here is my offer. Accept me as your overlord, and I will take care of you. I will raise your Nine Paths empire to the status of a true centennial power, for the first time in your history. Think about it. He. Renara's mouth opened to respond, words forming before her mind could even catch up. She did not know what to say, only that something had to be said, now. This was not about magical armor or a living city anymore. This was about a master law technique, the kind of power that could shake empires from their roots. Enough. A cold voice suddenly thundered from above before she could utter a syllable. You dare negotiate right in front of me? While I am still standing here. The woman cloaked in black turned her piercing gaze to Robin. You dare ignore me, Robin Burton? Do you truly believe you are safe from me now? Robin's face grew slightly more serious. He furrowed his brows. We made an agreement, did we not? He replied calmly. Or are you planning to break it already? Ignore her. Renara waved her hand in an almost dismissive, queenly gesture, not even bothering to look upward. Her voice was calm, confident, and laced with a layer of certainty that could not be ignored. She cannot break the agreement. It is simply not possible. Then she added, her tone turning colder, sharper, she has already accumulated a tremendous load of negative karma for launching that attack and injuring a planet in the Young Belt. That alone is enough to place her under watch by the enforcers. She knows it. She will not dare earn more negative karma today, not unless she has completely lost her mind. She tilted her head slightly, eyes locking onto Robin. Once she leaves this place, leave with me. Come to the Empire of the Nine Paths. We can continue this conversation in a more secure location. Robin's golden eyes narrowed as he remained silent, deep in thought. It was clear now, she had understood his true intentions. He had no intention of lingering here. The moment the woman in black was gone, he needed to vanish. Escape planet Jura, leave its atmosphere behind without a trace, and disappear into one of the countless planets outside the 13. He might even have to sever his connections with them, at least temporarily, until everything calmed down, until he figured things out. From a logical standpoint, the woman in black should be leaving soon. She had already stretched herself thin. Another attack could put her in danger, serious, irreversible danger. But if she decided to come back, then by the time she returns, he must be gone. By then, whether she intended to honor her promise or not would be irrelevant. She would not be able to act carelessly. Why? Because she would not risk obliterating entire planets recklessly, not when her true target was Robin himself. Those floating balls of rock meant nothing. Her goal was him. It made far more strategic sense for her to send her forces and invade silently, rather than incite more karma by destroying planets outright. And more importantly, she could not afford to turn Robin Burton into a lifelong enemy. If she slaughtered his people, razed his worlds, killed his sons and daughters, then the man she suspected of wielding two master laws would become the incarnation of vengeance. He would not rest. He would hunt her until the end of eternity. In truth, it would not even be difficult. All he had to do was offer one technique, just one, based on a master law as the bounty. And then wait. There were entire galaxies of assassins and divine killers who would line up for the chance. So yes, if Robin escaped now, she might pursue him. She might try to silence him quietly. Or perhaps, in some twisted calculation, she would try to bring him back into her fold. Either way, she would not touch his followers. She would not push him any further. Negative karma. For merely injuring a planet. The woman in black snapped back with a scoff, her voice rising with disdain. Do you honestly think I care about that? I came here fully intending to destroy it. Then she shifted her focus back toward Robin. Her eyes narrowed, filled with venom and dark curiosity. Robin Burton, let me ask you, what exactly was our agreement? Her voice dropped low, dangerous. That if you died in the attack, I would spare your followers. But tell me now, have you died? Vroom. The air trembled as a dense gray orb, thorned and humming with destructive power, began forming in her hand again. Another nature destruction, the same attack that wiped out most of the Western Sea, and nearly erased him. I would love to see you handle a second one. She smirked, her eyes gleaming with malice. Maybe this time, I will even guess which of the 8 you were trying to hide. You would not dare. Robin's voice was low, steady, but deadly serious. His golden eyes flashed with defiance. You have already reached a dangerous level of power consumption. One more strike, and you might not survive. The vacuum of space does not forgive recklessness. Oh, so now you want to bet your life on that? I am impatient and foolish in your eyes, right? One whose thoughts you can map and manipulate? Her voice exploded in volume, echoing through the burning sky. No, Robin Burton, you do not get to stall anymore. Not today. Not with me. You will agree to my terms now, or... Whoosh! The full destructive force of her second attack surged into existence. It was ready. It was real. Robin's breath hitched. His eyes widened, lips parting in shock. She was serious. She was gambling with her life just to corner him. And for what? For control? For pride? For a law? Whatever the reason. After a moment of frozen silence, Robin chuckled. He lowered his gaze and slowly shook his head. No space-time tattoo. No fuel left in his energy-gathering center. His life artery was depleted. His soul domain had dried into an empty husk. His body was as strong as a newborn's. There would be no more dances today. He turned to Caesar, speaking softly, yet clearly. Use the instant spatial portals. Move everyone to the far side of the planet. After what is about to happen, she will not strike again. Then, turning to face his children, he swept his gaze over each of them with quiet reverence. Keep your heads high. She has not won. He tapped his forehead. What that woman truly wants is still here. And only here. After she is gone, live your lives. I have dragged you all through endless wars. I have been a terrible father. His words hit harder than any attack. They reverberated like thunder through their hearts. And everyone, every single one of them, knew what was coming. That madman was preparing to take another hit. Chapter 12:16. This absolute madman was seriously intending to take on another one of those devastating attacks? The ground trembled. The very air twisted in terror. Panic didn't merely spread, it erupted, like an ancient volcano awakening after 1,000 years of slumber. Run! Run for your lives! A cry of unfiltered desperation echoed across the plaza, repeated by dozens of throats, amplified by fear itself. The audience, once dignified and composed in their elite seats, now scattered like terrified prey. With one look at the ominous gray orb forming above the sky once more, every single spectator turned tail and sprinted in the opposite direction, driven by nothing but raw survival instinct. No one wanted to witness that level of destruction up close a second time. No one wanted to gamble their life on the slim chance of surviving such a catastrophic force. Buzz, buzz. Spatial rifts tore open the air around the central stage. Damn it all. We've been cursed with a sovereign who's completely insane. Cries of disbelief echoed as more and more individuals activated instant teleportation arrays. Surfon and Haros were gone in a blink, and Sandria, who had vanished to retrieve her father and the rest of their delegation, reappeared just long enough to drag their people into one of the open portals. In mere moments, nearly all members of the Third Army and their families vanished into streaks of light, fleeing the disaster to come as fast as technology would allow. Wait, take me with you. King Aiko, once so proud and composed, now shoved others out of the way, trying to force his way into a portal alongside the newly accepted rulers of lesser planets. Chaos reigned, dignity be damned. The leaders bickered like commoners, abandoning their own citizens in frenzied desperation. Arrow stood frozen, his eyes darting around as the plaza emptied. There was no one left from his entourage, except Flora. She stared at him, her gaze filled with silent emotion, begging for something. Was she begging him to run? Or to stay? Woomph! His soul sense surged into his ring to trigger the instant teleportation array, his last card. But, WRRR. The array fizzled out. The ring became inactive again. He looked at Flora again and sighed. With a heavy heart, he reached out his right hand and gently patted her head, then pressed a light kiss to her forehead. Just a little longer, he murmured. Let's wait. Maybe something will change. Maybe he'll do something impossible, again. Grr. Crixus the Purifier shifted backward, his body tense, every instinct telling him to flee. He unfurled his vast wings, preparing to leap into the sky. In the distance, he could already see Diabos the Transcendent and Dorger the Devourer splitting in different directions, each seeking safety in their own way. He was ready to join them. He had to. But before takeoff, he glanced back to search for him. His closest comrade. Still there. Still standing. Right next to Robin. Looking up at the sky, brows deeply furrowed. Then glancing at Robin, again. Again. Crixus exhaled slowly, folded his wings back down, and sat. Right there on the ground. He wasn't going anywhere. Stop this nonsense, old man. Caesar's voice boomed like a cannon blast. I swear by everything that lies beneath the skies and above the earths, if you're planning to die here, then I swear I'll die before you. The declaration was powerful enough to freeze time itself. Theo and Peon followed silently. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, their expressions calm. They stood tall, feet apart, hands behind their backs, the stance of ultimate loyalty, the posture of those who have chosen death willingly. Even Zara, who was barely conscious, forced herself upright. Her face bore a look of steel, a determination never before seen in her soft features. We were supposed to die when we attacked the Camden family. We were supposed to die when we were slaves. But you gave us life, freedom, purpose. Our lives are yours, no matter what you choose. Our lives are yours, no matter what you choose. The generals of the First Army roared in unison, each one pounding a foot into the ground with military precision, locking themselves in a standing salute. As for Richard, he said nothing. No emotional declarations, no dramatic gestures. His eyes were laser-focused on the sky, calculating. A green flame burned on his hand, a strange mix of serenity and fury, as his mind worked at full speed, strategizing how he could assist. Among everyone here, Amon's rough voice broke the tension. No one has more reason to follow you into death than I do. Then, boom. His body grew, swelling to over 4 meters in height. A living wall of muscle and intent. ZZZNN. Sakar's blood began to pour and compress into a glowing crimson flower. He said nothing, simply walked toward Richard and stood beside him. The two began working silently, weaving together a strategy that would blend the forces of blood and life into a singular, devastating power. They didn't need words. They knew what to do. All of you, what are you doing? Robin's voice cracked. He looked around, and could barely comprehend what he saw. His army, his family, his followers. Not one had left. Not one had turned away. They were choosing to die with him, if that's what it took. Don't even try, my friend, just don't. Billy stepped forward with a laugh, almost reaching out to clap Robin on the shoulder in jest. But one glare from Hulak made him hesitate, and he slowly lowered his hand instead. In your next life, just make sure you find us again, alright? The Empire's not gonna build itself, hee. Robin clenched his teeth and tightened both fists, holding the tension for a few seconds, then exhaled, relaxing his hands. A calm, serene expression spread across his face, an unburdened smile, a flicker of peace. His eyes welled with tears. I'd love that, Billy. I really would. Then, he looked up to the sky. There was no longer a trace of defiance in his gaze, just acceptance. You are the worst enemy I've ever faced. Not because of your intelligence, no, quite the opposite. It's your impatience, your stubbornness, your arrogance that knows no bounds. He slowly raised his shoulders in a quiet, final gesture. I've lost today. Do as you wish. Impatience, stubbornness, arrogance. The woman in black spoke with divine authority, her voice echoing like judgment from the heavens themselves. If you weren't addressing me, I'd have thought you were describing yourself, Robin Burton. I offer my own soul an apology, for I must now rid humanity of someone like you. But I cannot let you live. Go now, into your path. Whoosh. With a casual flick of her hand, the black-clad woman released the attack downward. No, Robin. I knew this would happen. I knew it. Yuri screamed at the top of her lungs. The defensive dome was breached, and there wasn't enough power left to fix it. Escape was no longer a viable option. In a matter of minutes, the atmosphere itself would collapse. The planet would become nothing more than a barren rock. All life upon its surface would be erased. Now, Sakar, Caesar, Amon, Richard, Hulak, the other generals, and even the Golden Army stationed outside the walls, everyone sprang into action at once. They launched upward with all the might they could muster, pushing their bodies and wills against the impossible pressure falling from above. Rhaenyra focused solely on Robin. Her eyes locked onto him as she activated a secret technique, one last desperate attempt to teleport him away. The chances of success were slim, her soul reserves were too low. But she had to try. And Robin, he closed his eyes. A peaceful smile lingered on his face. He had lived doing what he loved. Tears filled his eyes, amazed that someone like him had found what felt like a family. A quiet sigh escaped him, mourning all the things he had hoped to do but never would. But who's to say? Maybe death isn't the end. Maybe the one who created this vast cosmos has something more, maybe an afterlife waiting? The researcher within Robin felt a strange excitement at the thought. His smile grew a little wider. Silence. Robin furrowed his brows. Suddenly, all the sounds, battle cries, the collapsing sky, even Yuri's frantic screams, vanished completely. Did I die already? No, I've tasted death before. This doesn't feel like that at all. He opened his eyes, and blinked in disbelief. Everything was still. Time itself had frozen, refusing to move forward. And right before him, a small golden orb floated in midair. The orb shimmered, then slowly began to reshape itself, taking on a humanoid form, radiant and ethereal, forged from pure light. It's been a while, Robin. Chapter 12:17. It's been a long time, Robin. The man made of light spoke with serene calmness, his voice echoing slightly as though it reverberated through the very fabric of space. He paused for a moment, letting his radiant eyes wander across the frozen battlefield. Wow, things are quite heated here, aren't they? Robin's golden eyes widened until they nearly doubled in size. The serene look of peaceful acceptance that had once graced his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer disbelief. His lips trembled as the recognition set in. The all-seeing God? Is that really you? He blinked rapidly, then looked around frantically, golden eyes scanning everything. What is going on here? I was just about to die. I felt it. The attack, everything, it was all real. Did you pull me into an illusion? Some dreamscape? The glowing figure laughed softly, a sound that carried both warmth and mystery. Hee, analyze it all you want, little brother. Look closely, scrutinize every detail with those golden eyes of yours, but the truth is, you're still too inexperienced to fully see what stands before you. With a light-hearted gait, the man of light began strolling to the side, moving toward the figures of Robin's generals, all frozen in a snapshot of time, locked in expressions of defiance and loyalty. Just know this, Robin. What you're seeing now is not a vision, not an illusion, not a dream. This is reality. I didn't pull you into anything. Reality. Robin shouted, his voice rising in alarm and disbelief. He turned in place, scanning every corner of the scene. Everything looked right. Every detail, every motion frozen in time, it was real. This was his world. This is bad. This is so bad. He grabbed both sides of his head, pacing in circles like a caged beast. What did you do? Did you stop time for just us? Or did you halt the flow for the entire planet? No, neither scenario is acceptable. We have to act. That incoming attack, if we don't stop it, everyone here will die. The humanoid light chuckled again, this time more confidently, a knowing grin stretching across his glowing face. Calm yourself, little brother. Have you forgotten? You won't die unless I allow it. He reached out and ran a glowing hand over Victoria's long, flowing hair. She stood motionless, her expression caught between terror and resolution. Incredible. Look at her eyes, Robin. She's ready to die for you. No hesitation, no regret. Then he turned, his eyes scanning over the rest of Robin's army, his children, his warriors, his friends. All of them are the same. They're ready to fall, if it means standing by your side. He pointed toward Caesar, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Haha, I remember this one. Still burning with spirit, I see. They're good people. Robin let out a long, shaky breath. The all-seeing God's words grounded him somewhat, but the weight of the moment hadn't left his shoulders. I've tried reaching out to you, over and over. Just yesterday, I called out. Nothing, not a single whisper in return. Ah, work, little brother, work. The humanoid light waved dismissively, as though brushing away dust. You're an emperor now, aren't you? A planetary ruler. You of all people should understand how burdensome responsibilities can get. No. He chuckled and gestured toward Hulak and Arrow. One had his fist cocked back, the embodiment of raw power mid-swing. The other clutched a woman protectively, screaming defiance to the sky with a gleaming spear in hand. Oh, you've made allies from other races as well? That's very impressive. I didn't expect that level of diplomacy from you. What work are you talking about? Robin snapped. A soul shard is an independent fragment of your consciousness. It's supposed to be capable of independent thought. Even if you were in the middle of a battle to the death, the shard should still be able to respond. That's the whole point of a soul shard. But the all-seeing God seemed to ignore the reprimand entirely, clapping his hands together softly as he looked around. Haha, look, the red plague is still with you. His voice held genuine delight. Last time we spoke, they were your only allies. I'm glad to see you still keep them close. But tell me, how did you manage to bring them together with humans? And demi-humans too? And all of them, every single one, is willing to die for you. That's extraordinary, Robin. Truly. Die for me. Robin's voice was low and bitter. He looked away. You mean for the mission you forced on me? That's more accurate. Seeing that guy clearly had no intention of answering questions about the soul shard, Robin let the matter drop for now. A mission you agreed to, the humanoid light said softly but with unwavering authority, his voice carrying the weight of ages. He turned fully toward Robin now, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly. You weren't forced, you weren't tricked. You got the details. You knew the stakes. And after that, well, after that cruel little tragedy, I even offered you a different path, an alternative mission. You refused. You made your choice. He gestured casually, almost lazily, one hand pointing behind his back, the other drifting through the air. So don't you dare try to paint me as the villain in this story. The blame doesn't lie with me. Then he turned his gaze more intently on Robin, a small, almost pitiful smile on his lips. That mission, well, it seems to me like you failed. Robin's expression darkened instantly. Failed? Failed. The word echoed in his mind like an insult. Something inside him, something fragile, snapped clean in two. You told me to stop the invaders. You told me not to let them take anything from Nihari. That was the mission. And I did it. I crushed them. He took a step forward, his voice rising with every word. I annihilated their forces, shattered their planetary emperor into nothing, took everything they had. Nihari itself is under my control now. You said they couldn't have it, and they don't. His golden eyes blazed. And now you dare to say I failed. On what basis? The humanoid light slowly raised one hand and pointed toward the sky, toward the massive sphere of impending destruction frozen in place. His other hand remained calmly folded behind his back, as if he had all the time in the world. Once that falls, it won't matter what you built. Your empire, your army, your legacy, erased. And after that, Helen will rally her remaining empires. She'll come with reinforcements, and Nihari will be hers. We'll be back at square one. He turned back, eyes burning with a strange sadness. So tell me again, is that not failure? You. Robin clenched his fists until they trembled, his knuckles cracking under the pressure. So now you're expecting me to fight a Nexus even after I've already won? How in all the worlds am I supposed to handle that? That's not just unreasonable, it's insane. The seer tilted his head slightly, his smile never leaving. That's your problem, Robin. You treated the mission like a checklist. Win the battle, claim the land, call it a day. But this isn't some game. You should have expected a bigger predator to come sniffing around after you killed the smaller ones. He turned and began pacing slowly. You could have tried diplomacy. You could have built bridges with other powerful forces. You could have established hidden bases, escape plans, alliances with her equals, something, anything. But no. Instead, you stood still, basking in victory. He stopped again and faced Robin. And now, here we are. The mission resets to 0. And you've returned to square one as well. Robin's shoulders sank for just a moment, but he quickly straightened himself again, jaw clenched tight. All this time, I believed she was locked in some war with you, in the Middle Belt. That she couldn't possibly come here, that neither she nor her generals could show up, because that would make the mission impossible. His voice trembled, not with fear, but fury. You gave me this mission when I was still a level 16, a knight. A fucking knight. And now you're telling me you knew I'd have to go up against a Nexus state. How should I have prepared for that? How the hell does that make sense? The all-seeing god chuckled and slowly approached Robin, his glowing form drifting with ease. But you did face her, didn't you? He smirked. That little space-time shift move of yours? Impressive. Very impressive. You know how many sages in history have survived a full assault from a Nexus? 0. Then, with pride in his voice, he added, well, until now. Don't change the subject, Robin growled, his voice low and dangerous now. That woman, she was your responsibility. It should have been you fighting her. The seer stopped, blinking as if genuinely confused. Me? Why would I? Why? What kind of twisted question is that? Robin shouted, his voice echoing in the still, frozen world. This entire mission is because of you. It all started with you, revolves around you, and now ends with you watching from the sidelines. Why did Pythor get the support of his overlord while you couldn't even be bothered to answer me with your soul shard? Snap. The all-seeing god snapped his fingers and pointed straight at Robin, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity. That right there. That's the key word. His overlord. He smirked. Tell me, Robin, am I your overlord? He folded both hands neatly behind his back again and continued calmly. Back in the cave, you remember what you said, don't you? You told me you owed me a favor for saving your life. You said it with pride. You told me you'd never kneel. Not to destiny, not to fate, not to anyone. The all-seeing god shrugged one last time, still wearing that same calm, unnerving smile. Even now, you're just a stranger to me. A man who owes a debt. Nothing more. Chapter 12:18. Robin's eyes opened slowly, like someone waking from a long, bitter dream. A new layer of realization swept through his mind like a crashing tide. It all started making sense, finally. If he looked at things from the all-seeing god's perspective, stripped away the pride, the rage, and the pain, it was obvious. He was just a piece. A pawn. Not a commander, not a savior, not even a real player in the grand game. Just another disposable tool on a board he barely understood. Whether he lived or died, whether he succeeded or failed, none of it held any weight. The all-seeing god had placed him carefully, precisely, in one of the hottest, most dangerous squares on a battlefield where titans moved freely. A battlefield where queens carved through armies and rooks shattered worlds. And Robin was a mere foot soldier. If, by some miracle, he managed to do the impossible, to strike down a powerful enemy, to disrupt the enemy's rhythm, that would be excellent. But if he fell? If he was crushed underfoot? No big loss. The all-seeing god would have still gained information. He would have understood that section of the battlefield better. And then, he would make his real move. Robin let out a short, bitter laugh. A smile curled across his lips, not from joy, but from bitter clarity. So what now? He raised his hands and gestured around at the suspended chaos, the world frozen in a still, fragile moment. Put everything back the way it was. Let the flow of time resume and allow the mission to end the way it was always meant to, with my death. The humanoid light did not respond immediately. He simply gazed at Robin in silence, his glowing eyes unreadable. Seconds passed like hours before he finally spoke, his voice low and calm. If it had been someone else standing here, someone not you, I wouldn't hesitate. I would snap my fingers and walk away. And believe me, Robin, there were others. Dozens. But you. He paused, something unfamiliar flashing across his face. You're too valuable to let die so early. Especially not in such a meaningless way. Robin's eyes narrowed. His smile twisted into a scowl. Then what do you want from me? What's the point of all this philosophical rambling? You want me to kneel now? To throw away everything and swear loyalty like a mindless puppet? He shouted, his voice rising in frustration. I still remember what I said back in the cave, and I'll repeat it to your face. I will never kneel to anyone. The seer chuckled, shaking his head slowly. Hee. I'm not here to argue with a wall of stone, Robin. He gestured casually at the frozen world around them. If kneeling was ever in your heart, you wouldn't have come this far to begin with. Then his expression darkened, his voice heavier now. And if you had that intention, I would have never returned to you again. What are you even saying? Robin groaned and clutched his head with both hands, staggering back a few steps like someone lost in a maze. What is happening anymore? Where are you going with all of this? What do you even want from me? The all-seeing god's voice turned sharp, like a blade. The warmth in it vanished. I'm trying to teach you about life, Robin, to show you the consequences of your blindness. Do you even realize how many paths, how many futures you've lost because of your pride? Your stubbornness. He stepped sideways toward Renara, then leaned down and gently grabbed her face, moving it as if she were a delicate porcelain doll. Like this girl, for instance. Why didn't you use her properly? Robin blinked, confused and a little angry. What do you mean? She appeared for the first time today. She came with bad intentions. She wanted to enslave me. After all my efforts to calm her down, I barely got her to say a few words in my favor. How exactly was I supposed to use her? Wrong answer. The all-seeing god turned to face him directly, his expression intense and disappointed. You've known of her since the invasion of planet Gouda. The locals could have given you her exact location. You could have reached out to her, built something, manipulated her if needed. Why didn't you? He pointed a glowing finger straight at Robin. Especially after the appearance of the 3 cataclysm sealing cubes in Nihari. Especially after the mutated plague, Sakar, confirmed that they held a fragment of Helen's soul. How could you not realize, in that moment, that you needed help, before this day of reckoning arrived? He shook his head. I stopped responding to force you to grow, to make you stand on your own. But instead, you clung to the thought of me like a coward holds onto a shadow. You counted on me from the back of your mind, always waiting, always hoping for me to come save the day. Robin's eyes darkened, the anger freezing into something cold and sharp. He stared at the seer with a new clarity, a bitter truth rising in his voice. So you've been watching everything, from the very beginning. There was no surprise left in him, just disappointment. Then you must have seen it too, how she threatened me, tried to expose the red plague you praised so highly. She saw what I had, and instantly tried to chain me, to make me her pet. Another mistake. The all-seeing god's voice boomed like thunder in a quiet temple, carrying with it the weight of disappointment and barely concealed rage. He stormed forward, his boots cracking the stillness beneath him, and without hesitation, grabbed one of Amon's horns, yanking it down with unsettling force. I was the one who advised you to keep the red plague close, tied to your wrist like a loyal hound. I gave you the coordinates to Orphan's blood planet, a place of isolation and secrecy, where they could flourish unseen, beyond interference. A sanctuary. But what did you do? You unleashed them into the open. You let them roam freely like merchants in a bazaar, basking in the public eye, surrounded by your followers as if they were no more dangerous than traveling poets. He let go of the horn, stepping back with a disgusted scoff. Even when signs appeared, warnings of what they were, what they represented, what they could become, you ignored everything. His hand waved in the air, painting the possibilities he saw in his mind. Had you simply left them on Orphan's blood, had you kept them in the shadows, this entire narrative could have taken a drastically different turn. You could have brokered a deal with the Empire of the Nine Paths, sent an envoy bearing a magnificent creation of yours. You could have shaped history with a single gesture of diplomacy. His gaze narrowed, now sharp like a blade pressed to the throat. How would Renara have known about the Red Plague then? Her whole gambit, her only leverage over you, hinged on that single detail. Without it, she would have had no power, no standing, no weapon to wield against you. She would have been forced to deal with you on equal terms, perhaps even with a touch of respect. At the very least, she might have handed you a tool to ensure your survival against Helen. Then he leaned in, speaking with heavy intensity. And more than that, if you had dared to look deeper, to study the Empire of the Nine Paths and its spirit, if you had offered them aid, insight, true value that only they would appreciate, she would have crossed light years to reach you herself. Not this projection, not this shade, but her true body to protect you. But you failed, and even made her know about the galactic seed, and about your supreme law, spacetime. He turned sharply, thrusting a finger toward Renara's frozen image, his voice dripping with cold fury. Look at her now. Her eyes don't see a man, they see a meal, a rare, shimmering delicacy. If I were to offer her half of her empire's planets in exchange for handing you over, she would say yes without hesitation. Robin stood frozen, teeth clenched, fists trembling, not from fear alone, but from the crushing weight of regret beginning to settle like chains around his chest. You damn fool. The all-seeing god's voice cracked like a whip through the air, resonating with power and disappointment. You missed a singular move, a golden opportunity that would have shattered the cosmic stalemate and rewritten the balance of power. With one strategic act, you could have forced a cataclysmic collision between the Empire of the Nine Paths and the Empire of the Destruction Pit. Helen, that insufferable storm of arrogance, would have been attacked on all fronts. She would have been cornered. She would have had no choice but to crawl to her father, Helmer the Destroyer, begging for a loan massive enough to obliterate her enemies, not merely defend herself. He drew a slow breath, his voice trembling with the sheer scope of what could have been. But of course, Zavaros the Savage would never allow the Nine Paths Empire, the empire he once helped breathe into existence, to be turned to dust. He would intervene. He must intervene. And thus, the true war would begin. A war unlike any the stars had ever witnessed. He paused, letting silence press on Robin's chest like the gravity of a dying star. All of that, all of it, could have started from you. A single, calculated move. But no. You stumbled. You hesitated. You thought like a survivor, not a strategist. So here we are. Robin's voice cracked under the strain of rising horror. Zavaros the Savage. Helmer the Destroyer. Who even are these people? Why do their wars have to do with me? Oh, you might know Helmer the Destroyer by another name. The father of the Destra family, rings a bell. The all-seeing god smiled. Ah. Robin quickly took a few steps back until he bumped into a massive pillar, his eyes flashing with hidden panic. The Destra family? I was just sitting in a small cave observing a minor law here and there, but you put me on a chessboard between you and the galactic Destra family? What the hell were you thinking? His legs nearly gave out as the realization twisted in his gut like a blade. The all-seeing god raised a brow, half amused, half annoyed. What? No, why would I clash with the Destras? No, this is between Zavaros the Savage and the Destra family. Why would I get involved in a mess like that? He sighed deeply, and for a moment, the fury melted into the still air. Oh, if that cosmic war had broken out, it would have reshaped the universe itself. Then he turned and pointed again at Renara, his voice cold and final. But look at her now. She has no more plays, no aces left in her hand. She knows it. Helen knows it. Whether you die today or somehow cheat death again, Renara will no longer care. There will be no bond between you, no reason for her to avenge you. This chessboard is closed now. Robin's voice was low, hollowed out. From the beginning, everything. I should have known when I found out you were lying about their army being ready in 50 years. They said they found the planet by accident because of the wormhole. Then a sudden flash of clarity struck him. The wormhole. Chapter 12:19. The wormhole. Robin shouted with a voice that echoed through the chamber, his eyes wide with alarm, his entire being trembling with realization. What about it? The humanoid light responded with a mocking chuckle, a grin playing on his lips. His tone was dismissive, uncaring, as though Robin had mentioned something trivial. The wormhole. That stable spatial fissure, a rift in the fabric of space that connects the core of two distant sectors. It's not just any tier, this one can endure the transportation of entire planets. Its construction defies known natural laws of the universe. The spirit of planet Nihari described it in Shira, claiming that even someone as powerful and resourceful as the tyrant Intiris couldn't replicate something even remotely similar. Was it you? Were you the one behind its creation? The seer lifted his hands lazily and gave a light shrug. Maybe I created it. Maybe someone else created it for me. Maybe I simply foresaw its emergence in the tides of fate and wove it into the threads of my plan. But honestly, does it truly matter? You're focusing on the decoration, not the architecture. Just toys. You shouldn't get so hung up on them. Oh, for the love of everything. Robin clutched his head in frustration, fingers digging into his scalp as if trying to squeeze the truth out of his own brain. You planned it, didn't you? The wormhole wasn't just to move the Great Serpent Empire. It wasn't even about them, it was about me. You created that wormhole for me, to transport me. You knew I'd use it to launch an assault on the Serpent Empire's planets. To capture planet Gouda at least. How? How could you have known that I would even be in a position to do that? My mission was only to warn the locals, to prepare them for the oncoming storm and strengthen their forces for survival. Wait, are you telling me that you sent me to Nehri already knowing that I'd start an all-out interstellar war? That I'd end up conquering every last one of the Great Serpent Empire's worlds, including planet Gouda? Something snapped into place inside Robin's mind, like a puzzle piece clicking in with a thunderclap. No, it wouldn't have worked without Gouda, the entire plan would have fallen apart without that planet. His eyes shot wide open, as though he had just seen a vision of the abyss. It was you. It was always you. You're the one who led the Great Serpent Empire to planet Gouda a millennium ago. You're the one who let them occupy it after Renara entered its orbit and connected with Devios. No, it was even before that. Were you the one who sold Gouda's coordinates to Renara in the first place? No, before that, you orchestrated everything from the shadows, you manipulated a centenary empire in the Young Belt into discovering Gouda and selling its coordinates on the black market. Or maybe before that, you started the entire chain reaction. He groaned and gripped his head with both hands, overwhelmed. Robin couldn't track the sequence of events any further, his mind had reached its limits. Ahahaha, so what if I did? The seer laughed, a deep and satisfied chuckle echoing with pride. It was rare for someone to unravel even a fraction of his work, and it brought him joy. You've been laying the groundwork for this chessboard for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years. Every single move orchestrated, every piece of the puzzle placed perfectly until I made one error. What are you? What kind of devil are you? Robin's voice cracked with disbelief. His vision blurred as the true scope of the web he had walked into unraveled before him. It went back far, so far, further than his own life, further than when his ancestor fought in the epic war of unification of the Black Sun Kingdom. A devil. The all-seeing god laughed again, but this time with a note of pity. As always, your vision is too narrow. You ask all the wrong questions, like a child gazing at the sky and wondering how many stars he can count instead of asking how far they stretch. But I won't fault you, not entirely. You're still young, still tender in your bones. I'll grant you a small mercy. Ask something else. Robin stood there, shoulders heavy with doubt. Did you foresee my emergence too? He asked, his voice quieter now. Was all of this crafted for me from the beginning? The entire board, every step along the way. He lowered his gaze, a storm of questions rising in his heart. Did you give me my gifts? Did you plant the seeds that led me to the cave? Was it you? Whoa there, hold on a moment. The humanoid light raised both hands, waving him down like a storyteller laughing off a rumor. I might foresee a few events. I might give a nudge here, pull a string there. But that's the extent of it. What do you think I am, some omnipresent spirit guiding your every move since you were a fetus? Do you really believe your father's dick was so divine it summoned me to babysit his child? Heh, I've been playing this game for a very, very long time. Longer than you can possibly imagine. But even I have limits. I'm not that invested. Then what is my role in all of this? Robin shot the question out like an arrow, needing to hear the answer from the only one who might know. You've been crafting this grand design for millennia before I even drew my first breath. It wasn't for you. The humanoid light spoke softly now, a tone that almost held respect. The board remains regardless of the pawn that walks upon it. Through my own methods I can sense the birth of certain individuals, those with unmatched intellect, with staggering luck, or karmic weight beyond comprehension. I observe them from afar, sometimes for decades, sometimes for centuries. And if the time comes when one aligns with my needs, I act. I place them where they must be, when they must be. And even then, it may take me hundreds of thousands of years to find a single one who truly fits the role, someone worth the gamble. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the sky above them. The current board we stand on, it isn't just the result of me connecting Renara to Guda's coordinates. No, it goes far beyond that. This board, this game, this entire stage, has been under construction since the very birth of that girl above, Helen. Since the day it was recorded that she was the most gifted born to the Destra bloodline. Robin clenched his jaw so tightly it felt like his teeth would crack. How could someone speak so casually, so innocently, about manipulating the lives of others from the moment they drew their first breath? It was horrifying, but the all-seeing God was far from done. He continued, his voice calm, his words measured like a master recounting a flawless strategy. Within the young sector number 100, I had a roster of candidates for this role. Some of them I was watching since before Renara's mischievous curiosity led her to Guda. I watched them grow, stumble, triumph, and fall. But in the end, each one of them was a failure in their own unique way. He shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Some wasted their fortune chasing petty power or indulging in meaningless pleasures. Many of the most intelligent ones became overconfident, arrogant fools who died far too young. A few turned their backs on greatness and settled into the soft luxury of business and domestic peace. Others had tremendous karma, yes, but their minds were dim, their spirits dull. Useless. Every last one. And so, the start of this board, this elaborate dance of fate, was delayed, for centuries upon centuries. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, but it held no regret. I was even beginning to lose faith in this entire endeavor. Guda was nearing ascension, and if that had happened, the entire network of threads I'd woven would have unraveled into nothing. All my preparation, dust. But I wasn't surprised. I've seen more boards collapse than I care to count. Most of them fall apart before they even begin, not because of poor strategy, not because of opposition, but simply due to the absence of a worthy pawn. And so I waited, and watched, and waited again. He turned toward Robin then, and his gaze changed, something curious now shimmered behind it. Until the moment I saw you, lying broken in that cave. Robin blinked, stunned. The cave? But, didn't you say you observe your candidates from the moment they're born? The seer gave a small, almost apologetic shrug. I did, but you were different. I didn't even know you existed until truth itself marked you. That's when you appeared to me, like a sudden light in the middle of a starless void. He smiled faintly. You weren't born under a lucky star, Robin. You didn't possess unimaginable genius, or extraordinary potential in the way I usually seek. Your karma was average, even mundane. You weren't chosen by karma either. And yet. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. You defied every measure I use. You tore your own thread of fate. You made a new one. You were just a boy, ordinary, unremarkable, but you found truth on a nascent planet. And more astonishingly, truth accepted you despite being on a nascent planet. He laughed again, louder this time. Do you know how rare that is? He leaned back, savoring the memory. When I found you lying there, dying, I traced your history immediately. I had to know everything. And what I found astounded me. You willingly halted your advancement, sacrificing strength, risking oblivion, just to chase after a deeper understanding of truth. You needed to build your foundation using it, nothing else would satisfy you. And when death came close, you didn't beg for a longer life, you didn't turn to any law to save yourself. You accepted it. And when I arrived, your heart had stopped, your soul domain had nearly faded, and yet, you were smiling. He burst into laughter again, smiling like a fool, thrilled that you had uncovered yet another heavenly law. Who the hell smiles in the face of death like that, huh? You little madman. Then, his tone softened slightly as he raised his shoulders. That was the moment I knew. I couldn't let someone like you vanish like that. I immediately moved you to the top of my list, above every genius, every prodigy, every chosen one. From that moment forward, I observed your every action, your battles, your ambitions, your defeats and triumphs, your relationships and strategies, your rise and your fury. And in just a decade or two, I discarded every other candidate. I said. He pointed directly at Robin, over and over again. I said, this boy is the one. There will be no other. Then came the final twist of the blade. And that's not all. I had to restructure the entire plan. I shifted the clash point to Nihari, Sector 99. I arranged the wormhole, the movements, the pieces, all of it, just to accommodate you. He leaned in now, deadly serious. I gave you Nihari, because I wanted to test the limits of a man who defied his own fate while still in the 10th level. My expectations for you were sky high. I wanted to see what someone like you would do when given something that was never meant to be his. Then he glanced up once more, his tone heavy. But maybe. I was wrong. Chapter 12:20. Robin clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He didn't know whether to take the all-seeing God's words as a compliment or an insult. But did it even matter anymore? In the end, when all was said and done, wasn't he still nothing more than a pawn? After several seconds of silence, Robin exhaled a long, trembling breath. His eyes lowered to the cold ground beneath his feet. He had already asked himself 1,000 questions, and found no answer comforting. Still, one more question escaped his lips, barely more than a whisper. What would you gain from instigating a war between House Destra and that savage, Zavaros? The humanoid light gave a scoff and waved the question away as if it were a mosquito buzzing in his ear. Really? That's what you want to ask, he said with a mixture of disappointment and irritation. Such a childishly naive question. Are you still clinging to the idea that I care about House Destra? Or as Zavaros? Robin blinked. His thoughts scrambled to keep up. So, they're not your goal, he murmured, almost to himself. But then something shifted. His eyes, moments ago lost in confusion, suddenly focused like the sharpening of a blade. His voice returned with a tremble of revelation. You don't care about them. What you want is the war. You just want a full-scale cosmic war. The humanoid light's grin widened, and he pointed at Robin with theatrical glee. Now there's the brain I've been waiting to shine, he laughed. But why? Robin's voice broke into a raw shout, filled with disbelief and fury. My war against the Great Serpent Empire, it was a mere whisper in the history of the universe. A conflict so minor no one of real power paid it any attention, and still it killed billions. No, tens of billions. Entire civilizations wiped away like dust in the wind. And you want to create something even larger? A universal war? What kind of creature are you? The air turned cold. The seer's expression hardened, like a storm freezing over. Creature? Devil? Child, you use words you barely understand. Tell me, what do you know of the ancient belt? Robin's jaw clenched. His fists shook at his sides. Nothing. I was told it's a myth. A fairy tale. No one knows if it's real or not. The all-seeing God's voice became low and grave, as if something old and terrible stirred behind his words. Then come back to me when you do know. When you've grown enough to peer beyond your own shadow. Until then, silence your tongue. Pieces like you are not meant to question the ones moving them. He gestured as though brushing away sand. Play your role. Do your part. Even if it means your death. If you ever grow into someone worthy, someone notable enough to become one of my targets, then you may ask who I am and what I do. Robin laughed bitterly, a dry, humorless sound. You talk like you're some kind of savior. As if you're doing the universe a favor by puppeteering it into ruin. He looked up, eyes burning. Fine. If what you're doing is so important, so noble, why didn't you come to me directly? Why didn't you just say what you are truly after? I could have spoken to Renara. I could have changed everything if I listened to these words just a few years ago. The humanoid light calmly raised two fingers, holding them parallel. Between them floated a delicate, nearly invisible strand of light, so fine and fragile that even a sigh might have severed it. Because of this, he said. Robin's brow furrowed. That's a thread of fate, the seer explained. When someone becomes powerful enough, when their will and presence grow vast, they begin to sense when their fate is being tampered with, especially if the event in question is large, direct, and deeply personal. A cosmic war, it's too big, too loud, too heavy on the threads. He looked at the strand with a calm, almost loving gaze. If I intervene directly, they'll know. They'll pull away. They'll prepare, and the board resets. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the thread snapped. And more importantly, it wouldn't be nearly as fun. Fun, Robin repeated, stunned. His voice cracked with emotion as his mind reeled. I don't know what cosmic ideal you're chasing. I don't know what grand truth lies behind your manipulations, but I do know war. I've seen what it brings. And I know that if what you're doing succeeds, the universe will drown in blood. The all-seeing God let out a soft chuckle, almost amused. And again I ask, what's the problem? Do you have any idea how long I've been doing this? How many eras I've spent cultivating promising young fools like you, pushing them into place, setting up entire realities just for the chance that one of them might succeed? He threw his arms wide, age after age, attempt after attempt, and nearly all of them ended in failure. If I didn't find some joy in the process I would have suffocated long ago. Robin's heart twisted. His voice dropped into a hoarse whisper, dread seeping into every word. What happened to them? Those before me? He already knew, but he had to ask. He needed to hear it. They were killed, of course, the humanoid light laughed, as if stating a weather report. His tone held no weight, no sadness, not even acknowledgement of loss. They disappeared into the vast, endless ocean of time, swept away along with every person they ever loved, every memory they ever left behind, and every place their footsteps once claimed as familiar. All of them, he continued, were just like you. They were full of dreams, ambition burning in their veins like wildfire. They had unshakable resolve, the kind that made them refuse to bow to anyone, no matter the power. Their presence was magnetic, the kind that gathered followers naturally, and yet, despite all of that, he looked at Robin directly. Not one of them even got close to grasping what they sought, true glory. Robin let out a low laugh, dry, bitter, almost broken. Glory? You speak as if it's something real, as if it's not just another illusion to bait fools like me into moving forward. He looked down, his voice turning colder. People like me, like them, we're not heroes. We're tools. We're disposable. Just chess pieces you move across the board at your leisure. His legs nearly gave way, the emotional weight finally pressing him down. He didn't fall, not yet. Only the sheer force of pride, raw and aching, kept him standing. The all-seeing God's expression softened, just a little. He sighed, shaking his head with a trace of disappointment. You're still staring at the ground, he murmured. Then he moved forward slowly, his presence almost spectral, and gently placed a hand on Robin's shoulder. His voice grew quieter, almost fatherly. Let's imagine, just for a moment, that you made the right decision. Let's say you had reached out to Renara, and war began to spread its fire. What then? What do you think would have become of you? Robin gave a short, humorless laugh, scoffing at the idea. I'd die. Probably crushed somewhere between fleets, vaporized by someone stronger, discarded in the chaos as collateral damage. Isn't that the most likely outcome? What could I possibly do in the middle of a galactic war? Haha, the seer barked out a sharp laugh. Maybe that would be true, if you were just another candidate. Just another failure. Then, he turned his gaze toward the figures surrounding Robin, his generals. Each of them, a force of nature. Each of them, bound to him not by fear, but by loyalty. Real loyalty. But you're not just anyone, are you? He stepped back, the light in his eyes intensifying. You, Robin Burton, would have stood beside Rhaenyra, not behind. You would have armed her with weapons and inventions never before seen in the Mid-Belt. You would have deployed your armies to ravage the worlds under Helen, storming planets shoulder to shoulder with her. He began to pace now, the narrative flowing freely from his lips like a prophecy. Your name would have been whispered with awe, feared by some, revered by others. A storm rising from the ashes of forgotten empires. Then he turned, locking eyes with Robin. His voice dropped to a near whisper. Eventually, Zavaros the Savage would have intervened. And when he did, you, standing beside Rhaenyra, would have caught his eye. He would have seen something in you. He would have reached out, taking you under his wing. Slowly, but surely, he would have shaped you. The humanoid light's grin widened. And in turn, you would have reshaped the true beginning empire. Forged it into a new power, one that could stand tall among the giants. You would have stood, not beneath them, but shoulder to shoulder with the tyrants. And with Nihari, the gift I tailored just for you, at your back, the very foundation of your rise. He gestured dramatically. You would have reached glory. Robin raised one brow, smiling with a flicker of defiance. And is that guaranteed? The all-seeing god chuckled, lifting a hand as if weighing the stars. Of course not. Nothing is absolute. The threads of fate twist, tangle, and sometimes snap under the weight of unforeseen choices. He shrugged, light-hearted for a moment. Then, like a nostalgic child, he leaned over and pinched Rhaenyra's cheek again. Tisk, we got so close this time. Just one spark away. Such a shame. Robin swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. There was a question lodged in his chest, a question that felt like a blade. He didn't want to ask it, but he had to. Let me ask you this, then, he said, forcing the words out. All the other chosen before me, the ones you worked with, trained, raised, did they have golden eyes too? The all-seeing god went still. Slowly, ever so slowly, he turned to face Robin. A smile spread across his face. A smile that warped his entire face into something other. Chapter 12:21. Robin stood frozen when he saw the strange smile, the silence stretching into eternity. His pupils dilated slowly, his breath caught somewhere between shock and dread. Then, suddenly, he clutched his head tightly, staggering backward like he had just been struck by an invisible force, pacing the ground like a madman. Oh no, no. What have I gotten myself into? This can't be real. The all-seeing god let out a booming laugh. Ah ha ha ha, unbelievable. You actually connected the dots all the way. Robin, my boy, you are a genius. A reckless, infuriating, egotistical storm of a human, but a genius nonetheless. Your mind only ignites when the flames of crisis are at your feet, but hey, better late than never. Genius, don't make me laugh. Robin snapped, slapping his own forehead again and again. I'm an idiot, a complete, blind, arrogant idiot. He gritted his teeth as his voice rose to a near scream. How did I not realize it was you behind my golden eye? You, of all beings. It's been right in front of me this whole time. The planetary spirits lost their minds every time they saw it, as if staring at the face of death itself. But you didn't so much as blink. You didn't even mention it. The humanoid light raised an eyebrow, visibly unimpressed by Robin's explosion. You're being overly dramatic, don't you think? It's just a color, a little visual flair, a minor enhancement in your affinity with the law. Nothing worthy of a meltdown. Robin whirled on him, his fury boiling over. Just a color. He clenched his fists so tightly they began to tremble. That's why your words about glory and destruction felt so familiar. That's the same thing the planetary spirits said when they looked into my eye. They didn't just see me, they saw doom. And now I know why. His voice cracked. Because they were right. Every chosen you've ever taken under your wing has died. Not only that, but their families, their friends, their homes, all erased from history. And everywhere they walked, reduced to dust. No wonder the spirits of the worlds tremble in my presence. No wonder Yuri was terrified to let me refine her. The all-seeing god nearly sighed, casting his gaze toward the horizon. Well, not all of them died, you know. Over the millennia, dozens like you were chosen, shaped, honed, tested. Its true most met unfortunate ends. But a handful, just a few, survived. Some even completed their missions. A rare few even reached something you might dare to call glory. He shrugged lightly, as though talking about fallen champions were no different than discussing the weather. Please shut up about it already, have some shame. Robin growled. He paced again, then stopped abruptly and pointed. Tell me, how do you do it? How can you manipulate the eye of truth? How can you change its color? That's not some parlor trick, that's a master law. You shouldn't even be able to touch it. The all-seeing god rolled his shoulders in a bored motion. The how is not for you to know, not yet. When the time is right, you'll understand. Perhaps. He smiled faintly. Besides, it's not really about the law of truth itself. You were chosen by truth, and that's how you received the eye. But I chose you as well, and that's how you got the golden hue. One thing doesn't cancel the other. They coexist. Robin's eyes narrowed with focused suspicion. What do you mean it's not related to the law of truth? The eye is the very heart of the master law. The humanoid light dismissed the question with a flick of his hand, as if brushing away a fly. Sure, sure. But so what? All your elder brothers, those tied to master laws like balance, creation, identity, and the rest, they each had a golden mark, a symbol of their identity. A surge of power to fulfill their grand roles in the cosmic order. His voice dropped into something soft, almost teasing. I don't only choose among the bearers of truth, if that's what you're trying to imply. Robin's eyes flared open to their absolute limit, his pupils dilating as the shock hit him like a celestial explosion. His heart hammered in his chest, a storm of thoughts and realizations slamming into him all at once. No, that's not even close to what I meant, he shouted, a raw blend of panic and frustration in his voice. He clenched his fists, his arms trembling slightly as he threw them out to either side, like a man trying to stop the collapse of an entire world. I was expecting you to boast, to go on about your transcendent understanding of the law of truth or your enlightenment beyond mortal comprehension. His voice rose with each word. But now you're telling me every one of your pawns was a wielder of a master law? All of them. He staggered back a step, as if the very air had turned to poison. You said there were dozens. How did you find so many beings capable of bearing such immense power? And more than that, how did you convince them to follow you into your schemes, your impossible dreams? The all-seeing God tilted his head slightly, as though the question were a naive one, something a child would ask. He narrowed his eyes, not in annoyance, but in subtle amusement. You still don't understand the heart of it, Robin. His voice softened, but it held an edge of disappointment, like a teacher whose brightest student had just missed the most obvious answer. I don't search for master law wielders as if I were hunting rare beasts. That would be a waste of time. What I seek are promising seeds. He stepped forward slowly, his presence towering despite his calm demeanor. Young souls with potential. Children who gleam in the fabric of fate like golden threads, threads not yet woven into the grand design. His hand moved through the air as if painting their paths on an invisible canvas. I watch them, study them, learn who they are deep inside, their desires, fears, talents, instincts. And when I am sure, when I see what they could become, then, and only then, I offer them a master law to fit their character and talent. Robin blinked, feeling the words settle like lead on his chest. The realization came not as a spark, but a slow-burning fire. You're the one who grants them the master laws. His voice cracked, lower now, filled with awe and dread in equal measure. Of course. The all-seeing God erupted in laughter, full-bodied and unrestrained. Did you truly think I merely stumbled across paragons of power lounging in obscurity, waiting to be recruited? That I offered my hand and they eagerly followed? No. The process is far more intricate than that. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. To carry out my plans, they must be exceptional. They must possess the strength to reshape worlds and defy the heavens. You think I spent eons crafting the perfect game boards, only to entrust it to a clown wielding a fundamental law? Please. Robin's expression twisted. A dark, sardonic grin stretched across his face, though it lacked any warmth. And here I thought I was shameless when I asked for Greenland and orphan blood, or when you gave me the space gates, all the time I was thinking of ways to repay you. He laughed bitterly. But it turns out I did not even take half of what the others took. You're right. The all-seeing God's response came instantly, mercilessly, without pause. To be completely honest with you, I don't usually choose bearers of truth to be my pawns. He circled Robin like a lion around prey, his voice cool and calculating. Those who follow the law of truth rely on knowledge, on invention and discovery. Their strength lies in supporting others, not standing alone in battle. They were never meant to be warriors. And I need warriors, Robin. I need world breakers. He raised 2 fingers. I tried this path twice before. 2 truth bearers. I gave them both the golden eye. Both died pitiful deaths before they could even complete 10% of the mission. Less than 10%. Can you imagine? It was laughable. Tragic, yes, but mostly laughable. Then he pointed, sharp and direct. That's why, when I saved you from death, I didn't commit right away. I watched you from afar. I needed to see what you'd do with this supposedly supportive law. His tone grew sharper, more intense. If you had remained in that cave, churning out manuscripts and distributing enlightenment like a noble little philosopher, I would have erased your name from my list without hesitation. Your story would have ended in obscurity. Then, slowly, his lips curved into a wide grin, sincere this time, if unnerving. But you didn't. You turned truth into a weapon. You used invention to survive, to dominate, to rally the strong around you. You turned your family into a dynasty. You conquered kingdoms, forged alliances, and began reshaping the political structure of the entire planet, all within a few short years. And I thought, perhaps this one is worthy. He jabbed a finger again, his voice proud now. And you didn't disappoint. Not even a little. You overcame the limitations of truth by strengthening your soul, and discovering spacetime on your own, becoming invincible in the young belt. And on top of that, you built an empire. A structure so vast, so efficient, you don't even need to fight anymore. You alone have proven that the truth-chosens aren't weak, the truth just needed someone like you to wield it. Robin exhaled slowly, his mouth curling into a reluctant, tired smile. Let me guess. He muttered, his voice laced with bitter amusement. You're not actually a wielder of the law of truth, like you told me before. Chapter 12:22. So you're not a wielder of the master law of truth, like you told me. Robin's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, no, he was long past that, but from the overwhelming weight of revelation pressing down upon his chest like an avalanche. Think of whatever answer would satisfy you most, the all-seeing God replied with a dismissive flick of the wrist, as if brushing away cosmic dust. Whichever version your mind clings to, let it be true. In a world as fluid as this, truth is often the most flexible element. Robin slowly lowered himself to the ground, his legs folding beneath him until he sat in a crouched position. His gaze was distant, his pupils unfocused, as if searching the void itself for something to anchor his spinning thoughts. It was too much, too many truths, too many secrets, all crashing down at once like waves against a brittle shore. This all-seeing God, this strange, enigmatic, timeless being, was far more than he had ever let on. Someone who had moved through the ages, untouched by their decay, selecting candidates from the current of time like a fisherman choosing the most promising of fish. Dozens. He had said dozens. Dozens of children of fate. Each one had been marked by him. Each had been branded with the golden mark, something the all-seeing God casually referred to as a gift, but which Robin now realized was a signature, a brand. Each had been thrown into a grand cosmic board game, different realms, different stakes, different enemies, but all had one thing in common, the burden of impossible expectations. What happened to the ones who succeeded? Robin asked, his voice low and controlled. The question felt heavier than any sword he had ever lifted. You said some of them found glory. Explain that to me. I need to understand. He needed to know. Because now, more than ever, Robin realized how impossible this path truly was. He had been given a mission that spanned 50 years into the future, a task that required him to anticipate, prepare, and evolve to fight a Nexus being. And that was just his path. What of the others? The humanoid light gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Not every mission looked like yours. Some were far less grand, and others far more subtle. I always prepare a variety of boards scattered across the stars, some in distant nebulae, some hidden within ancient empires, some deep in realms untouched by light or time. When I find a candidate, I assign them a mission that matches not just their strength, but their nature, their inclinations, their flaws, their essence. He pointed at Robin then, a single finger extended as if to pierce through his soul. You, for instance, were surrounded by armies, already gathering influence, building a legacy of control and power. So I matched you with a battlefield worthy of your ambition, the brewing war between Helen and Renara. It was fitting, but not all paths are so overtly militaristic or empire-shattering. The seer clasped his hands behind his back and began pacing slowly. One successful mission I remember required infiltrating a stellar academy, rising through the ranks, mastering its hidden disciplines, and toppling its corrupt leaders from within. Another involved seducing the daughter of a galactic monarch to incite civil war. Then he chuckled, almost wistfully. Not everything must be blood and steel. Sometimes, whispers echo louder than cannon fire. He turned back to Robin. Even your mission, despite its grand scale, was not originally about empire. You misinterpreted it, perhaps, or maybe you chose to misinterpret it, because that was what you knew how to do. He spread his arms wide, his voice taking on the tone of a teacher revealing a final lesson. The optimal flow of fate in your case was for you to fail at uniting Nihuri. That failure would have taught you humility, forced you to accept that force alone was not enough. It would have pushed you toward personal growth, toward deepening your own strength in solitude. Over 50 years, you would have grown, transformed. And when the invasion finally came, you would have been ready, not with armies, but with clarity. You would have captured enemy scouts, learned their tactics, perhaps disguised yourself as one of them. You would have infiltrated the empire of the Great Serpent, disrupted it from within, or followed their coordinates back to their worlds and brought ruin where they least expected it. Then, the seer gestured downward several times. That path, the one I just described, was the one 60% of your predecessors would have followed. It was efficient. It was subtle. It was effective. His voice darkened just a touch. As for the others, the more hot-blooded among them, they would have chosen violence. They would hunt the Great Serpent's fleets directly, attempting to destroy them with their master laws. And they would fail. Every single one. Helen would only need to send one of her generals after them. Then, suddenly, the all-seeing God burst into laughter, a loud, unrestrained laugh that echoed off the unseen walls around them. But you found yourself unwelcomed by the inhabitants of the planet, and what did you do? You built an empire. You brought an entire army from another world just to make your presence known. Ha! Brilliantly excessive. He turned to Robin, his eyes glittering with amusement. Let's take a little detour and measure your, let's call it unique approach against the methods your brothers took on their missions, shall we? For example, there was that one mission, seducing a nobleman's daughter. That candidate succeeded by entering a secluded cultivation realm with her, under the guise of some competitive training. Once inside, he manipulated the situation with subtle charm, deceit, and just the right amount of danger to entice her. Very poetic, very messy. He paused, his tone dripping with playful sarcasm. Now, if you had received that exact same mission, I imagine you would have taken an entirely different route. You would have probably built an empire first, ensured your rank and status were beyond reproach, and then marched to her father's doorstep, dressed in formal regalia, and politely asked for her hand in marriage. Maybe even hosted a diplomatic summit over it. He shook his head in mock disbelief before continuing. Let's not forget the mission that involved infiltrating a stellar academy and climbing to its peak of power. That candidate turned to assassinations, sowed chaos in the ranks, and wrapped the administration around his finger with webs of influence and manipulation. Ruthless, but effective. But you? No. You would have enrolled officially, founded a faction bearing your name, submitted dozens of contribution papers, reshaped the very core of the Academy's research programs, and eventually been voted into leadership by a landslide. All nice and clean, with everyone clapping. I honestly can't tell if that's a compliment or an insult, Robin said, shaking his head slowly. The all-seeing God spoke as if Robin were some noble paragon, but the undercurrent of mockery in his voice was impossible to ignore. It's neither, the humanoid light replied flatly, his face unusually serious for a brief moment. It's simply your nature. When confronted with uncertainty or resistance, you default to overwhelming force and long-term domination. You seek stability and strength, not chaos. You build fortresses where others dig foxholes. You form armies when others whisper in the dark. And you surround yourself with people you treat as family. I suppose that's linked to your past, yes? All that loneliness and abandonment? It lingers, doesn't it? Even now. Stay focused, Robin snapped, his tone curt. He had no interest in being psychoanalyzed by this manipulative immortal being. The seer only shrugged. What else is there to say? Yes, some of your fellow candidates succeeded in their assignments. Some sparked wars that engulfed galaxies. Ancient powers vanished. New orders rose from the ashes. A few of them are legends now in their own corners of the universe, and yet, he let out a long sigh, that's all it amounted to. That's all. Robin's voice sharpened, disbelief coloring his words. What do you mean that's all? What more could you possibly want beyond a cosmic war? The truth of it all hit Robin in waves. This man, no, this being, wasn't just some puppet master. He had caused multiple cosmic disasters already. And now he sat here, speaking as if that wasn't enough? Little brother. The all-seeing God's voice dropped, quieter now, deeper. Do you really think I orchestrate cosmic wars just to snack on popcorn and enjoy the spectacle? Do you think I enjoy watching stars die and civilizations crumble for sport? His gaze burned now, intense. No, the war itself, it's nothing but a spark. What matters is what comes after. The aftermath. The shift. The meaning. The result. My pawns, your brothers and sisters, they managed to light that spark, yes, but none of them had the strength, the vision, or the will to see it through to the end. His words thundered in the air like a storm cloud. Some survived. A few earned recognition, but none, not one, claimed the true glory, the ultimate triumph, the apex of purpose I had offered them. Robin scoffed under his breath, bitterness lacing his voice. What a wretched idea of glory. The humanoid light went silent. His eyes studied Robin for a long, still moment. Then, without a word, he turned and began walking slowly to the side, hands folding behind his back again like a disappointed teacher. Under different circumstances, those words alone would be enough to warrant annihilation, he said, his voice calm but cold. But I'll let it go. You're still ignorant of the path, and I'll pretend I didn't hear it. He lifted a hand, motioning vaguely in Robin's direction, still facing away. The glory I speak of has nothing to do with wealth, or power, or indulgence. It is something eternal, real, something so profound that, if you were to feel even a fraction of it, you'd beg to take back those words you just spat out. His voice softened, carrying a strange kind of warmth. It's something you once dreamed of, back when you were just a child, isn't it? Robin stood in silence, his eyes lowering to the ground as memories stirred within him. Another long pause. Why are we still talking? He finally asked, softly. Do you appear to mock all your pawns after they fail? Is this some ritual of yours? A farewell before you let me die in peace. The all-seeing God stopped in his tracks, and for a moment, a nostalgic smile crossed his lips. His voice returned to a gentle cadence, laced with something older than time. Since the incident in the cave has come up so often in this conversation, allow me to repeat something I said to you back then. He turned, eyes shining, and folded his hands behind his back once more. Robin, do you want another chance? Chapter 12:23. Robin, do you want another chance? Robin let out a sharp, almost mocking laugh, the sound echoing faintly. What's next? You're going to rewind time for me? Now that would be entertaining. But the all-seeing God simply shook his head, a faint, unreadable expression resting on his ageless face. Then he lifted his hand and gestured upward, slowly and deliberately. Time travel to the past is not something I'm offering. That's beyond what I'm willing, or even able, to do. His tone was firm, but not without a strange softness beneath it. But I can pull you out of this current disaster. Robin tilted his head up slowly, his eyes locking with the humanoid light's gaze. For a long moment, he studied the figure before him with an intensity that could have burned through stone. Do you offer all of your pawns second chances? Never once, the humanoid light replied, his voice as sharp and final as a closing gate. Among the many candidates I've encountered, there are some I've completely forgotten over time, and others I selected for specific purposes. Of those I chose, some managed to succeed, others failed. But in both cases, once the mission was handed out, I never looked back. I never reappeared. And most importantly, none of them ever had the slightest idea who I truly was. He lifted his shoulders slightly, a motion that looked equal parts indifferent and burdened. They either failed and perished, utterly consumed by the weight of their tasks, or they succeeded in a way that was incomplete, imperfect, lacking the depth I had hoped for. Either way, I never felt the need to revisit them. Up to now, not a single one has achieved the outcome I truly desire. Robin's lips curved into a faint smile, half amused, half bitter. Then why me? Why come back for me? I'm just another one of your failures. Because what you call failure doesn't compare to the others' collapses. The all-seeing God's voice had changed, taking on a different quality. Most of the others wouldn't have even survived setting foot on Nihari, let alone forming a faction. They would have died quietly in the chaos, unnoticed and forgotten. The rest wouldn't have lasted long enough to even witness the coming invasion. 50 years of preparation? They would have wasted it, or been erased before it ended. He stepped closer and pointed directly at Robin. You built a planetary empire from scratch. You stopped the invasion. And then, you defeated the invader. You faced Helen once on Nihari and once here, and you withstood it. Even now, I still can't believe you managed to survive that attack. And yet, I still failed. Robin clenched his teeth, his voice strained and low. Compared to those who finished their missions, He couldn't finish the sentence. The words stuck in his throat. He didn't even know what the missions were supposed to be. He had no real idea what their goals were, or what this elusive glory was supposed to look like. But it didn't matter. What truly tore at him from the inside, what made his pride ache and his thoughts spiral, was the simple, infuriating fact that others had succeeded, while he had not. The humanoid light's gaze drifted away into the distance, his tone turning heavy with something close to regret. I didn't like their methods, he admitted after a pause. Every single one of them, those who passed the first part of their task, did it by using the dirtiest, most disgraceful tactics you could imagine. Deceit, betrayal, corruption. They reached the objective, yes, but they soiled themselves doing it. They don't deserve the true glory. That's why I never contacted any of them again. He turned back toward Robin, eyes sharp and direct once more. But you are the finest result I've seen. The most promising discovery I've made in the past 100 million years. And if I'm being honest, I don't think I'll find another pawn like you in the next 100 million either. He took a slow breath. As for your so-called failure, we both know exactly why it happened. He pointed again at Robin, his voice cold and clear. You always had me lingering in the back of your mind. You depended on me. You believed I'd show up at the crucial moment to lend a hand, to protect you from my rival if she moved to harm you. You never once stopped to think that I might be lying to you, or toying with you. Despite all your failed attempts to contact me, you still believed I would come. The humanoid light placed his hands behind his back again. Is that a side effect of your lonely upbringing as well? Do you put your trust in others too easily, without question? Can you stop bringing up my childhood? Robin suddenly burst out, his voice sharp and rising, his arms waving in frustration. The all-seeing God didn't flinch. Do you want your chance, or not? The words were simple, but his tone was iron. It was clear that he had grown tired of the debate. I don't even know anymore, Robin muttered under his breath, a strange, twisted smile slowly forming on his lips, one that seemed to carry the weight of countless shattered dreams. I realize you have the power to take me away from here effortlessly, to extract me from this nightmare in the blink of an eye, but no, I won't abandon my sons, my followers, my people. If I were to leave them behind to be butchered like cattle, then my life, my very existence, would become meaningless. I would lose the last sliver of pride that anchors me to this world, forever. The seer's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. His eyebrows arched ever so slightly in a rare display of genuine surprise. He studied Robin for a heartbeat longer, then wordlessly began to walk to the side. His steps were slow, deliberate, almost theatrical. He stopped beside Zara, who stood still like a fragile sculpture carved out of sorrow. With emotion so tender it almost seemed out of character, he brushed a lock of hair from her face, his fingers moving with surprising gentleness. I see, he said at last, his voice low and contemplative. You've already suffered your devastating shock, you don't deserve another, that much is clear. But still, all of them. He gestured broadly toward the vast army of followers behind Robin, a veritable sea of souls. Yes. Robin snapped without hesitation, his voice ringing with an iron will that refused to bend. Every single one of them. Then, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, he shouted with all the force of his spirit, and furthermore, I refuse to be reduced to a mere pawn, a spark to ignite a war between strangers for causes I don't even comprehend. Even if my fate lies tangled in your hands, I still have the right to walk my own road, to carve my own destiny. The humanoid light turned away from Zara, his back to Robin, and took a few slow, heavy steps toward the heart of the plaza once more. The silence around them grew dense, almost suffocating, as if the very air was holding its breath. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. His voice was quieter now, but it carried an unmistakable edge of cold, cutting amusement. How interesting, he mused. You invade worlds with a smile on your lips, you lead wars where the dead are nothing more than tallies on a battlefield, and yet your righteous indignation awakens only when you think of yourself as a mere spark, a footnote in a war you don't directly participate in. He chuckled, a low, bitter sound that held no real mirth. A grand cosmic war, the deaths of trillions, the collapse of civilizations, all of that doesn't trouble you. He turned slightly, his golden eyes gleaming. What truly eats at you, Robin, is the idea of being sidelined. He paused, allowing his words to sink deep into Robin's chest like barbs. I understand you, Robin, perhaps even more than you understand yourself. His voice dropped lower, heavy with certainty. You are a man consumed by pride, someone who would rather stand at the heart of a raging inferno than watch from the shadows. And that, he gestured lazily, that is one of the reasons why I chose you again, why I continue to place my bet on you. The all-seeing God smiled thinly, a smile that held more shadows than light. You see, I too want my chosen piece to stand at the center of the board, not hidden among the pawns. He paced slowly, hands folded behind his back like a teacher lecturing a stubborn pupil. That's why I shared all this with you today, he continued. Even though, frankly, you don't deserve this honesty yet. I could have easily issued a simple command, I will save you, obey, and you would have had no choice but to comply. But then, he turned his head slightly, regarding Robin out of the corner of his eye. Your doubts would have multiplied, suspicion would have poisoned your mind, fear and uncertainty would have corroded your spirit. You would have abandoned your mission and started looking for me, and above all, you would have continued to cling to the childish hope that I would appear again whenever you were cornered. He shook his head once, slowly, almost sadly. Instead, I chose to lay everything bare. To speak to your pride, to challenge it, to awaken your true potential, to push you to the heights you were meant to reach. He raised a single hand, fingers splayed wide. Because, Robin, you are no longer a mere pawn. Not anymore. You've ascended. You've become. He smiled, a rare, almost proud expression. No, not a player yet. Maybe a rook, or a bishop. Silence fell between them once more, heavy and electrified. And then the all-seeing God's voice shifted, growing colder, more dangerous. Today, Robin, I will save you. Not just you, but your children, your empire, your dreams, everything you built here with blood and fire. He lifted 2 fingers again, the gesture heavy with meaning. But make no mistake. This will be the first time since the dawn of time that I will intervene directly in a mission. I will rip apart the fabric of destiny by doing so. I will expose my existence to the hidden powers that lurk beyond even your understanding. And then, I will be forced into hiding for who knows how long, time I may no longer have to spare. He lowered his hand, letting it fall to his side like a gavel sealing a grim verdict. In exchange for saving everything you love, you will complete 2 missions for me. No excuses. No deviations. No quitting halfway through like you almost did on Nihiri. His eyes hardened, glowing with an ominous light. And if you fail this time. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I will personally exact vengeance. Death will not be your escape. I will make you endure torments beyond anything this universe has ever known. You will live, Robin. You will suffer. And you will regret. Robin swallowed hard. He could feel the truth of every word resonating through his bones. This all-seeing God wasn't threatening him, he was stating cold, immutable facts. What are the missions? Robin rasped, almost afraid of the answer. The humanoid light raised a single finger once again, his gaze sharp and merciless. Your first task, and the primary reason I have chosen to place my bet on you once more. He smiled, a slow, predatory grin. I want you to take care of someone on my behalf. Chapter 12:24. I want you to take care of someone on my behalf. Robin blinked, a shadow of surprise flickering across his face. Take care of someone, he repeated slowly, cautiously, as if weighing the weight behind the words. A faint, almost careless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You mean, guide him, mentor him. Ah ha ha ha. The all-seeing God threw his head back and released a deep, rumbling laugh that echoed through the shattered square, the sound full of genuine amusement, as if Robin had said something truly absurd. When the all-seeing God's laughter finally died down, he lowered his gaze to lock eyes with Robin once again, his expression now sharpened into one of deadly seriousness. No. Robin felt his throat tighten. He swallowed hard, an involuntary reaction. Please, explain then, he managed, his voice low and wary. He remembered, painfully, that when he was merely a knight, the all-seeing God had tasked him with a mission that would end with engaging a Nexus being. Now, as a planetary emperor wielding armies at his fingertips, what level of impossible madness would he demand from him? Would he be ordered to take on the infamous Destra family itself? The all-seeing God's eyes grew distant, his voice turning solemn, like one reciting an ancient tragedy. As I have told you before, every candidate I have selected and nudged toward a specific square on the cosmic board has faced only 2 ends. Either they fail and are killed, their very existence wiped clean from the annals of history, something I ensure personally, or they succeed, but through means so vile, so filthy, that I can no longer take pride in their victory. Their triumphs come at too great a moral cost. He paused, a bitter twist pulling at the edges of his mouth. Those who succeed in such ways, I discard. I sever all ties. Their contracts are completed, but their names are erased from the ledger of those worth remembering. I did not specify how they should succeed, after all, only that they must. Still, my disdain for them is absolute. For a moment, the all-seeing God's voice trailed into the silence, as if weighed down by memories too heavy even for him. Then he lifted his gaze once more, and Robin felt the atmosphere shift. Yet, once. His words slowed, as though reluctant. Only once did someone break this pattern. A strange light entered the seer's eyes, something between admiration and loathing. One of my candidates used the master law of causality, the very gift I had personally bestowed upon him, against me. Robin froze. The mere thought was preposterous, insane. The all-seeing God's methods of concealment and manipulation were flawless to the point of madness. Robin had experienced it firsthand. He sensed the threads of fate, the all-seeing God said, his voice low and deadly. He peered into the unseen tapestry and uncovered the road he was being maneuvered onto. He saw me, the hand that guided him, and upon that realization, he made a decision. The seer's lips curved into something that was not a smile, but something colder. He fled. Fled. Robin's voice broke out involuntarily, his heart hammering. Who in the vast, star-strewn heavens could flee from this entity? Who could even recognize the all-seeing God's hand, much less resist it? The all-seeing God nodded slowly, almost with a trace of reluctant respect. After discovering the truth, he retreated with terrifying speed, reassessed everything, and, realizing he could not challenge me directly, he used the master law of causality to fulfill the mission from a distance, in the shallowest, most consequence-free way imaginable. The square I had crafted, the grand stage for my game, crumbled to dust before it could ever truly begin. 73,000 years of careful preparation, wasted. Robin felt the air grow colder around him. He struggled to form words, beads of cold sweat sliding down his temple. The way you're speaking about him, it sounds like he hesitated again. The all-seeing God's gaze sharpened. You want to say that he fooled me? He gave a slight chuckle, a sound like knives scraping stone. Yes, Robin. Say it clearly. He did. He fooled me. Oh, no. I would never presume. Robin muttered with a chuckle, but the damage was already done. Still, the all-seeing God's voice remained calm and detached. That boy realized what had happened to the golden candidates before him. He studied their ends, saw their silent disappearances, and understood that should he provoke me further, I would likely erase him without a second thought. He chuckled darkly. And so, he lived his life hidden in the shadows, moving pieces from afar, never drawing attention to himself, never flaunting the master law he had stolen. But still, he grew. He became influential beyond measure, orchestrating events like a master puppeteer. The all-seeing god's mouth curled into a grim smile. Perhaps, he learned more from me than I expected. He shrugged again, a casual, almost human gesture. I could still annihilate him. It would take little effort, a flick of my will. But the chaos it would unleash, the ripples it would send through the fabric of fate. Saving you here would be much simpler in comparison. It would not be worth the cost. Letting him live, ignoring him, is the easier, cleaner option. And he knows it. The all-seeing god's gaze turned piercing, burning with unspoken fury. But just because I tolerate it doesn't mean I forgive it. He took a step closer to Robin, shadows gathering at his feet. And since I will soon have to disappear into silence because of you, Robin. He leaned closer, his voice like a blade. You will be the one to deal with him. In my place. You will be the hand I cannot show. Robin held the seer's piercing gaze for a full 10 agonizing seconds, his own breath growing shallow under the crushing weight of the silence. Finally, as if capitulating to an invisible pressure, he lifted his hand and began to slowly rub at his forehead, massaging the tension that had built up like a storm within his skull. He realized then, with a sinking feeling of dread, how utterly foolish he had been to believe that the seer would assign him something as comparatively simple as confronting the Destra family. Why bother sending him against a mere ancient galactic family, one backed by the power of a fundamental law, when he could instead hurl him headlong into a conflict against a being who wielded a master law, a being whose existence spanned an unknowable stretch of time, a being who had, somehow, outwitted the all-seeing God himself? The sheer absurdity of it all nearly made Robin laugh. Nearly. How exactly? Do you expect me to deal with him? The words escaped Robin's lips in a half-joked, sardonic chuckle, his voice dry with disbelief. His mind flashed back unwillingly to Helen, a foe who had very nearly ended him not long ago. And now, in light of the current conversation, Helen seemed like little more than a pitiful footnote, a background character, a minor nuisance. The all-seeing God, however, showed no hint of jest or exaggeration. He answered with the same solemn gravity as a judge delivering a sentence. Deal with him in whatever way you deem appropriate, he said flatly, the weight behind his words making Robin's stomach twist. He refuses to be a pawn? Fine. He's free to believe that. But I have no intention of letting him keep something that belongs to me. I intend to reclaim my master law. I'm not running a charity, Robin, he said with chilling detachment. Then, even colder, even harsher. Kill him. Imprison him. Enslave him. Befriend him with some miraculous trick if you must. I don't particularly care about the means, only the end. All that matters is that you close that gaping front on my behalf. Kill him. Imprison him. Enslave him. Robin very nearly broke down laughing, or crying. This mission wasn't just suicidal, it was lunacy. It was so far beyond unreasonable that his mind struggled to even categorize it. At least, for now. The oppressive silence stretched between them once again, thicker than tar, before Robin found the courage to break it. What's the time limit on this mission? He almost didn't want to hear the answer. If the all-seeing God told him he had only 50 years, like before, then frankly, letting the impending enemy attack destroy everything might be the kinder option. The all-seeing God smiled, a rare, quiet, knowing smile, and responded immediately, without even a flicker of hesitation. It's open-ended. Take as long as you need. Who? A deep, weary sigh escaped Robin's lips, his body relaxing just slightly. At least the seer was not entirely disconnected from reality. He recognized the sheer insanity of what he was asking. All right, Robin said after a long moment, steeling himself for the journey ahead. I'll accept the first mission. Far away, deep within the endless expanse of the middle planetary belt. Tick, tick. A soft, rhythmic tapping echoed in the cavernous dark. In a place where moisture clung to every surface like a second skin and darkness reigned supreme, a pair of eyes fluttered open. Eyes as black as the void itself, eyes that seemed to swallow all light. Their only distinction from the surrounding shadows was the fierce network of blood-red capillaries crisscrossing their depths, like galaxies condensed into tiny, trembling lines of crimson. The figure stirred, slow, languid, unhurried, like an ancient beast awakening from eons of slumber. A hand emerged from the darkness, moving with almost dreamlike grace, and swept through the thick, humid air. In an instant, countless threads, impossibly thin and shimmering, burst into existence around him. Each thread seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, and each one remained firmly tethered to his being. Their sudden appearance bathed the cavern in a faint, ghostly illumination, revealing its immense, hollowed-out expanse. There was little within this colossal void, only a shattered, crumbling throne of darkstone, and a solitary man seated upon it. He looked to be in his early 30s, though something in the ancient stillness of his posture spoke of years beyond counting. He wore loose, unkempt robes of deep crimson and black, as if he had donned them centuries ago and forgotten to care since. His long black hair cascaded in wild tangles, framing a face that was neither strikingly beautiful nor offensively plain, but carried a weight, a depth, that made it unforgettable. His deep, bottomless eyes gave the impression of a creature carved not of flesh and blood, but of pure, dark intent. The man furrowed his brow slightly, reached out, and selected a single thread from the infinite web surrounding him. With a lazy wave of his hand, the countless others faded back into oblivion, leaving only one. For a heartbeat, his face remained frozen, a still, silent mask. And then, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. A wild spark ignited in those abyssal eyes, his lips pulling back into a grin that bared unnaturally sharp teeth. Excitement, pure, raw, unfiltered excitement, surged through him like a lightning strike. Danger, aimed at me. His voice, rough and ragged from disuse, nonetheless carried a gleeful, almost manic undertone. It's been long. Too long, How delightful, ah ha ha ha. The cavern shuddered under the force of his sudden laughter, deep, unrestrained, like thunder rolling across dead mountains. With a fluid motion, he rose from his broken throne, dust cascading from his tattered robes. And without a backward glance, he strode out of the cavern and into the darkness beyond, still laughing, the sound wild and echoing endlessly into the void. Chapter 12:25. Very well. I accept the first mission. Robin exhaled a long, slow breath, yet his voice remained firm, cutting through the tension like a blade. His decision was clear, with no hesitation left in him. Even though he bore no personal hatred toward the target he was tasked with confronting, the stakes were simply too high to allow for compassion or mercy. His very existence, the lives of his sons and daughters, and the towering empire he had painstakingly built, everything was teetering on the brink. One wrong move, one soft moment of hesitation, could lead to complete ruin. There was no time left to sympathize with strangers. No room for hesitation. Besides, since the mission was phrased merely as dealing with him, there might, just might, be alternative paths other than simple slaughter. Still, Robin couldn't afford the luxury of naivete. What information do you have about the target? Robin's voice was cold now, edged with a steely seriousness that allowed no room for games. The seer, who until now had worn a lazy, almost casual expression, lifted a single eyebrow, a gesture both amused and nonchalant. Information, he mused aloud. His name is Sevar, if memory serves me right. He wields the master law of causality. That's all you need to know. Robin's face tightened visibly. His stomach dropped as if a heavy stone had been tossed into it. What do you mean, that's all? His voice rose in disbelief. Do you have any idea how vast the universe is? How am I supposed to find a single being with just a name and a law? The all-seeing god's lips curled into a strange smile, one that sent an involuntary shiver down Robin's spine. He knew that smile. It was the smile of a man who had already prepared an answer that he knew Robin would not like. A chuckle escaped the all-seeing god's throat, low at first, then growing louder, until he was laughing freely and without restraint. You needn't trouble yourself about that, he said finally, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. He'll find you first after today's conversation, he. Robin's pupils dilated instantly, his whole body freezing in place. For a moment, the very world seemed to lose color, leaving only a blank, suffocating void. Please, just let the incoming attack fall and wipe us all out. It would be easier. Damn it all. Robin cursed internally, a furious storm raging within him. He had already braced himself for an uphill battle against a sovereign-level being. He had resigned himself to facing a monster armed with a master law, hoping that at least he would have unlimited time to grow strong enough before the inevitable clash. But now, even that faint hope had been stripped from him mercilessly. He'll find me after today? What kind of horror story is this? In comparison, the dreaded 50-year countdown before Helen's conflict against Renara now seemed almost merciful, almost kind. Don't worry, the all-seeing god said again in that maddeningly calm voice, as if speaking to a frightened child. It will still take him quite some time to actually find you. He continued, speaking slowly and clearly, as if savoring each word. At the moment, a new thread of destiny has been created around him, a thread that points toward you. This thread contains only the faintest whiff of hostility, like a whisper carried by a distant wind, barely enough to rouse suspicion. As long as he knows nothing about your name, appearance, or background, tracing that thread to its source will be a slow, painstaking task. During that time, you will have the chance to prepare yourself, to ready your mind, body, and soul. Robin's heart, which had been hammering violently against his ribs, began to slow just a little. A fragile, flickering ember of hope began to glow in the darkness. All right, he said cautiously, how much time are we talking about, exactly? Weeks? Months? Years? The all-seeing god's expression grew more serious, his voice lowering almost conspiratorially. Long enough for you to take some reasonable precautions, he said firmly. That is all you need to know. Besides, you have yet to even hear the second part of your tasks, and already you tremble? Why fear him so much? He's merely a candidate, just as you are. Robin clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth together hard enough that it hurt. Just a candidate? Perhaps in some technical sense, that was true. But Robin knew better than anyone that 100 years of survival and experience could turn a mere candidate into an unstoppable juggernaut. He himself wouldn't want to face a future version of himself after a century of growth, let alone someone like Sevar, who had likely lived far, far longer. Taking a long, steadying breath, Robin forced himself to remain calm. I can't spend the rest of my life living in fear, waiting for the blade to fall, he said. I need an option, a way to reach him first, on my own terms, if and when I feel ready to act. Even if I never use it, the knowledge that such a method exists would grant me peace of mind, and a powerful bargaining chip. The humanoid light said nothing for a few moments, his eyes distant, lost in some unfathomable calculation. Then he turned his gaze back to Robin, his expression sharp and unreadable. I cannot hand you his location directly, he said finally, his voice slow. Doing so would cause the thread of fate between you two to tighten dramatically, making it far easier for him to find you. But he allowed the word to hang in the air for a heartbeat. I will give you a hint instead. When the time approaches for your son's wedding, buy him a nice gift. Robin blinked, completely thrown off balance by the unexpected answer. One of my crazy sons is getting married. Who? A wide, delighted smile broke across Robin's face. The humanoid light stared at him, stunned for a long moment, before bursting into helpless laughter once again. Is that seriously your first question? He couldn't believe it. All the fear, all the anxiety Robin had shown just moments earlier was gone in an instant, wiped away by the mere mention of one of his children's happiness. Was he ever truly worried in the first place? Ah, you're right, Robin muttered, trying to gather himself again. He furrowed his brows thoughtfully, not on the tip of his thumb in deep thought, then nodded as if reaching a firm decision. All right, then. What kind of tools or assistance will you give me to deal with him? What do you mean? What more could you possibly want from me? The all-seeing god fidgeted theatrically, as if Robin's words were a personal insult. He then flung his arms wide open, gesturing at the vastness surrounding them, a broken world. Saving all of this isn't enough of a price for me to pay just to hand you a second chance? No, your third chance, mind you. And yet here you are, daring to ask for even more. Robin, feeling the heavy pressure bearing down on his shoulders, spread his hands in a pleading gesture. His voice softened, almost breaking into desperation. Please, he implored, just be reasonable with me, that's all I ask. You said it yourself, he sensed a thread forming the moment we spoke about him. Isn't that exactly the same way you weave your patches of fate? How am I supposed to fight something like that? No matter how I strategize, no matter how many variables I account for, he'll always be several steps ahead of me. The humanoid light tilted his head, examining Robin as though he were an amusing, hopeless child. That's not my concern, he said with an infuriating casualness, shrugging. Your struggle is yours alone. But if you really want the surest way to defeat a wielder of causality, you'll have to beat him at his own game, with causality itself. Robin didn't even blink. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and extended both hands, palms open, and almost comical eagerness on his face. Fine, then give it to me. The seer scoffed and waved a hand lazily, like he was shooing away a persistent insect. How disappointing, he muttered. And here I thought you were supposed to be some proud wielder of truth. Figure it out yourself. Robin leaned in sharply, almost stumbling forward in his urgency. But how, he demanded, his voice nearly cracking under the weight of frustration. I reached spacetime after years of mastering both space and time individually to the point I could merge them into a single law. Beyond that, sure, I've dabbled in understanding creation, and I have a rough, incomplete grasp on balance, but when it comes to causality, identity, or even primordial chaos, there's just nothing. My mind draws a blank every time. The all-seeing god simply laughed, a deep, resonant chuckle that seemed to mock Robin's every word. He shook his head in disbelief, wiping a tear of laughter from the corner of his eye. Honestly, he said, his voice dripping with amusement, I can't tell if you're an idiot or a genius. You keep looking to the farthest stars, chasing grand, distant concepts like spacetime, balance, and creation, and miraculously, you've made real strides toward understanding them. But somehow, you completely ignore what's right under your own feet. Robin's heart pounded in his chest. A sense of creeping dread began slithering up his spine. What exactly are you trying to say? His voice was low, almost a whisper, as if afraid to hear the answer. The all-seeing god's grin widened, almost predatory now. His eyes gleamed with mischievous glee as he leaned forward. Exactly what you suspect, he said, barely restraining his laughter. The thing you call your omen of truth. He jabbed a finger at Robin repeatedly, his motions animated, almost childish. You already have what you're desperately searching for, right inside you. Robin stumbled back half a step, his mind whirling chaotically. But you told me it was a special talent. A unique gift because I'm an exceptional wielder of truth. His voice was thick with betrayal, his face contorted in confusion. The humanoid light waved a hand irritably, as if brushing away a boring conversation. Oh, please, grow up. Stop clinging to every word I ever said as if it were scripture. What did you expect me to tell you back then? That you tore apart your own main thread of fate and, as a result, developed an innate resonance with causality itself. He shook his head again, pity lacing his words now. Listen closely, Robin, because I won't repeat this. I'll simplify causality for you, as simply as a child's fable. Let me create a tiny storyline for you to follow. The humanoid light's voice grew low. Suppose you choose to dine at a terrible restaurant. Because of that, you get food poisoning. Crippling stomach pains force you to rush to the hospital. On your way there, panicking and speeding, you accidentally hit a child, breaking his leg. Instead of stopping, you continue to the hospital, leaving the child behind. Later, you return home exhausted, drained, missing an important meeting you had promised your friends. Meanwhile, the father of the injured child tracks you down, furious. He storms into your home and breaks both your legs in an act of vengeance. Panicked, you stab him when he tries to break your arm as well, and he dies in the struggle. The all-seeing god paused, then began tapping his fingers lightly in the air, counting invisible points. Each event leads naturally to the next. This chain of events is what we call causality. Every cause has its effect, and every effect leads to another cause. And if anything, even a single small detail, had changed, the entire chain would have crumbled. No injury, no broken legs, no death. Simple, right? He tilted his head slightly, his grin almost feral. Now, the entire sequence, from your decision to eat at that bad restaurant, to the act of killing a man in your home, that grand arc is what we call fate. Robin stood there, paralyzed. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. He had never, not once, imagined he would be sitting through a master law lesson given so casually by this man. Chapter 12:26. The humanoid light casually placed one hand behind his back, his posture exuding the air of an old scholar about to deliver a profound lesson. In the sequence of events we discussed earlier, he began, his voice carrying a soft, almost hypnotic tone. From the very moment you made the seemingly trivial decision to eat at that bad restaurant, an unimaginable number of fate threads were spun into existence. One thread leading to the hospital where you'd rush in agony, another binding you to the child whose leg you would end up breaking, and yet another to the furious father whose life you would eventually take. And that's not even the full extent of it. He chuckled lightly, gesturing broadly around him as if painting invisible diagrams in the air. Threads of fate tied you to the waiter who served your food, the bystanders who glimpsed you sprinting in distress down the street, the doctors and nurses who would later cross your path at the hospital. Every fleeting encounter, every passing moment, woven into an endless, intricate tapestry of possibilities and consequences. He leaned slightly closer, his voice lowering as if sharing a dangerous secret. A master of the law of causality can see these threads, can follow them, manipulate them, or, if necessary, he snapped his fingers sharply, sever them. A chilling gleam flashed through the all-seeing God's eyes, a glimpse of the unfathomable depths he peered into daily. Had a causality user witnessed you that day, even from afar, they could have shifted your destiny entirely with a single, effortless action. Perhaps by guiding you to cross paths with an old friend in the street, diverting your steps before you ever reached that cursed restaurant. A small nudge, a seemingly insignificant deviation. He snapped his fingers again, more softly this time, and the entire future you were heading toward would have crumbled, replaced by something wholly different. The all-seeing God's glowing lips curled into a knowing smile, a teacher pleased with the weight of his own lesson. And not only your destiny would change, Robin, but the destinies of everyone whose lives would have been touched by yours in that original sequence of events. The child whose leg you broke would have grown up unscarred, with a loving father by his side, building a life that would ripple outward, affecting countless others in turn. The doctor who would have treated you? He might have instead treated a beautiful woman in your absence, fallen in love, and birthed a new family. A family that would never have existed had you followed your original path. And that's only two threads among thousands. Robin stood frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. The scale of it all, the sheer weight of what the all-seeing God was describing, was nearly beyond human comprehension. This, he finally managed to whisper hoarsely, this isn't just power, it's godhood. Isn't this too much? In his mind, he couldn't help but think, how is one supposed to fight an enemy who could rewrite the entire battlefield before the first blow was even struck? It felt impossible. No, it was impossible. The humanoid light, however, merely chuckled again, waving away Robin's fears with an almost mocking flourish. If it were truly so simple, he said lightly, you wouldn't see me exercising such extreme caution, limiting my own movements to the smallest, safest margins. Master laws are not toys to be played with. They exact heavy prices, prices that cannot be avoided no matter how skilled the wielder is. His eyes narrowed slightly, the air around him growing heavier. You yourself have tasted but a drop of that bitter truth through your use of the master law of spacetime, haven't you? Robin gritted his teeth, grim memories rising unbidden to the forefront of his mind. A drop, he echoed bitterly. Every time I called upon it, it nearly consumed me entirely. He knew better now. The terrifying energy drain he suffered whenever he used spacetime wasn't merely due to his lack of mastery, it was inherent to the law itself. Every new technique, every deeper integration, only demanded exponentially more. In stark contrast, the law of truth, his native dominion, was gentle, efficient, and precise. The golden cloak he wore, woven from his mastery of truth, hardly drained him at all. Causality is far more demanding when it comes to mental stability and energy, the all-seeing God proclaimed, his voice resonating with solemn authority. He folded his arms behind his back and continued with a grave tone, but that's not all. Fate, by its very nature, tends to heal itself, to restore its intended course. If a causality user is inexperienced, clumsy, or chooses the wrong moment to intervene, then no matter their efforts, the original chain of events will stubbornly reassert itself. For example, if upon meeting your old friend in the street, you invite him to dine with you at that bad restaurant, he might simply decline and go his own way, leaving you to enter alone, exactly as you would have without the interference. Thus, the original thread of destiny would endure, unbroken. He paused for a heartbeat, letting the weight of his words sink deep into Robin's mind, before adding, his voice almost conspiratorial, what should concern you most, however, is that each time a user of causality tries to alter the destinies of a multitude of individuals, the burden they bear escalates to unimaginable levels. If their aim is to manipulate or influence someone of tremendous importance, someone whose existence is intricately bound to countless others through a dense web of fate threads, the demands placed upon the causality user would surge to heights bordering on the impossible. Thus, their interventions are almost always razor-thin in their precision, minutely calculated, and incredibly rare. Robin's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, began to slow slightly. A wide smile, one of almost naive relief, stretched across his face. Oh, well, that's certainly reassuring, he said, allowing a brief chuckle to escape. Yet the all-seeing God's face immediately twisted into a grimace of disdain, his voice sharp and cold. Wipe that foolish grin off your face, he snapped. You truly think this is something to take lightly? If Sivar locates you, he could dismantle your entire army, not by confronting you, not by leading troops to your gates, but simply by pulling a thread here, snipping a thread there, among your soldiers. Before you even realize it, your forces would collapse into chaos and ruin, and he would not need to lift a single finger against you directly. Exclamation point. The color drained from Robin's face, a fresh wave of dread overtaking him. The all-seeing God, seeing the proper gravity return to Robin's demeanor, continued in a calmer, more instructive tone. As I mentioned before, your omen of truth, that instinctual warning you feel, is something you gained during that night in the cave, when you shattered the young master's thread of destiny and unveiled the master law of truth. It wasn't some gift. You experienced that acute pain because one of your faith threads is trembling, resonating under the weight of imminent threat. And know this, the more threads you possess, and the thicker and stronger they are, the greater the pain you will endure when danger approaches. He jabbed a sharp finger in Robin's direction, the movement slicing through the tension in the air like a blade. If you truly wish to study the law of causality, then begin with the omen of truth. Sharpen it, hone it, understand its whispers. It will serve as a potent weapon in your hands, a shield and a sword both, when you inevitably clash with that reckless brat, Sivar. Robin clenched his fists at his sides, determination flashing in his eyes. Understood. I will do everything within my power, he vowed, his voice steady despite the storm within his chest. A natural affinity with a master law like causality? Such a gift was far too precious to squander. The seer nodded once, approving of the resolve he saw, then shifted his stance slightly, as if preparing to deliver the next blow. If you have no more questions, he said slowly, then let us move forward to task number 2. Robin took in a deep breath, then exhaled forcefully, rolling his neck from side to side to loosen the growing stiffness in his muscles. All right, let's get this over with, he said, squaring his shoulders. Tell me what it is. One time, no riddles. The first mission had been to hunt down a wielder of a master law, a feat that bordered on madness. What could possibly be more insane than that? The humanoid light allowed a faint chuckle to escape, amused at Robin's poorly hidden apprehension. Your first task was difficult, yes, he admitted, and it was personal for me. It was a punishment for your earlier failure and the chaos you forced me to intervene in. But it was not a mission that, in itself, truly mattered to the broader tapestry of existence, not in the way I require now. A sly smile crept across the all-seeing God's lips, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. You said you didn't want to ignite the fires of conflict among powers you do not know, correct? Very well. He paused dramatically, savoring the moment. Then you shall become a key participant yourself. Robin felt a lump form in his throat. He swallowed hard, forcing a brittle, nervous smile onto his lips. A key participant, in a war against who, exactly, he asked, though a part of him already feared the answer. The humanoid light smile widened, dark and foreboding, and his voice dropped into a whisper that seemed to shake the very air. Everyone. Chapter 12:27. Everyone. A foolish, almost comical smile stretched across Robin's face. Pardon me? What did you just say? Why are you so shocked? The all-seeing God tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Every patch I have ever created had a singular purpose, either to ignite a cosmic war or to infiltrate strategic positions where triggering such a war would be easier when the right moment arrived. Did you truly think that I, after weaving plans for countless millennia, would abandon all of that so casually, just because you had a change of heart? He laughed, a deep, mocking sound. You refuse to serve as a mere spark between existing powers. Very well. Then you will become the very nucleus around which the war will revolve. You won't just witness the war. You will be the main character in it. The main character. In a cosmic war. Robin pointed wildly at himself, as if trying to reject the absurdity of it. Forget what I said. I'm a complete idiot, just like you claimed. Please just toss me into any of your remaining boards. I swear I'll ignite for you the greatest cosmic inferno the universe has ever seen. It is too late, the seer declared, his voice hardening like steel. The ink has dried, the decree has been sealed. These two missions are now interwoven into your very destiny. Failure to carry them out will not merely doom you, it will bring unimaginable torment upon you and death to everyone you have ever cared about. The humanoid light straightened his back, hands clasped once more behind him, his voice becoming colder and heavier with authority. You failed a patch that cost me the careful effort and planning of thousands upon thousands of years. Therefore, you will compensate me by creating a new one. Your next mission is this. Complete the construction of a century-class artificial galaxy using Nihiri as your foundation. Push it to ascend toward the mid-belt sector, and do all of this within less than 1,000 years. Afterward, you must defend your artificial galaxy against all threats and maintain dominion over it until you are officially recognized as a new behemoth, someone like Zavaros, or hell more. 1,000 years. Robin jolted in horror, his blood running cold. You expect me to attack the mid-belt within just 1,000 years? And the mission will end with me becoming a behemoth? Me? Are you serious right now? When Robin had spoken with Neri in the past, she had told him he would need around 100,000 years just to prepare properly, to gather strength, form armies, and lay the foundation needed for the monumental battles ahead. Now, with a single sentence, the all-seeing God had obliterated that timeline, reducing it to a mere 1% of what was originally planned. Worse still, the planet Nihiri itself was nowhere near ready. Its current martial age was about 410,000 years, still far from qualifying for a mid-belt sector ascension. Ascending in just 1,000 years meant Robin would have to take the second, much harder route, personally reaching the world cataclysm realm. This would automatically elevate not only himself and Jura, but all the planets bound to him, including Nihiri. Yet Robin had not even broken through to the Martial Emperor domain yet. He had no idea what true world cataclysms even entailed. What was he supposed to do now? Should he isolate himself, throwing everything into cultivating madly for centuries on end? Should he lead his fledgling armies to forge an empire of hundreds of worlds, forcibly binding new planets to Nihiri's orbit? Or should he prioritize hunting down the dangerous entity known as Sevar, before Sevar could find him? And above all, the all-seeing god made it sound like simply ascending to the mid-belt would inevitably trigger a cosmic war. Oh, no, wait a second. Robin exclaimed in panic, his mind racing. Are you seeing something in those threads of fate? What exactly is supposed to happen when the artificial galaxy ascends? You will find out soon enough, the humanoid light replied with an infuriating chuckle, offering no more than that. Then he lifted his chin slightly, looking down at Robin as if passing judgment. Now, choose. Will you accept, or will you not? His voice dropped lower, more menacing. I have told you several times already, at any moment, I could cancel the time stop and allow the attack meant for you to land. Death right now might seem like the most horrific outcome, but after you fail these missions, you will beg for the chance to die instead of facing what comes. Gulp. Robin swallowed hard, his expression tightening. He furrowed his brows deeply in thought, then lifted his gaze slowly, locking eyes with the humanoid light. That glory you spoke about earlier, Robin asked carefully, tell me about it. Surprised by the question, the seer paused for a heartbeat, raising one eyebrow slightly. The very word glory was created to describe it, he said finally, his voice filled with a rare, solemn reverence. There was no glory before it, and there will be no glory after it. It exists even if the universe itself crumbles into dust. It is eternal even if time ceases to exist. Can you explain more? Robin pressed, his tone almost desperate for understanding. But the humanoid light slowly shook his head, his silver hair rippling like silk. When you complete your missions, he said, his voice deep and calm, we will meet once again, and only then shall I reveal everything. Robin clenched his fist slightly, feeling his blood begin to boil under his skin, a slow burn rising from within. If I achieve it, if I accomplish this for myself, he asked, his voice low and firm, will you finally put an end to this endless cycle? This constant search for candidates? This manipulation of the cosmos? Without question, the all-seeing god confirmed without hesitation, his tone carrying a rare solemnity. There would be no more need for it. You and I will each have grander purposes to pursue, higher callings awaiting us beyond the petty games of fate. Then, Robin exhaled heavily, a long, drawn-out breath that seemed to carry all his doubts and fears away. His gaze hardened with resolve as he announced, with a fiery passion burning in his voice, I'll do it. For every brother who failed before me, and for every brother yet to come, I'll bring this cursed cycle to an end. Oh ho, you little scoundrel. The all-seeing god laughed heartily, a booming laugh that echoed around them like rolling thunder. You only want the glory for yourself, don't you? Ha ha ha. Slowly, effortlessly, he began to float upward, the hem of his robe fluttering as if caught by an invisible breeze. But I like your answer, he added with a grin. Very well, let's begin the new round. An embarrassed, sheepish smile tugged at Robin's lips as he realized he had been exposed so easily. He wasn't sure if the all-seeing god had read his intentions through deep knowledge of Robin's eternal ambition, that sacred, undying goal to achieve ultimate glory and etch his name across history, or if it was simply because of the burning light in his own eyes. Yah! A roar tore through the air as Caesar, Richard, Arrow, Sakaar, and dozens of high-ranking generals standing on the grand platform gathered their full might. Behind them hovered hundreds of battle emperors, and beyond the walls, 30 mighty warlords rallied together. All at once, they lifted their weapons, summoned their power, and launched their assault toward the heavens. Rumble, rumble. The overwhelming force of their combined onslaught cracked the delicate fabric of Jura's sky, ripping it open with brutal force. Particularly devastating was Hulak's cataclysmic punch, which generated its own gravitational field, pulling nearby human and demon generals a few steps closer before they dug their heels in and fought the drag. And yet, the annihilating nature strike descended with terrifying grace, as serene and inevitable as death itself. It approached the ground in unshakable calm, like an ancient judgment passed down from the heavens. Its oppressive pressure finally collided with the collective assault, and with a mere whoosh, every ounce of their gathered strength was erased. Impossible. Cries of disbelief ripped from their throats as they witnessed the fruit of their combined might vanish like fragile fireflies swallowed whole by a devouring sun. But they had no time to scream. In the very next instant, the brutal pressure from the destruction force slammed them into the earth, flattening them with merciless weight. Ugh! High above, Helen watched everything unfold, her sharp mind juggling multiple problems: how to cleanse her bad karma, how to escape the inevitable pursuit of the stellar academies once she made her move. Yet even amidst all her calculations, she noticed something peculiar. Floating before Robin was a being made entirely of radiant light. She couldn't determine what it was, a soul fragment, a celestial manifestation, or something even stranger. Whatever it was, its power was immeasurable. And more unnervingly, it was looking directly at her. You there, Helen called lazily, pointing down with a loose hand. Who are you? What are you trying to? Before she could even finish her sentence, the humanoid light simply raised his hand, and waved gently. Whoosh! Chapter 12:28. Helen furrowed her brows slightly, her sharp gaze narrowing, and called out in a commanding voice, You there! Who are you? What are you trying? Whoosh! Without warning, and before the final syllable could even leave her mouth, everything around her changed in the blink of an eye. The world she had just been observing, a world crumbling into oblivion, was gone. Only moments ago, she had been peering down from above onto a doomed planet, its atmosphere shredded and collapsing, with gusts of air howling into the vacuum of space. She had watched the trembling earth, riven with fractures, as if bracing itself for yet another merciless descent of the nature annihilation strike. Below her, she had seen countless tiny figures, Robin Burton and his valiant but foolish generals, clinging to hope, daring to believe they could somehow resist her devastating might. And now she stood on solid ground, a floor hewn from deep, dark stone, polished yet ancient. Ha! Helen muttered in disbelief, her voice small amidst the sudden stillness. Slowly, almost mechanically, she lifted her head, her senses reeling, and began surveying her surroundings. Every inch of this place, the heavy, silent air, the cold touch of the walls, the faint scent, was achingly familiar. Creak! A door behind her swung open abruptly. Who's there? A sharp voice called out. Spinning around, Helen saw a woman enter, dressed in a hardened military uniform, sword half-drawn and eyes blazing with urgency. Oh, it's you, Your Majesty. What are you doing here? I thought you had already departed for a mission? That was faster than expected. Helen's breath caught in her throat. She stared deeply into the woman's face, scrutinizing every feature with disbelief. This was her trusted aide, her shadow on the battlefield, the right hand she had personally chosen. And this place, this was unmistakable. It was her own private quarters, nestled deep within the fortified stronghold of the Bit of Destruction. What had just happened? Meanwhile, back on the surface of the collapsing planet Jura. Bam! Bam! The entire Golden Army, generals, soldiers, even the invincible warlords, were flattened to the ground as though the very heavens themselves pressed down upon them. Their bodies strained against the overwhelming pressure of the annihilation of nature, a force so immense that even breathing became a brutal task. Ugh! Groans of agony echoed across the battlefield, but despite the suffocating pain, the strongest among them clenched their jaws, refusing to yield, refusing to let their pride be ground into dust. Their trembling eyes slowly, instinctively, turned toward a single figure, toward Robin. Robin, who had been reduced to his first stage of cultivation, a frail figure whose body now looked almost translucent, a mere shell of flesh and soul, his sole domain hollow and barren. The soldiers feared for him. Even the slightest disturbance in the air seemed enough to shatter him like glass. Yet amidst their dread, they witnessed something extraordinary. Standing before Robin was a man made entirely of light. His very existence seemed to warp the air around him, radiating a pure, gentle power. The sight was vaguely reminiscent of Renara's soul shard when she had once appeared before them, but the feeling this figure invoked was vastly different. There was no chaos in him, no wrath, no raging storm. Ugh! Caesar, Kulak, and the others instinctively tried to move toward Robin, desperate to protect him from whatever new catastrophe this might herald. But at that exact moment, they saw the figure of light raise his hand in a slow, almost casual wave. And just like that, poof! The suffocating pressure evaporated. All heads snapped upward, searching the skies in disbelief. Where had the unstoppable force gone? Where was the black-dressed woman whose presence alone had threatened to annihilate them all? Gone. She was gone. The terrible nature annihilation strike was gone. The ruptured sky was mended, whole once more. The atmosphere no longer screamed in agony. The heavens above looked peaceful, even beautiful, as if the nightmare that had crushed them only moments ago had never happened at all. Soft clouds drifted lazily across the gentle blue, basking under the warmth of a sun that had returned to its rightful place. It was as if they had awakened from a terrible dream, and yet, the trembling in their hearts remained. The only figure that still hovered high above was Yuri, the small girl who had forged a body from compressed winds. She remained suspended in the air, but unlike before, her demeanor had completely transformed. There was no longer anger etched onto her face, no longer the burden of duty nor the fiery pride that had once burned so brightly. Instead, there was fear, raw, naked terror. Her delicate wind-formed body visibly shook, trembling under a force she could no longer challenge. What just happened? Was it you who? At last, everyone managed to tear their eyes away from the sky with great difficulty. They were desperate to understand the mysterious humanoid light who had seemingly saved their lives. Their minds raced with questions, eager to know who it was and why they had intervened. But when they looked around, they found no one there. There was only Robin, standing in the middle, grinning at them. What a grand finale, huh? You can all rest now. The crisis is over. Thud, thud. The generals, who had been struggling to stay on their feet, collapsed onto the ground one by one, completely drained of energy, their bodies unable to bear the immense pressure. Boo-hoo. Victoria, overwhelmed with emotions, cupped her hands over her face, tears streaming down as she wept. The fear, the anxiety, the overwhelming tension that had consumed her, the constant weight of impending doom, it had all evaporated in an instant. Robin's calm words hit her like a sudden downpour of cold water, dousing all her lingering fears. Huff, huff. Arrow slowly lowered his spear, eyes wide in shock and fear, the expression of someone who had narrowly escaped death's grasp. He drew Flora, still crying, tightly to his chest, gasping for air. He whispered in a low voice only she could hear, Huff. That lunatic. He really did something. He pulled it off. The gamble paid off. Meanwhile, Kulak stood motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Robin's smiling face, silently processing everything that had just occurred. Without even thinking about it, he took a few hesitant steps and stood next to Robin, as if drawn to him by some unseen force. While everyone else was still recovering and catching their breath, Sakar turned to face Robin, his expression full of suspicion and curiosity. My lord, what just happened? That being of light, did he help us without expecting anything in return? Hee, something like that. Don't worry. Robin waved his hand dismissively, trying to downplay the situation. As always, Sakar's thoughts raced far ahead, overthinking everything, perhaps wondering if Robin had made a deal with a devil or some other dark power. But, perhaps Sakar wasn't entirely wrong? Father, that was him, wasn't it? Caesar said, his eyes narrowing as he placed his halberd back into his ring. That presence, the figure had been too familiar to him. It was him. Robin gave a small, knowing nod, his eyes filled with unspoken understanding. Caesar's fierce, animalistic eyes softened with realization. Deep down, he knew that the situation had truly been resolved after the appearance of their overlord. Yet, despite this, a hint of worry crossed his face. The last time the all-seeing god intervened, he had restored Robin's body and demanded something in return, the issue with Nihari. What would the price be this time? Haha, no need to worry, Robin chuckled, clapping his hands twice, then gesturing to the crowd. Come on, now. What will the soldiers think of you, seeing you all like this? Go and calm them down, rally the cowards who fled, and let's finish the coronation. You still want to go through with it? Caesar exclaimed, disbelief clear in his voice. Even the other generals turned to Robin, startled by his insistence. They all knew that His Excellency had never been fond of the idea of a grand coronation. Now that the battle was over, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to avoid it. It must be done, right? Robin forced a smile, though it was laced with reluctance. We were supposed to have a legendary coronation, Little Caesar. What could be more legendary than a coronation after surviving a battle against a Nexus being? Come on, get everything ready. In truth, Robin's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. He despised the idea of being the center of attention, especially in a moment as public as this. But, since he was on the path to building a centennial empire within 1,000 years and initiating a massive upheaval in the mid-belt against everyone, maybe a grand coronation today wouldn't be such a terrible idea. Understood. Caesar gave a crisp military salute, then quickly began organizing his men. As he passed by Arrow, he gave him a side glance and patted his shoulder twice. Go gather your men. Robin took a deep breath. Whoa. Minutes passed, and soon, the platform was nearly empty. The generals and soldiers had either gone to heal their wounds or prepare for the next phase. Only Hulak remained, still standing beside Robin, silent and watchful. Robin let out a long, tired exhale. What a long, exhausting day. The day isn't over yet, Your Excellency, Hulak said quietly, pointing toward a particular direction. Robin leaned forward slightly to see where Hulak was pointing. Oh, you're still here. It was Renara. Her eyes were wide open, filled with terror. The same look of fear that had been etched onto the faces of the soldiers and generals earlier was now frozen on hers. Chapter 12:29. A few moments earlier, with a gentle wave of his hand, the all-seeing god gracefully restored all that had been disturbed in the sky back to its original state. The sky, once trembling from his presence, now calmed as if nothing had ever happened. Instantly afterward, the radiant figure, known as the Man of Light, began to shimmer, his form collapsing inward into itself until he condensed into a glowing, golden orb. Without hesitation, it surged forward once more, zipping straight toward Robin's forehead like a comet returning to its destined path. From deep within his soul domain, Robin heard a firm, solemn voice resonate through the very fabric of his soul. Robin, the voice echoed, layered with authority and a chilling undertone, the agreement has been sealed, and both missions have officially begun from this very moment. I am leaving this shard here for 3 specific reasons. The first, to maintain a channel through which I can contact you if you complete the missions in the exact manner I desire and deem acceptable. The second, to abduct you without warning in the event of failure, so that your eternal torment may begin without delay. And the third, to obliterate your soul domain completely should you dare utter a single word to anyone about what has transpired between us. Is that understood? I understand. I will erase the memory of your existence from my mind entirely. Robin's soul avatar nodded multiple times, an instinctive gesture of compliance. He knew this was the answer the all-seeing god expected, and demanded to hear. Excellent. The golden soul orb twirled gently in the air for a brief moment, then floated toward an unoccupied corner within Robin's soul domain. It hovered for a second, then quietly sank into the spiritual terrain, disappearing as though it had never been there at all. Phew. With the departure of the all-seeing god's shard, Robin exhaled deeply and began massaging the bridge of his nose with care. Dealing with a being of such incomprehensible power was utterly draining, on a mental, emotional, and even soul level. Nary, Evergreen, your gifts helped me more than you can imagine. Thank you, troll. But as he turned around to face them, Robin froze in shock. What met his eyes was a scene as bizarre as it was disturbing. Neri stood directly in front of him, her expression locked in an exaggerated, painfully obvious fake smile. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably, shaking from head to toe. There's no need to thank us, owner. It's simply why we exist. Her voice was trembling as much as her limbs, barely escaping her lips as more than a whisper. And behind her, the situation only grew stranger. Evergreen was suspended in midair, bound by ropes woven from threads of pure soul force. Her mouth was sealed with a big leaf, her cries muffled and desperate. She swung back and forth from one of the nearby trees like a pendulum, letting out barely audible screams through the improvised gag, MMFF. MMMMFFFF. Should I even ask? Robin muttered, his voice low as he cast a sideways glance toward Neri, unsure if he even wanted to know the answer. Ask about what, owner? Neri forced an even broader grin, her face twitching from the tension. The strain in her voice was unmistakable. Ugh. Robin groaned, this time raising both his hands to massage his temples. The headache was growing by the second. From what he remembered, Yuri had once explained to him the real reason she turned him away. It wasn't personal, not entirely, it was because she had witnessed his secret conversations with the all-seeing god. She knew exactly who he was. She had warned him to never meet the all-seeing god outside planet Jura if he wanted to convince other planetary spirits to follow him. She specifically urged him not to let any other planetary spirit catch sight of the all-seeing god. Clearly, that plan had fallen apart today. Even more alarming, both Evergreen and Neri also appeared to recognize him. But that didn't make sense, not even remotely. They had always claimed they only knew the general knowledge that circulated throughout the Middle Belt. The all-seeing God, however, could not possibly fall under the category of general knowledge. That was unthinkable. Had they seen him before they truly understood who he was? Or worse, had they been born from the primal chaos already knowing of him? Either possibility was terrifying, and Robin wasn't nearly foolish enough to ask. The threat he had just received still rang in his ears, eternal torment if he so much as mentioned a word about the all-seeing God to anyone. Get some rest, both of you. Everything's going to be alright. Robin cast a final glance over the two shaken girls. I won't fail again. And with that, he vanished from his soul domain. Above the platform, Robin spoke. Oh, so you're still here. Robin's voice was calm, almost affectionate, as he offered a gentle, disarming smile. His tone carried a trace of amusement. I saw what happened. Renara's voice cracked as she pointed with urgency toward Robin's forehead, her entire posture trembling. That was a shard. A soul shard. I saw it return into you, back inside your body. I saw it with my own eyes. It wasn't my imagination. Her words were scattered, tumbling out in frantic disarray. She could barely form complete thoughts. Just moments earlier, her eyes had been locked on Robin as she prepared to unleash a technique, something significant, something that required intense focus. But then, in the blink of an eye, she had witnessed the impossible. A being made of pure light, majestic and terrifying, had emerged from his forehead. This being had cleansed the skies, stabilizing the very atmosphere. He had, with a mere motion, prevented the complete destruction of the planet. And as if that wasn't enough, he had flung Helen away with incomprehensible ease. And then, he returned, folding back into Robin's forehead like a ghost disappearing into the mist. But before he did, in that impossibly brief moment, less than a breath, less than a heartbeat, that being looked at her. That look, that single glance, shook her to the core. She was no child, no inexperienced novice. She was the reigning sovereign of a near-centennial empire, long past the stages of fear. And yet, her body had shuddered. When was the last time she had felt that kind of primal dread? That involuntary, soul-deep reaction that told every fiber of her being to kneel? She, a woman who could command armies and silence halls with a word, had just quivered under the gaze of a soul shard. Please, Robin said softly, raising his hands and motioning downward with calming gestures. Take a breath. I'm not entirely sure what you saw, but maybe it was nothing more than a hallucination. A trick of the mind under stress. The whole situation was intense. Hallucination. Renara's voice rose, tinged with offense and disbelief. Are you saying I've gone insane? Deep inside, a part of her was beginning to wonder if he was right. How else could she explain what had just unfolded before her eyes? Hey, woman. A deep voice broke into the scene, raw and unfiltered. Hulak stepped forward, his massive frame imposing, and held out his hand in warning, fingers spread wide like an unspoken threat. Your shard wouldn't survive a single strike. Calm the hell down. Who is this thing? Renara recoiled slightly, eyes narrowing. And why is he speaking to me like that? This guy. Robin stepped forward, his tone turning casual as he clapped a hand on Hulak's broad back. This is Hulak. He's painfully honest, to the point of being the rudest man alive. Awful at making friends, terrible with politics, and probably the worst candidate for leading any organized military. Then Robin gave a small, warm smile, but loyal to the bone. Every time I need him, without fail, he's there. He moved to stand beside Hulak, looking up at the towering figure with sincere admiration. If he wanted to, he could be the founder and commander of the Imperial Guard. Hulak looked at Robin for a long, heavy moment. No words passed between them, only silent acknowledgement. Then, without hesitation, he dropped to one knee. I will protect you. Ha, that's what I like to hear. Robin laughed heartily, spreading his arms and pulling the long-haired giant into a fierce embrace, wrapping him like a little brother. Now get up. You don't need to kneel in front of me or anyone ever again. Keep your head high. As long as you follow me truthfully and with heart, you will see entire worlds bow at your feet. Robin Burton, Renara's voice cut through the moment like a blade, calm yet sharp. I hate to interrupt such a heartfelt moment between comrades, but we need to talk. Robin looked at her silently for a while, reading her expression, sensing the storm behind her composed exterior. Finally, he exhaled a long breath. We'll talk, he said, but not now. First, I'll finish my coronation. After that, I'll hear what you have to say. I don't have the... Renara began to protest, ready to declare she had no time, and certainly no interest in witnessing some symbolic crowning in a fledgling province with little significance. But she bit her tongue. She remembered how Robin had reacted with Helen, how he would rather have died than suffer a moment of perceived humiliation. Confronting him directly, especially now, would get her nowhere. And besides, there was still that shard. Fine, I'll wait. She brought both hands together and rested them gently at her abdomen, her posture elegant, composed, like a queen showing restraint. Good girl, Robin said with a light chuckle. Then, without another word, he turned and walked toward the balcony of the platform. He watched the masses who began to return in scattered waves. Chapter 12:30. Hustle, hustle. Just as one would expect from the elite generals and battle-hardened soldiers of the Golden Army, they had done what no ordinary force could. They brought everyone back. Whether through coercion or voluntary return, whether wounded or unharmed, still shaken or beginning to feel relief at the crisis's end, each and every person was seated once again. It was as though the chaos had never happened. No screams. No arguments. Just a silent return to order, eerily smooth, as if the very foundation of discipline had reasserted itself with a steel-like grip. And truly, if there was any silver lining in the disaster that unfolded today, it would be this: the overwhelming pressure unleashed by the cataclysmic attack from the major law of destruction had not been uniform. No, it had been relative. The stronger one was, the more attuned they were to the fabric of heavenly laws, the greater the toll exacted upon them. As a result, the ones who suffered the most under that crushing, law-bending force were the Empire's mightiest, its champions, leaders, and elite cultivators. Had that force swept across the land equally, without regard for power or perception, at least half of Jura's population would have perished today. No defenses, no time for retreat, just vaporized, lives snuffed like candles in a hurricane. Unbelievable. Even Servan and the remnants of the fleeing Third Army had been forced back, dragged into accountability after Arrow reached out to them with fury laced in every word. Their disbelief knew no bounds as they returned to witness an impossible sight: Robin, alive and steady upon the grand platform. What kind of disgraceful soldiers are you supposed to be? Arrow's voice cracked like thunder across the courtyard as he jabbed a furious finger at the trembling group of returnees, nearly a dozen of them. You abandoned your emperor while he still breathed. You ran like frightened dogs to save your own hides. What use are you to this empire, then? What is your worth? Shoko, known as Falcon Wing, lifted her hands instinctively, her expression flustered and panicked. Supreme General Arrow, please, you saw it with your own eyes. That force, it wasn't something anyone could withstand. Silence, he barked, his glare enough to silence a battlefield. Don't you dare compare what you did to anyone. Not a single human general fled. Not one. Even the demons, those very beings you speak of with disdain, held the line. Had I not stood with them to the bitter end and seen everything with my own eyes, the Third Army would have collapsed like a house of sand. We would be lined up in chains right now, sentenced to death, not gathered here for a coronation. His fury exploded as he grabbed Servan and Haros by their throats, hoisting them off the ground effortlessly. The memory of Caesar mocking him, patting his shoulder, smirking as if telling him to go collect your cowards, still burned into his mind like a brand. There was no doubt in his soul. If Arrow had used a spatial array to escape instead of standing his ground, Caesar would have torn the deserters apart one by one, enjoying every moment of their pain. Damn all of you. Go do something useful. Anything. And don't care what your peers say. Keep your mouths shut and your eyes low. With a snarl, Arrow shoved them backward, his disgust evident in every motion. We'll settle this after the day is done. Servan, Haros, the three sorceresses, Sandra, Bosana, and Kandal exchanged silent glances heavy with shame. They scattered, pretending to be useful, doing what they could to escape the eyes of judgment now burning upon them. To the astonishment of all, the imperial capital still stood. Some of its majestic buildings were cracked, their once pristine surfaces now marred with jagged lines. Many decorative elements had been shattered or worn away, leaving raw stone and frayed banners fluttering listlessly. Almost every single array in the city had been disrupted or damaged, requiring significant repair. But despite everything, it stood. Even the massive support vessel, Destruction Note 1, remained. Its hull was fractured in countless places, and deep fissures ran along its frame like scars left by a titan's claws. Yet somehow, miraculously, it was still functional. Operational, if needed. HSSSS. Dirger had returned too, limping slowly under the intense and furious gaze of Richard, who stared at him as though he were prey, his eyes wide with silent rage, his jaw clenched as though about to bite through steel. He looked like he wanted to run a rod through Dirger's mouth and out the other end, then roast him alive right then and there. Yet even Richard said nothing. Dirger merely muttered through gritted teeth, HSSS. This is beyond humiliating. Even Devos had returned, his head lowered so far that his chin nearly touched his chest. For the first time in his life, the towering brute wished his body was smaller, just small enough to shrink away from the accusing eyes surrounding him. He didn't say a word. When the two of them returned to their original spots, they found their third still crouched in exactly the same position. Crixus, unmoved and unchanged, let out his signature eerie laughter, short and sharp like a blade scratching metal. Hug. He was clearly mocking the two. Polak crossed his arms and surveyed the restored scene before them. Everything seemed to be returning to normal with alarming efficiency. There's something that your people still lack, Your Excellency, he said, his voice low and resonant. True loyalty. The kind that stands even when everything falls. He paused, his eyes scanning the surroundings as the dust of chaos settled. And I still don't trust the Third Army. Not even a little. All around them, the Empire was slowly reassembling its fractured image. The pieces of a shattered illusion were finding their way back into order. The shadow swords and the light swords, disciplined, relentless, loyal to the bone, moved with the urgency of beasts protecting their hive. As for the people, Robin responded with a quiet, contemplative tone, Caesar is working on it, tirelessly. And to be honest, I think his rough methods are finally starting to bear fruit. His lips curved into a subtle, almost nostalgic smile. Polak didn't look away. And the Third Army? Robin gave a light nod, as if expecting the question. I don't blame them, truly. All of them, without a single exception, were former prisoners of war. None of them has fought beneath my banner before. Even if Arrow himself was broken and fled, I would have still preserved the Third Army as it is. Their structure, their ranks, even their weaknesses, I would have kept it all. The only difference is, I would have thought of much heavier chains for them. Polak turned his head slowly, gazing at Robin for a few seconds without uttering a single word. Robin noticed the change in his expression. What? Why that look? But as the silence stretched, Robin's mind quickly pieced it together. His expression softened with realization. Ah, I see. You are worried I'd force you into an oath too, aren't you? Holak didn't answer directly, but his silence was enough. Robin placed a reassuring hand on the man's massive shoulder. I won't force you into anything, Holak. Not you. Men like you, if they feel coerced, even a little, they resist. And that's exactly why I've never tried to bind you. I suppose I'll just have to gamble on your nature instead. Holak finally spoke, his tone slow but firm. You won't regret it. He glanced at Robin from the side, not directly. It's true. I've never sworn loyalty to anyone, never pledged my strength to a cause. I don't have the training or the discipline for it, but I will do everything within my power to keep you on your throne. This is my promise, a promise in place of an oath. Robin laughed, his voice warm and full of approval. A promise is more than enough. He tapped Holak's boulder-like arm. So tell me, what changed your mind? Holak's gaze drifted toward the platform's edge, where the crowd was slowly gathering once more. I came here today because of something Arrow said. He told me that someone like me, a being of my strength and nature, was never meant to be just an ordinary citizen, and I realized he was right. Robin nodded in understanding, not interrupting. But, Holak continued, he also isn't worthy. He's not the kind of man I would ever serve. So I decided I'd offer my strength to you instead. After what I saw, after what you did against the Shadow and Nihiri, there's no doubt. You're the strongest. You're the only one I've seen worthy to give me orders. That's why I originally wanted to serve as a mercenary, called upon only for major wars. You could assign me to any of the 3 armies, as long as I retained full independence. Robin gave a thoughtful nod. He understood well. Holak wasn't the kind of person who would bow to any authority, not Arrow, not Caesar, not even Sakaar. He would never allow anyone to command him through title alone, because Holak wasn't just a powerful fighter at level 49. He was something unnatural, a living contradiction to how the world was supposed to work. His body-strengthening tattoo, by design, could only handle up to level 46. And yet, somehow, he had broken through that ceiling. His body had become something beyond explanation. His strength wasn't just massive, it had transcended logic. If it came to a deathmatch, no one could predict the victor between Holak and the pillars of the Empire, Caesar, Richard, Sakaar, and Amon. But in terms of pure, destructive force unleashed in a single moment, he stood alone. That one punch he threw, just one punch, with every ounce of power he had, he obliterated the upper body of Pythor, even while Pythor was in his gift mode. He launched Sakaar, Richard, and over 300 marshals, elites and imperial guards into the sky like rag dolls. He shattered the soul creature Hoffenheim, and he flattened an entire mountain near Hope City. So yes, it was only natural that he didn't take anyone seriously. Even Sakaar and Caesar treated him more like a peer than a subordinate. A peer, albeit a stubborn, provocative one. And then Holak spoke again, this time more slowly, with an edge of something deeper in his voice. But then, something else happened today. Something unexpected. And in that moment, I changed my mind. I decided I wouldn't just work with you. I'd work for you, and I'd leave it to you to decide how I should be used. Robin raised a curious eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what was it, then? Was it when I redirected the first attack? Maybe when I reformed my shattered body? Or when the golden soul shard appeared? Holak shook his head firmly. His voice, when it came, was dead serious. A strange fire burned in his eyes as he answered. No, it was when you called those 2 women brainless and shameless whores. You warmed my damn heart. Chapter 12:31. Robin swiftly turned toward Holak, visibly confused by what he had just heard. He clamped his lips shut, trying with all his might to hold back the laughter bubbling inside him, especially since Renara was still standing nearby. But the effort was futile. Ah ha ha ha. So that's why you decided to follow me? Ha ha. Even when you're being serious, Holak, you're still not serious at all. Humph. Renara didn't seem pleased by the situation. She turned her head away sharply, her expression cold and unreadable, but she remained silent, unwilling to comment. Oh no, I am serious. Holak insisted, puffing out his chest slightly in defense of his pride. Back then, I already knew you had superior power, and I admitted to myself that you were far stronger than I was, no denying that. But even so, I always thought I was the more honest and bold one. I didn't like your diplomatic style, it rubbed me the wrong way. You reminded me of that overdressed pretty boy Arrow at times. Then his brows furrowed as he seemed to recall something bitter. But in that moment, when I heard those 2 speaking with such an oppressive and condescending tone, I wanted to say something, I really did. But the sheer weight of their aura pinned me down. I couldn't even open my mouth. It was like my courage got smothered. He turned to look at Robin again, eyes sharper now. But you stood tall in the face of that oppressive pressure. You proved that you're bolder, more shameless, and more unshakable than I ever was. Only a defiant, fearless brute who boasts to no one is worthy of my loyalty and service. Should I be taking that as a compliment? Robin's expression contorted slightly, eyebrows raised in amusement. Father, everything has been restored and prepared, Richard landed quietly. Using his authority and sheer strength, he had managed to bring order back to the ceremonial grounds with surprising efficiency. Good. Now, Robin glanced around the platform, and his eyes quickly locked onto the throne positioned at the very front, where he was supposed to be officially crowned. It was badly damaged, one of the many things crushed under the earlier display of raw power and pressure. No worries, father. We've got a spare. Hee. Zara descended the platform gracefully. With a flick of her wrist, she stored the damaged throne into her spatial ring and instantly replaced it with another, identical in every detail. You made 2 of them? Robin asked, blinking in disbelief. The throne wasn't overly lavish. Its design was elegant but not flamboyant, featuring a high backrest, modest hand-carved patterns etched into its surface, and a number of well-placed, thick cushions fixed onto it for comfort. Yet, Robin knew instantly upon seeing it that the materials used to construct it were anything but modest. That throne was worth as much, if not more, than the destruction Note 1 worship. To have enough of that precious material to make two? That was extravagant beyond reason. That dark golden metal was unmistakable. It was just as rare and revered as Uraslium, perhaps even harder and more durable. In fact, even the original throne hadn't sustained damage to its metal frame, the destruction was limited to the cushions alone. But there was another one? Already crafted and ready? Brother Caesar said you almost never attempt anything without some kind of calamity ruining it. So he told me to prepare a backup for every single item used in the coronation ceremony. Even if the entire platform were reduced to rubble, we would have been prepared. Robin squinted his eyes and turned slowly to glare at Caesar, who was still busy barking orders at the golden armored soldiers, trying to get them to line up properly. Robin opened his mouth to scold him for making such a remark about him, but no words came, because, truthfully, Caesar had been right. All right then, let's get this over with. Placing his left hand behind his back in a posture of composed elegance, Robin walked forward, alone, toward the majestic throne, every eye on the platform fixed upon him. Even Hulak remained rooted to the spot, not daring to move or draw attention to himself at such a momentous time. This was Robin's moment, and even Hulak knew better than to interfere. Still, his eyes moved like lightning, scanning the surroundings ceaselessly for any hint of danger. Step. Every footfall echoed with gravitas, dignity, regality, and a sense of destiny. Robin's gait as he approached the throne was so measured, so perfectly poised, that some in the audience whispered it was as if fate itself had choreographed his steps. With his golden hair, trimmed in style just right, not too long, not too short, his pristine white and gold robes, crisp and unwrinkled despite the earlier battle, and his unshakable composure, Robin looked every bit the king the throne had long been waiting for. There was no sign in his stride or posture of the life and death battle he had just survived. Only calm authority. A few spectators were so captivated that they could have sworn they felt the throne calling out to him, yearning for its rightful master after what felt like an eternity of waiting. With an air of composed majesty, Robin descended onto the throne's luxurious cushion. The fabric, soft yet firm, accepted his weight like it had long awaited his presence. He laid both hands gracefully on the ornately carved armrests, crossing one leg over the other in a gesture of calm dominion. A gentle smile touched his lips, and his eyes, shimmering with an ethereal golden light, swept over the gathered crowd, visible through the numerous light projection panels aimed at him from every direction. These panels, now reactivated, broadcast his image to every corner of the empire, to every citizen across the planets that awaited their ruler's coronation. A profound silence fell. The shadow swords dissipated into the void, melting away like whispers in the wind. The light swords, ever disciplined, sheathed their weapons and retreated into strict formation. The Golden Army too, with synchronized precision, fell back behind the grandstands, leaving the center stage bathed in the quiet reverence of history being made. The spectators, once terrified and scattered, now sat upright, awestruck. Gone was the fear that had driven them to flee. In its place was something else entirely: reverence, respect, even adoration. Their eyes, previously wild with panic, now gazed upon Robin as though witnessing the rise of a legend. Among the local monarchs, the old veterans like Orzin and Haidar nodded, their expressions serene. To them, this was the natural order of things, an inevitable culmination. For others, like Aiko and Isnacio, this was a first. Their eyes, once skeptical, now lingered on their new emperor with reluctant yet undeniable recognition of his authority. Whoa. At last, Caesar descended beside the throne, his boots landing with a soft but resolute thud. He remained still, studying his father for several heartbeats. Then, with a faint yet meaningful smile, he gave a subtle nod. Exactly as it should be. Then he raised his hand and gave a simple command. Bring them in. Boo, boo. A chorus of musicians released a majestic fanfare from ancient wind instruments, filling the air with harmonies both regal and haunting. Overhead, the clouds, as if responding to unseen choreography, began to swirl and spiral, forming ethereal patterns that imbued the ceremony with an almost mythological grandeur. The atmosphere thickened, sacred and electric. Step. Ascending the grand platform came a procession unlike any other. Dozens of elders advanced with dignified solemnity, none alike in race, form, or origin. They represented the diversity of a multitude of planets and cultures unified under one banner. Leading them was a frail human male of immense age, his hands trembling slightly as he carried a crimson cushion bearing a crown. The crown was crafted of radiant golden alloy and crowned with 13 spear-like spires. The center spear, tallest and broadest, shimmered like a star among planets. The delegation stopped at Caesar's side. The ancient-looking man bowed with reverence, and behind him, the entire procession followed suit in silent unity. Then, the elder lifted his eyes and spoke, his voice quivering but powerful. This old soul is named Edmund Burton, the eldest living descendant of the family, and perhaps the one who has seen the most. I had long hoped, dreamed, that it would be Patriarch Brian standing here today, placing this crown upon your head. But I know he watches from the beyond with a smile. He paused, his voice catching. Robin, you have brought our family undying glory. Should you command it, the Burton line would gladly leap into fire or part oceans, without question. Robin's expression softened, but his smile dimmed slightly as memories surfaced, of Patriarch Brian, of those who perished in the Jura massacre. How many had fallen with nothing more than the hope that one day, their humble family might rise high enough to claim the title of Marquis? Caesar stared at the crown, knowing that someone needed to take it now, to place it on his father's head, completing the ritual. But who? Richard had declined the honor. There was no time to summon the elders of the tree. Perhaps Zara? Or maybe. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Give me that. This day has gone on long enough. A commanding voice rang out, cutting through his contemplation. A figure stepped forward, hands confidently reaching for the crown. You. Caesar's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Renara. He half stepped forward, his instincts urging him to intervene, to stop her, to take the crown back. But she was already there, standing behind the throne. And somehow, it felt right. With her 9 radiant tails lifted high like banners of nobility, her regal aura shimmered like starlight. Her form bathed in luminescence, her features divine in their perfection, she stole the gaze of all assembled as she raised the crown high above Robin's head. I am Renara, she declared, her voice resolute and melodic, 3rd Empress of the 9 Paths Empire. I recognize Robin Burton as the rightful sovereign. By the authority vested in me, I crown him. Let those who oppose him know they have made an enemy of me. Let those who recognize him find an ally in me. Bam! The crown descended, resting upon Robin's head with finality. To the crowd, it felt as though a mountain had been laid upon their hearts, not of weight, but of awe. It was flawless. At that instant, every soul knew, without doubt or hesitation, that no other man beneath the stars or atop the soil was more worthy to bear that crown. Tap. Caesar knelt, pressing both fists together in a gesture of ancient reverence. We salute His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor. Tap, tap, tap. The generals followed, dropping one after another in synchronized homage. The crowd stood, then fell to their knees in waves. The Golden Army, the Shadow Swords, and Light Swords, all of them bowed low as their voices rang out. We hail the Conqueror of Worlds, the Builder of Nations, the Scourge of Tyrants, and the Champion of Justice. We salute His Majesty, the Emperor. Across the 13 realms, in homes and streets and palaces, countless people dropped to their knees before their screens. Some cheered, others cried. Some prayed, others stood in stunned silence. None knew what had truly happened during the long blackout, but they knew this. They had a new emperor. They had a new future. Hail His Majesty, the Emperor. Hail His Majesty, the Emperor. Hail His Majesty, the Emperor. Chapter 1232. Poof. Robin collapsed onto a plush, richly upholstered couch, its soft cushions absorbing his weight like a sigh of relief from the universe itself. With a groan of exaggerated weariness, he brought his hand up to his neck and began rotating it slowly, left then right, working out the tension with practiced movements. A sly smile curled at the corners of his lips. Ah, a simple man like me, still stuck at level 1, really shouldn't have to endure this kind of pressure. It's downright criminal, he said with a light laugh, half joking, half serious. Casually, he removed the crown from his head using one hand, its weight seemingly negligible in his fingers despite the authority it represented. He rested its golden edge on the tip of his index finger and began spinning it slowly with the other hand, the metal catching glints of light in a mesmerizing dance. So, he mused, raising an eyebrow with amused curiosity, those who oppose me oppose you. Those who befriend me shall have your favor. That's what you said, right? Sitting across from him with regal posture and serene grace, Renara didn't flinch or lower her gaze. Her back was straight, her head held high with quiet confidence befitting a sovereign. She answered with the cool detachment of someone who'd spent a lifetime mastering diplomacy. Just ceremonial words, she said calmly, her tone measured and almost indifferent. Don't let them weigh on your mind. Oh, so you didn't mean it after all? Robin chuckled as he flicked the crown gently into the air, watching it turn end over end before vanishing with a soft shimmer into the confines of his newly acquired spatial ring. He leaned forward slightly, a teasing glint in his golden eyes. You do realize, of course, that your little speech was captured by all the directional light recording boxes and broadcast live to every one of my planets, right? It's a bit late to walk it back now, don't you think? I have faith we won't find ourselves on opposite sides, Renara replied smoothly, every word calculated. Her voice was like velvet stretched over iron. Robin gave a small shrug. Maybe you're right. In any case, I do appreciate the gesture. You spared my children from the burden of having to step in, and for that, I owe you one. There was a pause. Renara's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. The golden soul shard, she said quietly, her voice now edged with urgency. Who was it? She had encountered many beings in various states of soul resonance throughout her life, some of immense power, others of terrifying presence. She had once even stood before a being known as a behemoth, a being whose name echoed across dimensions. But the pressure she felt earlier today had far surpassed even that. It was a suffocating force, an overwhelming dread. When the owner of the golden soul shard had looked at her, it was as if she were an insect beneath his heel, utterly insignificant. It was the same way she used to look at Robin. That reversal burned her pride. He prefers to remain anonymous, Robin said nonchalantly, waving a hand dismissively as if brushing away an annoying fly. But honestly, you don't have to concern yourself. As long as we're on good terms, you'll never have to see him again. Not that she'd be seeing him anyway, but she didn't need to know that. Renara's fingers flexed slightly, betraying her frustration. Can you at least tell me what he did to that woman, she asked, her voice a touch more forceful. She vanished. It was as if everything she did was undone. He reversed everything. Do you even know where she went? Robin shrugged again, a wry grin playing on his face. Your guess is as good as mine, unfortunately, he said with a trace of amusement. If you couldn't tell what happened, how on earth would someone like me know? He leaned back against the couch, folding his arms. Apparently, though, she's something of a minor celebrity in Sector 100 Mid. I doubt the truth will stay hidden for long. Sooner or later, the dust will settle, and we'll both know what really happened. Then he straightened slightly, his tone shifting to something colder, more direct. So tell me, Lady Renara, why are you still here? What's really keeping you? Don't tell me you're still hoping I'll kneel before you? Surely you're not that naive. You were officially crowned mere minutes ago, Renara said with a wry smile, clearly unbothered by his bluntness. Yet you still speak like a soldier fresh from the trenches. She raised her chin, golden light dancing in her eyes. No, Lord Robin, I have no desire for your submission, nor do I seek to make you my subordinate. You have already made that perfectly clear, more than once. But I do still believe we can form a powerful bond. If you want to call it a business partnership, fine, but perhaps it could grow into something more. Robin blinked once, then gave a sheepish smile, the edge in his voice softening. You're right. I apologize for my harsh words, he said sincerely. As for a partnership, that part's easy. He closed one eye thoughtfully for a moment, then asked, tell me something, can soul shards be infused into drinks? Like, I don't know, soul juice or something? Renara stared at him, her expression briefly unreadable. Thank you, no, she said, narrowing her eyes. I don't require anything at the moment. Knock, knock. The doors to the chamber creaked open slowly, and two young women entered, both radiant in their own ways, Zara with her quiet strength, and Emily with her gentle poise. Your Majesty, Emily said with a graceful bow, did you summon us? Robin gave a calm, deliberate nod, then extended his hand slightly in a gesture toward Renara. Lady Renara is now recognized as an official trade partner of our empire, effective immediately, he announced with clear authority, his voice echoing softly through the chamber. I want you both to begin compiling a detailed inventory of our publicly shareable assets, natural resources, refined materials, technological innovations, and experimental equipment. Focus only on items that can be safely exchanged without posing strategic risks to our internal security or long-term development. He paused for a moment, letting the gravity of his words settle before continuing. Be sure to include the permissible trade quotas as well, how much we can sell before it starts to hurt us. And remember, all transactions must follow the principle of equivalent exchange. We aren't in need of energy gems or any other currency, no matter how exotic. We value balance. Then, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as his tone relaxed slightly, but the sharpness in his golden eyes remained. Once the list is complete, assemble a formal trade delegation and deliver it to Lady Renara personally. You'll find the precise coordinates with King Volby, ask him directly. He then turned toward Renara, his expression unreadable yet piercing, eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that refused to blink. I trust, Lady Renara, that your subordinates will not imprison or mistreat our envoys as they did with Volby. Twice. That kind of hostility would make our relationship unnecessarily fragile before it even begins. Understood, Your Majesty, the two young women replied in perfect unison. They bowed respectfully, then turned and exited the room. As the heavy doors clicked shut behind them, Renara let out a soft exhale. Her displeasure was barely hidden. So I'll only be receiving access to the assets available for open circulation, she asked, arching a delicate brow, her voice laced with clear irritation. Robin chuckled, deep and genuine. You'd be amazed how much I allow into public trade, Lady Renara, he said, folding his arms behind his back as he began to pace casually across the polished floor. And besides, I hope you have something that might catch Zara's interest in the first. She's particular. He turned back toward her, grin widening. Besides, this is a perfectly reasonable starting point, wouldn't you agree? There's no deep trust between us, no long-standing bond, no history worth invoking a special clause. Just hours ago, we were standing on opposite ends. Let's not pretend otherwise. True enough, Renara conceded with a slight nod. She tapped her fingers lightly against her knee before continuing. Then tell me, Robin, how do you suggest we move past that? How do we get from mutual suspicion to meaningful cooperation? Robin didn't answer right away. Instead, he sat back down, resting his elbows on his knees, his fingertips rhythmically tapping together. The silence between them grew thick, and Renara understood it well. She was in the presence of someone dangerous. Not just a man with influence, not just a ruler with vision, but a wielder of the law of truth, perhaps even more than one master law. And behind him stood an even greater shadow, a supreme being who treated Nexus powerhouses as if they were flies. The mere memory of that gaze, the one that looked at her like she was a disposable insect, sent a chill down her spine. Yes, Renara admired what Robin had built, the might of the true beginning empire, the potential of its future, the boldness of its will. But now, more than ever, she understood. It wasn't the empire she needed to secure. It was him. And perhaps that wasn't such a terrible thing. After a long pause, Robin finally moved. He retrieved a thin parchment from his side, along with a stylus that shimmered faintly with spiritual ink. Then, with measured strokes, he began to draw fragmented lines, scattered symbols, complex curves that hinted at a larger, more dangerous whole. During the attack, or rather, during the failed invasion attempt by the Empress of Blood and Destruction, he began, voice low and thoughtful, she cast a soul-based technique on one of my followers. It froze him solid, locked his body in stasis, halted his biological processes completely. He paused. The energy surrounding the spell was purple. I strongly suspect it belonged to the Royal Purple Soul class. My eye of truth isn't developed enough yet to confirm every detail about that class, but I've seen something like this. His drawing was deliberate, but misleading. His hand sometimes trembled, sometimes erased, sometimes darkened only fragments. The glyph was broken, distorted. And yet, despite the intentional obfuscation, the pattern kept growing, spreading outward like a curse blooming in silence. Renara leaned closer, her eyes narrowing, and then, suddenly, they widened. She recognized it. This is the curse of eternal stillness. Chapter 1233. It's the curse of eternal stillness. Renara's voice rose slightly, her pupils dilating as an unmistakable look of shock and realization took over her elegant features. She stared at the incomplete pattern, lips parting ever so slightly as if trying to breathe in what the mind had just processed. Robin blinked. That name doesn't exactly sound like something I'd want cast on someone I care about, he said with a sarcastic smirk, though his tone betrayed genuine concern. He leaned further into the plush cushions of the sofa and waved vaguely at the floating sketch in front of him. Still, I had a feeling from the start, it didn't look like some random technique. That aura, that pressure, it didn't belong to an ordinary soul technique. He paused, allowing a beat to pass, then asked, all right, you seem to know what this thing is. Tell me everything you know. You said it was the Empress of the Pit of Destruction who cast this curse on your subordinate. Renara asked, eyes still fixed on the shimmering remnants of the drawing, now fading. After a few more seconds of tense silence, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze locking firmly with Robin's. Are you absolutely sure it was her? There's no chance you've made a mistake? Could it be another powerful adversary? Robin scoffed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Do I look like the kind of guy who walks around planetary sectors picking fights with celestial titans for fun? Of course not. Where in hell am I supposed to find another enemy that can casually toss around royal soul energy? He gestured wildly, frustration growing. Besides you and her, I haven't even exchanged names with any other powerful soul users. Renara exhaled a long breath, her voice low. Then it sounds like you simply don't know anyone who could have done this. Because neither I nor the Empress of the Pit of Destruction can use royal purple soul force. That's a certainty. What? Robin straightened sharply, his voice nearly rising in disbelief. What are you talking about? Are you saying that she wasn't the one who did this to Jabba? That doesn't make any sense at all. He rubbed his temple, trying to process. Jabba said it himself that this woman tampered with his soul domain. There's no way it wasn't her. Before we continue, Renara said with a touch of diplomacy, may I ask, who exactly is this Jabba? And more importantly, why would someone go so far as to cast the curse of eternal stillness on him of all people? Robin's gaze sharpened. He's someone of great importance to me, he said quietly, offering nothing more. There was no need to give away more than he already had. This woman had already dug deep enough into matters she shouldn't be aware of. Then he must be very important indeed. Not just to you, but apparently to the Empress of the Pit of Destruction as well, Renara replied, a sly smile forming on her lips. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wasted such a precious, rare curse on him. Robin narrowed his eyes. Didn't you just tell me she can't even use royal soul energy? I did, Renara answered, tone calm and patient. And it's still true. If she were a royal soul master, her war against the Ghassan multi-empire would have proceeded very differently. There's not a single confirmed record of her using that level of soul power on any battlefield, and she had plenty of chances. She lifted her hand with regal elegance. Trust me, if such a power had been unleashed, it would have been known far and wide. There aren't many who wield that kind of force. News like that doesn't stay quiet. Robin remained still, frowning slightly. But, she continued, just because her own soul hasn't reached that level, doesn't mean she can't acquire a technique or artifact that contains it. Robin raised an eyebrow. You mean she could have bought it? Renara smiled faintly, clearly amused. That reaction tells me two very interesting things, Lord Robin. First, despite your massive soul unit's reserves, you're not a true expert in the intricacies of soul force. A curious contradiction. Second, you know almost nothing about the soul society that spans hundreds of sectors. Robin's face remained neutral, though his silence said plenty. She was right, unfortunately. Despite his domain having the absurd capacity to house over 250,000 soul units, his actual techniques were limited, all experimental, and none perfected. He was a juggernaut, built on raw potential, not refined expertise. As for the first point, Renara said, clasping her hands together gently, the field of soul specialists is vast, endless, even. It has so many paths, so many uses, that even I haven't seen a fraction of it. But let's talk about your situation. She leaned forward, posture graceful. Tell me something, Lord Robin. If one of your children came to you and asked you to plant a soul shard inside their mind to protect them during a dangerous journey, would you do it? Without hesitation, Robin replied immediately, his voice steady and sincere. Don't you find that astonishing? Renara's voice dropped into a reverent tone, as though speaking of something sacred. After you grant him a shard of your soul, your child's soul domain remains exactly as it is. His core essence doesn't change, nor does he gain any artificial strength. He continues to operate using his own natural soul force, unaffected in his day-to-day life. But the moment he's in danger, or when a preset condition is met, the embedded soul shard will awaken. It'll respond instinctively, acting as a guardian. It doesn't require conscious control. It simply activates. This concept is known as spiritual hosting, or more specifically, soul borrowing. A miraculous method, really, one that many overlook. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in, before giving Robin a measured glance. And if this principle can be used to protect, then by extension, it can also be weaponized. Which brings us back to what happened with the curse of eternal stillness. Robin's expression grew tense, his brow furrowed. What exactly are you implying with all of this? He leaned forward suddenly, voice sharp. Wait, are you saying? Yes, Renara replied without hesitation. What I'm suggesting is quite simple, really. A royal soul master implanted the curse of eternal stillness into the soul domain of the Empress of the Pit of Destruction. She was merely the vessel that deployed it. Then she activated it when she used it against this Jabba of yours. She leaned back slightly, arms folding as she pondered the implications. How did she get it? It could be anything. Maybe she has ties to a royal soul master. Maybe she once completed a rare favor for one of them, and this was their way of repaying her. Or perhaps, she simply bought the curse. Robin blinked, startled. Bought it? You can purchase something like that? Something so intangible, something directly bound to the soul. That doesn't even sound remotely plausible. To those unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Soul Society, I suppose it does sound bizarre, Rhaenyra admitted, but such exchanges are not only possible, they're fairly routine. In fact, nearly every soul-related technique can be bought, sold, or exchanged, assuming, of course, you have the means and the status. Her fingers moved gently in the air, as though drawing symbols only she could see. There's a tiered classification system used to identify the rarity and value of every item in Soul Society: E, D, C, B, A, and then S, the highest and most coveted. The Curse of Eternal Stillness, based on all known records and testimonies, is almost always classified as an A tier. And that's only when it does show up, which is exceedingly rare. Robin's jaw tensed. That high, that kind of value, and it was used on one of my people. His mind raced, struggling to grasp the magnitude of what Rhaenyra was describing. Rhaenyra offered a slow, measured nod. Indeed, and I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. Anything crafted or refined by a royal soul master automatically ranks as A tier at minimum, sometimes even S tier, depending on its uniqueness and potency. These individuals are impossibly wealthy. Their time is precious, and they have no need to produce or sell anything unless they feel like it. When one of them does happen to create something, say a curse, a protective soul shard, or a defensive ward, the entire Soul Society goes into a frenzy. Buyers compete viciously to acquire it. Even if they have no current need for it, they store it in their soul domains as long-term safeguards or investments. She tapped her chest gently. I myself am one of those buyers. I once spent a significant portion of my personal fortune to acquire a defensive ward, a shield crafted by a royal soul master. It serves as a protective wall, one that safeguards my soul domain. Despite the fact that my current soul strength is only about 170,000 units, I can still stand my ground against many of those beneath the royal ceiling. Even against the royals, at the very least, I'm not helpless against attacks aimed directly at the soul domain. Then, with deliberate grace, Rhaenyra placed her hand on Robin's, her touch light yet grounded in intention. Typically, defensive barriers and healing spells are the most commonly circulated items to come from the hands of royal soul masters, if you can call anything they produce common. Offensive curses or aggressive enchantments, on the other hand, are rarely seen on the open market. When one does appear, it sparks a ferocious bidding war. Everyone wants it. Everyone needs it. It's the kind of power people kill for. She paused, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. And that is why I'm puzzled. The Empress of the Pit of Destruction has a reputation that precedes her. She's notorious for her financial struggles. Her army lacks even a standardized uniform. Her empire's infrastructure is unstable at best. How could she, of all people, afford something as rare and expensive as the Curse of Eternal Stillness? Then Rhaenyra leaned back, her expression softening into something more contemplative, almost amused. Which is why I said it was most likely gifted to her. Maybe it was a token of gratitude. Maybe it was an act of manipulation. Or maybe, just maybe, she was simply lucky. Chapter 1234. Robin's brows drew together tightly, his expression darkening with the weight of his thoughts. If Rhaenyra, who was not even from one of the ancient ruling bloodlines, had something as powerful as a purple defensive barrier to shield her, then what about Helen, the direct heiress of the prestigious Destra family? The very same Helen that both Neri and the mysterious all-seeing god had spoken of with such gravity, claiming that her father had placed immense expectations upon her shoulders? Surely that spoiled heiress had been protected from infancy by every conceivable form of royal defense, like enchanted seals, defensive spells, soul barriers, and probably even an arsenal of curses designed to retaliate upon attackers. This new concept Rhaenyra had introduced, the borrowing of soul force, had briefly eased Robin's mind. At least for a few seconds, it reassured him that Helen probably had not yet reached the terrifying level of a royal soul master. That was a small relief. And yet, that same concept had cracked open a massive door in his imagination, a floodgate of dangerous possibilities. After all, who could say how many purple-grade soul borrowings Helen had in her arsenal? Dozens? Hundreds? Was she walking around with layers of borrowed might, each more terrifying than the last? What the hell am I even thinking? Robin muttered under his breath, shaking his head sharply as if to clear away the fog of spiraling thoughts. He even slapped his forehead lightly in frustration. Why was he using Helen as a benchmark for anything? Why let her image dominate his thoughts like this? The all-seeing god had never told him exactly what he did to deal with Helen. Robin was certain she had not been killed, not with all that talk about fate strings, but the all-seeing god must have done something miraculous. Something that would force even a prideful girl like Helen to stop and think 1,000 times before trying to attack him again. If not, what was the point of the all-seeing god's interference in the first place? If Helen simply returned and killed him the moment he accepted the twin missions, then all of it would have been meaningless. So, it was safe to assume she would not be reappearing in his life anytime soon. Or at least not for the immediate future. What comes next? Robin turned to Rhaenyra and gestured toward her with his entire palm, his voice laced with intent. I've roughly figured out how the Empress of the Pit of Destruction ended up having the so-called Curse of Eternal Stillness. But you still haven't told me what the curse actually is. And more importantly, how do I undo it? As for what it is, you've already seen glimpses of it for yourself, Renara replied calmly, her eyes holding a weight of experience. The curse has multiple uses. It can be employed in cruel, sinister ways, like imprisoning dangerous individuals indefinitely and turning them into horrifying living warnings. Or it can be used for more noble purposes, like halting someone's aging process until a cure is found for their illness. It all depends on the intent of the one who casts it. She paused momentarily, then added, but the real question is how to undo it. And the answer is, you can't. Renara raised a hand to signal him to hold off his inevitable questions and continued, as long as the original curse remains tethered within the sole domain of the Empress of the Pit of Destruction, she alone holds the authority and the means to undo it. A faint, sly smile crept onto her lips. Now that the golden soul shard has appeared, maybe she's reconsidering her feud with you. Why not try speaking with her? Perhaps, just perhaps, she'll release your companion for your sake. What? That damned woman? You seriously think she has enough reason left in her to negotiate like a rational person? Robin's voice erupted with disbelief, his tone almost accusatory. He clenched his teeth hard, his canines pressing against each other with frustration. Isn't there any other way? Well, there are alternatives, but none of them are remotely practical, Renara replied, shaking her head in resignation. You could, for example, try to locate a royal soulmaster and convince them to examine the seal placed on your companion. From there, you'd have to persuade them to invest their precious time into developing a unique countercurse, tailored specifically to your friend's condition. But as you know, even though the theory behind the curse of eternal stillness might be standardized, each soul master, each chef, has their own unique recipe. She exhaled slowly, then added, that said, I strongly advise you to abandon that path. Even the weakest royal soul master stands at the threshold of the Nexus stage in terms of power. They are incredibly rare, and their time is endlessly demanded. Even I have been trying to purchase a few defensive borrowings just to secure myself a bit better, but nothing has been available in the market for quite some time. For one of them to personally inspect your companion and then forge a tailor-made countermeasure? That's, well, in my opinion, it borders on fantasy. Her voice softened, a slight trace of sympathy creeping into her tone. So I'll tell you plainly, try opening negotiations with the Empress of Blood and Destruction. It's a bitter pill to swallow, yes. But if your companion means that much to you, it may be your only viable option. If you want, I'm willing to act as a mediator between you two. Robin's expression twisted into one of quiet torment, his brows furrowed so tightly they cast a shadow over his eyes. After several seconds of contemplation, he shook his head firmly and muttered through clenched teeth, no thanks. I'd rather spend the rest of my life getting needles shoved into my eyes. Let Jabba stay petrified a little while longer. The only way. Robin's mind echoed the thought for a heartbeat. No, there was another path, a third one. A road far more daunting, yes, but perhaps the most certain in the end. He could ascend, and become a royal soul master himself. He had already set foot on that path. A quarter of the way, even. Yes, the remaining journey might span millennia. Yes, he might have to endure countless trials, impossibilities, and pain few could imagine. But time was his companion now. Time was his ally. One day, without question, without doubt, he would reach that realm of power. It was not a matter of if. It was only a matter of when. No matter, he muttered under his breath. If we've reached the point where we're discussing needles in the eyes, then I guess there's really nothing else to be done. Renara gave him a bright, clean smile, a smile too pristine to be fully sincere. Now then, she said, keeping her tone airy, is there anything more I can assist you with? Anything at all? Robin tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. Wait, did you help me in the first place just so you could help me more? He waved a hand dismissively. You know, I'm starting to think the reach of your grand empire isn't quite as impressive as I was led to believe. Maybe we're better off sticking to shallow trade, nothing more. Lord Robin, Renara said with practiced calm, her voice smooth like polished marble, conversations like these are built on mutual exchange. Give and take. As for our empire, we are not a fledgling force. We've endured through the rise and fall of civilizations for millions of years. Our influence isn't just vast, it's woven into the very fabric of the Middle Belt. Why not allow me one more opportunity to prove that to you? She took a breath, barely letting her frustration show, and continued with a soft, composed voice, I realize your so-called list likely won't include much of what I seek. You wouldn't sell secrets like the art of building living cities to outsiders. And you certainly won't offer merge laws, the kind I witnessed being wielded by your sons. Robin raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, he said, the corners of his lips curving into a sly grin. You know, they say greed gathers nothing. You ask for too much, you choke. You eat more than you can digest, and boom, you burst. Despite the subtle threat, Renara kept her smile frozen in place, not flinching. Lord Burton, she said, addressing him formally now, you are a wielder of truth, one who forged his pillars using the master law. There is a high likelihood that you are this age's great truth chosen. For someone like you, crafting one or even two merge laws is likely as easy as breathing. Even if you gave away everything in your possession today, you'd have replacements forged within a matter of days. Robin laughed, a genuine, chest-deep chuckle at her logic. You're right, he said finally, but I'm still not giving you everything I have. And I never asked you to, Renara replied smoothly, folding her hands neatly in front of her. All I'm asking for is the opportunity to purchase a few, highly unique items. That's all. Her voice softened, almost pleading beneath the professional tone. Just name your price, and let's start there. Robin tapped a finger against his armrest, his eyes narrowing in thought. After a few moments, he gave a slow nod. Fine, you've convinced me. I'll play along. He took in a deep breath, then said calmly, I want a planet displacement tool. A planet displacement tool. Renara's composure cracked for just an instant. Her eyes widened, and she nearly choked on the air she was breathing. Then, with practiced grace, she quickly reassembled her calm expression. Why would you need something of that scale? You're not likely to encounter enemies strong enough to truly threaten you in the young belt. And even if you did, a few carefully placed words from me could solve almost any conflict. Not everyone is as irrational and bloodthirsty as the Empress of the Pit of Destruction. Not all sovereigns hold a personal grudge against you. Robin simply shrugged, completely unbothered. I have a galactic seed, he said plainly, lifting his shoulders with theatrical innocence. So, can you get it for me, or not? Renara fell silent. For several long seconds, she weighed the implications. Then, finally, with a faint nod, she answered, I can search for it on your behalf. Chapter 12:35. I can search for it on your behalf. Renara's voice was calm, carefully measured, but it did little to soothe Robin's rapidly boiling irritation. What did you just say? Robin snapped, his eyes widening in disbelief, as though she had just insulted his very intelligence. You'll search for it, that's it? No confirmation? No commitment? Not even a slight promise to bring it back? He slammed his palm hard against the wooden armrest of the couch, a loud crack echoing through the room. Then what exactly are we even doing here? This entire conversation is just hot air. Please, just leave. Go wait for Zara's list like the rest of the world. At least that would be more productive than this. Lord Burton, please, try to be a little more patient and rational, Renara said, her tone slightly sharper now. Her brows knitted together in restrained frustration as she raised a hand, motioning for him to sit and collect himself. Let's take a moment and consider this properly. What exactly do you know about planetary displacement tools, or even planetary equipment in general? Robin remained silent for several long seconds, breathing deeply as he rubbed his temple. Then, with an accusatory wave, he pointed at her dismissively. I know they're not some mythical treasure. They can't be that rare, not rare enough that even someone with your reach and influence can't get one. That would be true if you were asking for a general-use planetary-grade artifact, Renara answered, her tone softening slightly into that of a seasoned scholar educating a young student. In that case, yes, I could have found something soon enough through our empire's auction networks or by putting feelers out among Soul Society. She then folded her arms gracefully. But that's not what you're doing, is it? You're asking for something incredibly specific, Lord Robin. Something not designed for war, not for defense, not even for exploration, but for a dedicated, highly specialized, non-combative purpose. Her golden eyes glinted with seriousness as she lowered her voice. That makes it part of the rarest class of planetary artifacts. She let that sink in before continuing with a slight shake of her head. And even within that narrow field, your request stands alone. You don't want just any planet displacement tool. You want one precise enough, powerful enough, stable enough to help you construct an entire artificial galaxy. Robin frowned. And why is that such a big deal? Is there some kind of displacement tool specifically made for galaxies now? Or are you just exaggerating the difficulty to stall me? No, there's no separate category for planetary tools, Renara clarified immediately. But what you're attempting, forming a new galaxy, requires precise relocation, not just random teleportation. That fundamentally changes what kind of artifact can fulfill your needs. She drew in a breath, then began to explain with the careful tone of someone who knew the weight of her words. Planetary displacement tools are classified into multiple grades, each with its own capabilities, limits, and cooldown periods. For example, a Grade 1 displacement tool can move one planet to a random destination every 50 years. It's useful for emergencies, but completely useless for your purpose. She lifted one finger. Grade 2 can do better. It can randomly relocate a planet every 5 years or, if precision is needed, move a planet to a specific location, but only once every 30 years. She paused, staring directly into Robin's eyes. Since your plan requires building an ordered, functioning galaxy, random teleportation is out of the question. You need deliberate placement, which means you need at least a Grade 2 tool. And trust me, even I don't own one of those. What the hell does that mean? Robin's voice was lower now, more dangerous. Are you seriously saying it's impossible to find one? He clenched his fists. The entire purpose of his agreement with the all-seeing God was to construct a centurial galaxy and complete ascension within 1,000 years. That would require relocating no less than 100 planets. Even a Grade 2 tool could only move one every 30 years. That added up to 3,000 years, 3,000, to finish the relocations. That's absurd, he growled, slamming the armrest again, harder this time. That's completely unacceptable. No, forget that. I must get my hands on a displacement artifact, and it needs to be Grade 3 or above. Nothing less will suffice. Grade 3. Renara's voice caught in her throat. She looked away for a second, biting her lip in thought. The price, the rarity, even for her, this was borderline impossible. She slowly exhaled and forced composure back into her tone. As I said earlier, I will search for what you need. But you must understand this will not be easy, and it will not be quick. If I succeed, however, I will expect a reward fitting of a Grade 3 planetary artifact. Something equal in value to what I deliver. Robin closed his eyes again, this time holding the bridge of his nose longer. This wasn't encouraging. Who knew how long she might take to find such an artifact? He needed to start planning alternative routes now. If he was serious about building that galaxy, he would need to move fast and search on his own, too. Lord Robin, Rhaenyra spoke again, this time much more quietly, almost nervously. If she had been present in her true body, she might have broken into a sweat by now. She had begun this conversation filled with boldness and confidence, believing that whatever Robin asked, she could meet with ease. But his requests had turned out to be on an entirely different level, absurdly difficult, even for her. Robin turned to her slowly, an amused and dismissive smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Lady Rhaenyra, I have one final request. If you fail to meet this one as well, then please, go. Sit back and wait for Zara's list. It'll find its way to you in due time. He leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands. I want stellar survey ships, the kind used to scout uncharted planetary systems. The more you can get me, the better. You want stellar survey vessels. Rhaenyra's eyes widened in genuine disbelief, her voice echoing slightly in the room. All right, it seems we've concluded our discussion here, Robin declared, clapping both hands on his knees with finality. He began to lean forward, preparing to rise from his seat. Wait. Rhaenyra suddenly reached out with urgency, her slender hand landing firmly on his thigh, gently but insistently pushing him back into his seat. I never said that I couldn't fulfill your request. Robin raised an eyebrow, leaning back slowly into the soft embrace of the couch. His voice was dry. Your reaction certainly suggested otherwise. Of course I can, Rhaenyra responded without hesitation this time, her voice sharp and confident, as if trying to erase her moment of doubt. A slow, satisfied grin spread across Robin's face. That was precisely what he had been fishing for from the beginning. Right now, the highest priority was initiating rapid territorial expansion, and that could only be done efficiently through the use of stellar exploration ships. Jabba's matter and the planetary displacement artifact could be deferred. They weren't immediately crucial. But the ships, those were the key. Without them, nothing else could proceed. He had been deliberately strategic in how he presented his requests. Starting with the more extreme and difficult demands would make Rhaenyra more inclined to accept the lesser one that truly mattered. If he had opened with the exploration ships, she might have rejected the idea outright or tried to manipulate the price. By building pressure through the impossible, he created the illusion that the ships were a far more reasonable request. And it seemed his gamble had paid off, until Rhaenyra's next word shattered that fleeting moment of triumph. However, what now? Robin's tone rose in agitation, his patience clearly wearing thin. Rhaenyra bit her lower lip, her eyes briefly averting his. Stellar survey ships are not available through any conventional channels. They are manufactured and sold exclusively by the tyrant Indiras. And the reason for that monopoly is because the ships are embedded with Grade 7 spatial constructs, patterns of the 7th tier, drawn from the space path itself. A single new unit can cost as much as 30 million energy crystals. 30 million. Robin's voice lowered, his expression darkening as the number echoed in his mind. 30 million energy pearls per ship. His entire face shifted from mere surprise to outright disbelief. That figure was insane. Even with all of his accumulated resources, it was a staggering price tag, enough to shake anyone. Before the war, Emily had conducted a comprehensive audit across the territories. The results were encouraging at the time. According to her data, they had managed to seize and extract a total of roughly 3.4 billion energy pearls from planet Nihiri. That wealth had been gathered through numerous regional conflicts, conquests, and large-scale raids carried out by the elite Shadow Swords. They had drained the wealth of every major city and province before the invasion of the Great Serpent Empire, sparing nothing, until only the northern region remained. And even that, eventually, fell. Of course, there was no illusion that they had claimed everyone available on the planet. Emily's predictive model, based on known mine outputs and unexplored surface reserves, suggested that up to 1 billion more crystals could still be scattered across Nihiri, waiting to be discovered or extracted. That would bring the total potential resources of the planet to about 4.5 billion energy crystals, assuming optimal recovery. Naturally, that didn't account for any hidden caches or secret reserves, nor the possibility that Nihiri's ecosystem had generated more energy since Robin completed its refining. Those unknowns would require time and effort to uncover. From the 3.4 billion crystals already acquired, approximately 1.4 billion had been funneled into the Jura academies, distributed among schools, training centers, and cultivation institutes to accelerate the development of promising new disciples. Another full billion had been allocated directly to the military. The army needed it desperately, for healing and restoring combat strength, for maintaining large-scale formations, activating teleportation gates, stabilizing defensive barriers, and dozens of other vital applications. That left Robin with just over 1 billion crystals still held in the treasury. So if Rhaenyra was serious, and he believed she was, that a single exploration ship cost 30 million, then a request for just 10 ships would total 300 million energy crystals. That was 30% of his entire remaining reserves. And knowing Emily, she might very well leap off the nearest cliff if she heard that number spoken aloud. Chapter 1236. Hey, don't do it. A familiar voice echoed sharply within the confines of his soul domain, slicing through his concentration like a blade of reason. Then it came again, louder, more insistent. Don't you dare spend that massive amount of pearls all at once. Nary. Robin responded mentally, his tone strained. I realize it's a huge amount, but this mission, this dream of establishing a centennial empire within 1,000 years, I can't achieve that without a fleet of stellar scout ships. His jaw tightened as he ground his teeth in frustration. Without them, the whole plan collapses. I don't know how you think you'll pull it off, Neri shot back, her voice both fierce and protective. But you have to find another way, any way, that doesn't involve bleeding me dry of pearls like this. Her tone sharpened, almost maternal in its warning. I didn't say a word when you recklessly overused the space portals during the war, wasting tens of millions of pearls like a madman until the battles were over. And you're still throwing them away just as carelessly now. The only reason I kept silent about this is because pearls don't truly vanish. If you leave them on an energy-rich planet or bury them within a river of essence, they'll naturally recharge themselves. That means you still technically have access to all the pearls you took to date. You haven't lost them in the absolute sense. The loss is only temporary. But this, her tone darkened, almost trembling with frustration, giving away 300 million pearls to an external party? For nothing more than a few ships and some undeveloped planets? That's not just reckless, that's borderline suicidal. You're burning through my most precious resource, one meant to fuel your long-term dominion, to carry your conquests across centuries until you discover a new source of pearls. And you're wasting it all for short-term gain. Robin frowned deeply. Is 300 million pearls really that significant to you? Didn't you create more after you were refined? His tone was tight, defensive, even though a sliver of doubt crept in. I did create more, Neri replied with quiet force, using the violent surge of primal chaos during your refining ritual. But I won't tell you about their true value. You need to think twice before throwing them around like pocket change. I won't stand by while you continue this self-destructive spending pattern. You're going to strip me of my essence and leave me powerless. And then you'll regret it. Her tone softened only slightly. You need to find other ways to gather wealth. Exploiting your own assets should always be your last resort. Weren't you negotiating some kind of trade deal with that woman? Good. Do more of that. Forge alliances, strike bargains. Accept pearls as a currency and stop overestimating the wealth already in your hands. As long as you possess pearls, you hold power. You can buy anything you want, but not if you spend like this. Robin fell silent, his fingers drumming a slow, thoughtful rhythm on the armrest of the couch. Neri clearly believed the planets he could acquire using the scout ships wouldn't come close to justifying the cost of 300 million pearls. Were they truly that precious? Maybe she was right. Of the 13 planets under his control right now, only 4 were producing energy pearls, and one of those was Nihuri. The other 3? Even if he squeezed every last drop from them, he might only get a few thousand pearls at best. To recoup an initial investment of 300 million pearls, how many solar systems would he have to conquer? How many wars would he need to win? Was it wiser to just buy one stellar scout ship and hope for the best? But could one ship truly find what he needed in this sprawling, seemingly infinite universe? Of course, there was another option, building the ships himself. He already possessed the 4th stage of the major law of space, and he had knowledge of several minor laws useful in exploration and resonance tracking. He could possibly merge them, fashioning some kind of hybrid vessel for scouting. But was the 4th degree enough? Could it detect distant planets scattered across vast interstellar distances? More importantly, could he pull it off in time? Renara, who had been silently watching him sink into deep thought after hearing the staggering number, finally broke the silence with a smile. Why don't you just tell me how many ships you need? At the very least, I need an estimated 7 to begin my plans, Robin replied, rubbing his tired eyes. 2 for each army, and 1 dedicated to headquarters. His original plan had been more ambitious, 3 ships per division to maximize expansion speed, and 1 for headquarters to locate lifeless celestial bodies and destroy them while scanning for resources. But looking at the numbers now, maybe he'd have to scale back. Very well, Renara said with a soft smile, inclining her head. Then at least grant me the courtesy of hearing my offer. She straightened her posture slightly, her tone becoming smooth yet deliberate. A long time ago, the tyrant Eras oversaw the production of a special type of scout ship. These vessels were engineered using a blend of 5th degree and 6th degree laws from the specialized branches of the space path, laws finely attuned to long-range reconnaissance and astral detection. Her eyes shimmered faintly, reflecting distant memories. Yet, for all their precision, they had one fatal shortcoming, their range. They could only scan and search within less than a quarter of what the newer, 7th pattern models could reach. That limitation, combined with their relatively low return on investment, led Eras to abandon their mass production entirely. He ceased all sales, and those vessels became relics of a bygone era. She paused for effect, letting her words settle. But that doesn't mean they disappeared. Far from it. Numerous factions scattered across the universe had already purchased those ships. Some still use them, while others are forced to sell them from time to time, either due to dwindling resources, internal restructuring, or simply a desire to upgrade to the more advanced, 7th-tier designs. On the current market, the price of one of those older ships, built on 5th-tier and 6th-tier laws, hovers around 7 million pearls. Then she turned her gaze directly to Robin, her expression softening. For you, I'm willing to stretch my resources. I'll purchase 3 modern ships for you, and I'll also obtain 4 of the older generation. That's 7 vessels total. A full scouting unit. Their combined cost will be approximately 118 million pearls. Transporting them across systems will take time, effort, and diplomatic maneuvering, but I give you my word. Within 30 years at most, all 7 ships will be at your command. She let a smile curl her lips, though her eyes gleamed with sharp calculation. But now, I can't help but wonder. What do I get in return for such an investment? Robin's eyes snapped open wide, stunned. That's right, he wasn't the one paying. He had almost forgotten, in the tension of the discussion, that Renara was doing this to earn his trust. She wanted an alliance. But still, 118 million pearls? Even for a noble from a powerful planetary empire, that was an astronomical expense. What is it you want in return? He asked, his voice cautious. That black flame, Renara smiled, her tone laced with admiration and subtle desire. It was breathtaking. Forget it. Robin waved his hand firmly, his tone absolute. You could multiply your offer tenfold and I still wouldn't entertain the idea for even a heartbeat. That flame isn't for sale, ever. He narrowed his eyes. So, you're after a merged law then? I want a good one. Something worthy of such a price, Renara said, her voice steady and resolute. I'm engaged in a brutal war that's been flaming for millions of years. I need something that can help me end it. Without that level of power, I'd rather hold onto my pearls. Spending them at the Soul Society to buy martial arts, relics, or high-tier weaponry might be a better use. Robin gave an annoyed exhale. Cut it out with the games. You think these toys compare to the things I can create? His voice was laced with irritation. He paused for a few seconds, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Then, pointing at her with a deliberate motion, he asked, "That fox outside, what were you planning to do with him?" Renara's expression shifted slightly, her tone turning reverent. The Empire of the Nine Paths bears that name for a reason. Our founding ancestor, the great fox from whom our bloodline descends, was born with a rare affinity to 9 different heavenly paths. Every child born of our race inherits an affinity to one of those 9 paths, chosen seemingly at random. One of them is the path of heat, which has the minor law of frost. She glanced at Robin, then continued, the blood of the beast king, Diavos, would have been invaluable to us. His essence is rich with pure affinity toward the heat path. That kind of vitality, it could significantly enhance the talents and breakthroughs of our cultivators who walk that same path. And what about the other path that Diavos uses? Robin asked, a subtle curiosity flickering in his tone. Chapter 1237. What about the other aspect Diavos uses? Robin's voice lowered slightly, his curiosity sharpening into something more pointed. You mean permanence? Renara raised a delicate brow, her gaze briefly drifting skyward in reflection. Time, unfortunately, is not one of the 9 paths. I wish it were. What I needed from Diavos was only his affinity for frost. Clap. Robin suddenly clapped his hands together with such force that the sound startled even the shadows in the room. Then it's perfect. I'll give you a merged law, frost permanence. That should serve your needs quite well. Renara's expression froze in disbelief, her pupils dilating. Frost and permanence? Are you telling me you're offering a merged law with a shard of time itself merged into it? Yes, Robin said confidently, a glint of pride in his eye. You have people in your bloodline with a natural affinity toward frost, don't you? It's very likely that a handful of them possess a latent or minor affinity toward time as well. That merged law will resonate powerfully with them. And, if you'd like, I can sweeten the deal by selling you purified vials of Diavos' blood. We'll negotiate the price, of course, but those should elevate your clan's frost permanence potential substantially. You're selling me Diavos' blood. Renara's tone darkened. Her golden brows drew together. Yes, he resides now on the planet Gutta, which is firmly under the jurisdiction of my empire. Diavos is one of my citizens, my subjects, Robin responded with calm certainty. Then, with a tilt of his head, he added, if you still believe he belongs to you, for some sentimental or historic reason, then consider him part of the down payment for the frost permanence merge law. You don't think that's excessive? Renara's voice thinned, yet there was a dangerous, amused lilt underneath. Do you have any idea what it means to own the blood of a beast with time affinity? Do you know the market value of even a droplet of that? Robin struck the armrest beside him with firm finality. That's my condition. Diavos is a citizen of my empire now. What kind of emperor would I be if I let someone walk in and claim one of my people like they were some discarded artifact? You said you could use your pearls to purchase weapons and arts from the Soul Society, then by all means, do that. I, on the other hand, will take the frost permanence law to them. Let's see what they offer me for something this rare. Don't. Renara's hands flew up, the air shifting around her. She gritted her fangs gently and let out a deep sigh through her nose. Fine, I concede. We have a deal. Haha, excellent. Robin clapped again, the sound echoing with victorious satisfaction. He stood tall, shoulders squared, as though the empire itself pulsed through his spine. Today will certainly be etched into the histories of both our empires. He gestured toward the arched entrance ahead. Come now, walk with me a while. Gladly. Renara's lips quirked into the hint of a smile as she stood and followed. As for the planet displacement tool, Robin said, holding open the massive door as they stepped into the warm sunlight, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm on a rather tight and demanding schedule. I need that tool as soon as possible. I want it yesterday. I'm sorry, but I can't promise a delivery date, Renara said as they walked down the grand marble path between towering statues. Planet displacement tools are in dangerously high demand, especially among planetary kingdoms and minor celestial empires. Each of them clings to what little equipment they have as their ultimate line of defense, their final card to play. No one parts with it lightly. And you're not just asking for any unit. You want one of third-tier capacity. That's a whole different challenge. She shook her head slowly, her hair catching the light. In this case, I strongly recommend you pursue alternate avenues. My hands are tied. I can't guarantee anything, no matter how much I'd like to. So there's no hope? Robin asked, his voice low with frustration. His jaw tightened. Without that equipment, the second mission would collapse before it even had a chance to rise. Renara paused mid-step, then turned slightly to glance at him. Hope always exists, she said, her voice now as soft and cool as falling snow. If it didn't, then what would be the point of 7 million years of history and effort? I do have 1 or 2 ways to find such gear. But the real question is, what price are you willing to pay? Robin didn't respond immediately. The silence stretched between them until he finally stepped out fully into the sunlight, its golden warmth brushing his face like a whisper from the heavens. "Lady Renara," he said, lifting his eyes to the sky above his empire, "what did you think of what you saw here today?" Renara stood beside him in silence, letting the wind carry her thoughts. "Magnificent," she said at last. "Truly, there is no other word that does it justice. A living city, pulsing with energy and boundless life, 3 ancient beast kings whose mere presence warped the air with suppressed might, generals of fearsome strength, each mastering an arcane and bizarre heavenly law that defied logic, a highly advanced warship forged from materials that shimmered with sovereignty, an enormous golden army that marched with unwavering unity, and above all, a war domination array humming with raw, destructive potential. Everything Renara witnessed today was not just impressive, it was legendary. Yet, among all these marvels, the most enigmatic force by far was none other than their ruler, Emperor Robin himself. The man who, with unsettling calm, promised her a merged law of frost and permanence, something others would cause the death of entire star systems to obtain. "Hearing that brings me genuine joy, Lady Renara." Robin smiled, a calm confidence glowing in his eyes. Then, without warning, he turned to her, standing tall like a mountain. "But tell me, what would you say if I told you that the true age of the beginning empire is only 33 years? What?" Renara spun around as if struck by lightning, her pupils dilating, her soul senses going wild in disbelief. If he had told her that he was the 10th sovereign in a long lineage of emperors stretching back millennia, she would have believed him without a sliver of doubt. The grandiosity, the might, the cohesion, it all screamed ancient supremacy. But 33 years? That was the duration of a cultivation session for someone of her level. "Listen carefully, Lady Renara," Robin continued, now placing one hand calmly behind his back, the other gesturing slightly as he spoke with regal poise. "If you manage to find a solution for either of my first 2 requests, I will not lock our agreement with a fixed price. Instead, I will offer you something far more valuable, my friendship. And believe me, that is worth more than you likely imagine." "Then I shall look forward to such a friendship, Lord Robin," Renara replied with quiet grace, her voice tinged with intrigue. She stepped forward and extended her hand in formal recognition. Robin shook the hand of the soul shard firmly, a symbolic seal of a potential alliance. Then, he closed his eyes for a heartbeat, sending out a precise mental transmission across his empire. Once done, he opened them again with a light grin. "Right, now, one more thing. Among the offerings you dangled before me, to entice me into your grand 9 paths empire, was a war academy to train generals in the arts of cosmic warfare, and access to the mid-belt training methods for my troops. I have to admit, that offer has caught my attention." "That's easily arranged," Renara answered smoothly. "Your daughter is going to prepare the trade proposal and deliver it to me personally, yes? I'll treat both offers, the academy and the training belt, as a method of payment. Fair trade, wouldn't you say?" "That's more than acceptable," Robin nodded several times, genuinely pleased. Whoosh! A girl robed in elegant white landed gracefully beside Robin, the wind tugging gently at her attire. "Father, did you call for me again?" "Yeah," Robin said as he placed an affectionate arm around her shoulders. "Lady Renara's soul fragment here lost its host, Diavos. I want you to temporarily host her within your soul domain until you journey to the 9 Paths Empire with the finalized list. Once there, the fragment can safely reintegrate into Lady Renara's true body." "Of course, it would be my honor." Zara smiled softly, performing a gentle curtsy toward Renara. Renara nodded with cool civility, then turned back toward Robin. "Now, regarding your part of the agreement." "No need to worry," Robin reassured her with a wide, confident smile. "The merged law, Frost of Permanence, will be delivered to you the moment its construction is complete." Renara didn't reply this time. She simply gave a final silent nod, her expression unreadable. Then, her form dissolved into radiant particles, condensing into a glowing sphere of light that zipped forward and vanished into Zara's forehead. "Huh, so that's what it feels like when a foreign soul shard enters your soul domain." Zara raised an eyebrow, mildly disappointed. "I expected a jolt, a headache, maybe even a soul spasm, but I felt absolutely nothing. In any case, do you need anything else, Father? I was just about to go finalize the commercial draft." "Wait." Robin raised his hand sharply. "There's one final urgent meeting we need to have before I enter my next seclusion. Bring everyone." Chapter 1238. "Father. My lord. Your Majesty." Within only a few short minutes after Robin had made his request, individuals began to appear around him, one after another. These were not ordinary people, they were the high-ranking officials, the military commanders, and the key administrative figures of the empire. Every person present had stood on the ceremonial platform just before his coronation. "Any updates, Father? What exactly happened with the soul shard?" Richard descended gracefully from the sky and approached without hesitation, his expression concerned and curious. "Everything is under control," Robin answered with a warm smile, his tone light but composed. He then allowed his gaze to wander across the gathering, taking in the faces of his most trusted followers. "I see that everyone is smiling. Well, that is a good sign. The celebrations will last an entire week, Your Majesty," Raiden said cheerfully, clapping his hands in rhythm and breaking into a playful little dance. "If we don't keep up the energy, we'll ruin the mood for everyone." Smack! Caesar slapped his general across the back of the head with practiced ease, clearly used to reining in Raiden's antics. Then he turned to his father with a smile. Fortunately, that girl, Carrie, the deputy leader of the Shadow Swords, managed to record everything that happened to you today, from the very first moment to the final scene. We're currently editing the footage, cutting together key events and splicing in relevant moments from other recordings to enhance the impact. By the end of the day, we'll have a cinematic piece ready for public release detailing the coronation and its surrounding drama. I'm also planning a public information campaign to educate people about the world catastrophe levels and the concept of nexus so they can grasp the immense danger you faced today. Honestly, this day has gone even better than I hoped. It's a massive win for my narrative strategy. That's wonderful to hear. Robin chuckled, patting his son on the shoulder proudly. Then he took a step forward and addressed the entire group. As all of you can see with your own eyes, I have been stripped of nearly all my strength. I must enter a long, secluded cultivation retreat if I hope to restore my former peak. No, not just restore it, but surpass it. I have called you all here for one reason, to set things in order before I disappear for an unknown period of time. I don't want any disturbance after today. He took a breath, letting the seriousness settle in. I've finalized an agreement with Lady Renara. Over the next 30 years, we will be receiving 7 stellar scout ships. These vessels are specialized for deep space exploration, capable of scanning and identifying planets at vast interstellar distances. Their purpose is simple, to make your next mission easier. And what exactly is the mission, Your Majesty? Arrow asked, narrowing his eyes slightly with concern and curiosity. Conquest. Robin's voice rang out with clarity and force, echoing like a declaration of destiny. He then fixed his gaze on Arrow, Sakaar, and Caesar one by one. Over the course of the next 1,000 years, each of you is expected to conquer no fewer than 50 planets on my behalf. I've already equipped you with everything you need to succeed, and I'll continue to empower you. But mark my words, I will accept nothing less than this minimum requirement. Those of you who exceed expectations will be rewarded beyond your imagination. In Robin's mind, even if none of the 3 reached the quota individually, their combined efforts should guarantee at least 100 planets secured by the end of the millennium. Setting the bar any lower would be an invitation to complacency, and that was something he could not afford. The 3 generals, however, did not interpret it so optimistically. Each one furrowed their brow in deep thought. After a brief pause, they nodded, silently acknowledging the command and its gravity. Meanwhile, the other commanders and high-ranking officers under Caesar, Sakaar, and Arrow looked at one another, the fire of ambition igniting in their eyes. Excitement and fear danced together in their chests, fueled by the weight of the Emperor's vision. Only Servan and Harrows, who stood somewhat apart from the rest at the back of the gathering, shared a more doubtful reaction. They exchanged glances, both frowning heavily. This demand, this target, was the most absurd thing either of them had ever heard. 150 planets in 1,000 years? Was this man completely mad? But then they remembered the promise of 7 stellar scout ships. 7. Not 1, not 2, but 7 of those mythical vessels, so advanced that even their previous overlord did not have a single one to her name. The sheer weight of this realization hit like thunder. Crack! Harrows clenched his fists with such force that his knuckles turned white and the air around his gauntlets shivered. His breath quickened, no longer calm or even. It was as though his lungs were struggling to contain the storm now building within him, a storm of ambition, disbelief, and fury. The magnitude of what had just been offered was nothing short of insane. Robin, unfazed by the emotional swell he had caused, continued speaking in a calm, steady voice that demanded attention. Until those ships arrive, until the day those 7 scouts pierce the dark of space, we will have approximately 30 years, he declared. 30 years of preparation. 30 years of rest in sharpening the blade. This period will serve as a critical phase of recovery, reinforcement, and realignment for all 3 of you. He let the words sink in before adding with authority, use that time wisely. Raise your armies, gather your commanders, align your banners, prepare for large-scale conflicts and establish rapid invasion protocols. When those ships arrive, I expect nothing less than immediate expansion. Then his gaze turned toward Emily, sharp and expectant. Emily, I want you to begin coordinating with Caesar and Richard. Together, the 3 of you will draw up a complete and effective plan for pacifying and integrating planetary populations. The goal is speed and stability. I will not tolerate endless years wasted on rebellions or trying to appease uncooperative locals. We need dominion, not diplomacy. Understood, Your Majesty, Emily responded firmly, nodding with conviction, though her eyes momentarily flicked toward the others, already calculating the complexity of the task. Why me? Richard spoke up, confused and somewhat defensive. Why am I part of this? Choosing Caesar made perfect sense. He was, after all, the architect of the Empire of Tomorrow initiative. Emily, too, had full administrative control and access to the treasury. But Richard? Robin simply smirked. I've heard plenty about Planet Jura and what's been going on there, he said with a chuckle. You think I'm asleep with cotton stuffed in my ears? Then he stepped closer and tapped his son lightly on the back of the neck, grinning. If you'd rather your little tricks remain secret, I won't stop you. I'll assign you several planets instead. Do with them as you will. Fine, Richard exhaled, reluctantly accepting the truth that perhaps he hadn't been as discreet as he'd believed. There's something else, Robin added, shifting his tone into something heavier. He turned again to Emily. For the next 30 years, I don't want you to hesitate even for a second when it comes to funding military production. I want fleets, cruisers, mobile bases, and orbital artillery ready when the time comes. We will recover our losses later. Right now, we must invest in our survival and dominance. As you wish, your majesty, Emily replied slowly, her voice thick with the weight of what he was asking. Her fingers tightened into a subtle fist behind her back. Robin sighed, his features betraying a flicker of weariness. This was the hidden cost of war, the draining of not just lives and blood, but of wealth, energy, and will. This is what turned proud empires into husks. It's what made the infamous Empress of Blood and Destruction poor, even while ruling over dozens of planets. War was an expensive addiction, and one that didn't spare even the mighty. He lifted his head again, his voice regaining its imperial strength. Now, onto the division of forces and allocation of hunting zones. He pointed at Arrow. The Third Army will be based primarily on two stronghold planets, Nihiri and Orphan Blood. These will serve as your central recruiting and training grounds. From those two planets, your stellar scout ships will be launched. Your expansion shall remain confined to Planetary Sector 99. That will be your domain. The Third Army accepts the sacred charge, Your Majesty, Arrow responded, offering a slight but formal bow. Behind him, his generals mimicked the gesture with solemn discipline. And as for you, Robin turned to Sakaar, pausing to make sure the general's full attention was on him. All demonkind will be relocated to 3 specific planets, S2, S3, and S4. These planets are scarcely inhabited, only a few 100,000 humans left, most of whom were dumped there by the Great Serpent Empire during their colonization efforts. Their true homeland is the planet Poison Rock. He folded his hands behind his back. All those humans will be safely relocated to Greenland, which shall serve as their permanent sanctuary from now on. In their place, your demon kin shall settle. These 3 planets will become your breeding grounds, your fortresses, and the launch pads for your scout ships. From there, you will expand into and eventually conquer all of Planetary Sector 100. For a few heartbeats, Sakaar stood silent, staring, and then, all at once, emotion overtook him. I have spent the past hours imagining countless futures, countless reactions Your Majesty might have to what occurred today, Sakaar said, his voice low but trembling with reverence. But not once did I expect this. He bent forward, his upper body forming a perfect 90-degree bow. Beside him, Amon did the same, and behind them all the demon generals dropped to their knees in full prostration. Their foreheads kissed the ground. Thank you, my lord, for granting our kind a homeland. We, the demon race, shall serve your will with unwavering loyalty, until the end of time. Until the end of time, the remaining demon generals echoed, their voices rising in unison like a vow cast in steel. Chapter 1239. Rise. Robin gestured gently with his hand, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable weight of command. His tone was not one of harshness, but rather of quiet dignity, like a father addressing his children after a grave decision had been made. Slowly, the figures before him stood, their postures straightening with a mix of awe, respect, and lingering apprehension. His eyes flicked back and forth between Sakaar and Amon, holding their gazes with a steady intensity that conveyed both understanding and warning. Your reaction, he said slowly, his words deliberate and heavy, tells me something important. It tells me that you understand the reality we now face. That is not only good, it is essential. It will make what I am about to say next easier for you to accept, and for me to enforce. He paused, allowing his words to sink in, then continued with firm clarity. I ask that you and your kind refrain from visiting or involving yourselves with any other planetary territories beyond S2, S3, and S4. I have given you 3 entire worlds, even though your numbers are currently modest. I did this not because of obligation, but to grant your people the freedom to move, the space to grow, and so you never feel trapped or leashed by this empire. But with that same generosity comes a firm boundary. You are not to interfere with the rest of the empire's planets. Please understand this decision is final. Sakaar bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. Understood. In truth, he had anticipated something much worse, a total severance of ties, perhaps even forced isolation, especially after the terrifying threat issued earlier by Lady Renara. By comparison, Robin's decree was more than reasonable. It was merciful. It was even kind. Robin gave a small nod, then turned to Theo, his voice steady again. Choose a select number of shadow swords to be stationed permanently within the Second Army. They will not only serve in military matters, but also act as continuous ambassadors and messengers between the Second Army and Imperial headquarters. From this point forward, the demons will no longer be able to access the heart of the Empire freely, unless a truly exceptional situation arises. Understood. Theo nodded solemnly, already considering the ideal agents for such a delicate role. Then, Robin's gaze returned to Sakaar, and the warmth in his eyes cooled to a steely edge. I am well aware of the natural instincts that lie within your kind, he said plainly. I understand your hunger, but let me be absolutely clear. These military campaigns are not an invitation to feast. They are not hunting expeditions. They are a means to spread my rule. He took a single step forward, his voice rising slightly. You may feed on the corpses of those who fall in battle against you, those who meet you sword for sword, claw for claw, but you are never to harm civilians. Never lay a hand on the defenseless. Never touch those who surrender. Never burn a field, destroy a village, or defile a single tree unless there is a strategic reason. Is that understood? Perfectly understood, Sakaar answered without pause, his face unreadable, but his tone laced with sincerity. There was no room for error in these words. Robin then turned toward Arrow and Caesar, sweeping them both into the judgment of his next decree. And the same applies to you, he said firmly. Your battles must remain strictly confined to the battlefield. Any act of unnecessary violence will be recorded by the Shadow Swords, and those responsible will face punishment by the Light Swords. And if any such act is linked to orders issued by one of the generals standing before me, then that punishment will not come from the Shadow and Light Swords. It will come directly from me. Is that absolutely clear? Understood. Caesar, Arrow, Theo, and even Billy all answered together, their voices ringing with certainty. Billy's heart swelled with a quiet pride. It was moments like this that reminded him why he had always believed in Robin, even when the world doubted him. Good, Robin nodded, taking a moment to let the silence reaffirm his words. Then he turned to Caesar. You and the First Army will be based in Greenland, Jura, Poison Rock, and Gouda. That means your expansion will occur simultaneously in sectors 99 and 100. At this point in time, your army has the advantage, both in numbers and in organizational maturity. I expect you to outperform the other two armies by at least double in the first 100 years. After that, the true mettle of each army will become visible. Even after that century has passed, we will continue to outperform them, Caesar declared confidently, without even acknowledging the presence of Sakar or Arrow beside him. Robin gave him a slow, serious nod, then looked across the three commanders standing before him. From this day forward, the system of autonomous armies will take effect. Each of you will possess authority equivalent to that of a planetary emperor. I will not judge you by your words or your promises. Only your results will determine whether I was right, or terribly wrong, in granting such power. Then, with a sudden change of tone, Robin's expression softened. He turned to Halak, placing a strong but affectionate hand on the man's back. By the way, he added, Halak is now officially the commander of the Imperial Guard. I'm also placing the three Beast Kings under his command. His authority will be entirely defensive. His duty is to protect the planets already under our rule in the case of external attack. He looked once more to the three generals. If any of you find yourselves overwhelmed in a battle too large to handle, and you cannot call upon your fellow generals, then you may request Halak's aid. But know this, he will arrive with his elite force, resolve the threat, and then depart. He is not under your command, and you may not issue him orders. Is that clear? Understood. The three generals suddenly shifted their eyes toward the towering blue giant of Nihiri. His imposing figure stood as a silent symbol of unshakable authority. Though both Sakar and Caesar quickly returned their focus to Robin, the subtle tension in their posture betrayed their lingering distaste for Halak. Despite their personal feelings, they could not deny the logic behind his position. His role in the empire was well earned. Only Arrow allowed his gaze to remain on Halak for a few extra moments. His expression softened, and a long sigh escaped him, not out of frustration, but from a quiet sorrow, mourning a missed opportunity that might never come again. With that, everything has now been prepared, Robin declared, his voice firm yet calm. A note of finality echoed in the chamber, yet it was not cold. It was the voice of a leader who had thought through every detail. There is one final note I must leave with you, not as a command, but as a safeguard, he continued, lifting a hand gently. While all of you are engaged in your campaigns, should any conflict arise between your forces, or if you require someone to mediate or issue decisive direction, refer to Richard. I refrain from assigning him permanently to the First Army precisely for this reason. Then, with a smile that mixed warmth with command, Robin asked, does anyone here have a question, or perhaps a concern they wish to raise? No, Your Majesty, came the firm and unified response. No hesitation, no uncertainty. Father, Richard stepped forward slightly, tension tightening his features. His tone carried resolve. I would like to participate directly in the battles. The very reason he had returned to the Empire's heart had been to share in its fight, not to observe it from the sidelines. Robin let out a rich, heartfelt laugh, filled with a father's pride and affection. He reached out and affectionately patted his son's head. Then follow the war from the central command for now. Watch closely, and when you see a front that captures your spirit, join it directly. What do you say? He grinned broadly. And I sincerely doubt any of our supreme generals here would have any objections to your presence on their fields. Of course not. The Son of the Lord is more than welcome with us at all times. Come and go freely, little brother. Their responses came with sincerity, without a trace of hesitation. Good. Robin nodded approvingly, then clapped his hands once with a brisk sound, dismissing them with a smile. Begin preparations. There's much to be done. The generals bowed lightly in acknowledgement and began to file out of the platform, each one already retreating into his own world of duty and thought. Even Halak, now released from formality, stretched like a beast released from its cage, then bounded toward Crixus, eager to share the latest events. Wait a moment. Robin reached out and gently grasped Zara's hand, stopping her just as she was about to leave. He waited patiently until the others had fully exited. Only then did he pull from his robes a small, shimmering metal card, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly with power. He placed it carefully into her hand. In the coming days, I want you to find individuals who possess this particular affinity, he said softly, but with weight behind his words. This one. Zara's voice dropped almost to a whisper, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Are you certain about this? These individuals will serve in the Imperial Guard, Robin explained, his tone steady. We cannot allow another incident like the Jura invasion to happen again, ever. Not on any planet under our banner. He turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, as though looking beyond the very skies themselves. Renara told me that the planets within the mid-belt often change hands every few thousand years. She said nearly all of her 91 planets have been lost and reclaimed countless times, some conquered, others abandoned. She gains some, loses others. Honestly, that terrified me a little. He turned his gaze back toward Zara, a spark of defiance burning in his eyes. I am a greedy man, Zara. I like keeping what belongs to me. I refuse to be part of this endless game of exchange. Not now, not ever. I'll do what I can, Zara responded with a deep exhale, her tone resolute but uncertain of the scale of the task ahead. Shall I accompany you to the Imperial Palace to begin your retreat? The palace. Robin raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly. No, this time, my retreat will be long. I don't want to be boxed in by stone and walls, no matter how grand they are. He turned from her, his footsteps echoing through the hall as he walked away. I have a place in mind, somewhere better suited for what's to come. Chapter 1240. After 100 years, Middle Sector number 100, Planet Azakra. Step, step, step. A man who appeared to be in his early 50s was making his way steadily through the grand corridor of an enormous palace. He walked with an air of authority, his gait calm but purposeful. Behind him, 8 tails extended from his lower back, tightly bundled together to form a single thick, fur-covered tail that swayed with each step. His facial features were slightly elongated, his cheekbones higher, his jaw more pronounced, and sharp fangs glinted subtly beneath his lips. His eyes were wide and entirely black, with vertical slits for pupils, much like those of a predator. It would be difficult to classify his appearance as entirely human, nor did he fully resemble a fox. He was something between the two, a hybrid entity that embodied both. The corridor he walked through was not just vast but a masterpiece of architectural magnificence, lined with colossal statues carved with extraordinary precision and care. These statues depicted figures with tails and hardened expressions, warriors of an ancient bloodline. Others were of fearsome foxes, each uniquely crafted, ranging in shape and size, from slender and agile to massive and imposing. Guarding the corridor were soldiers clad in identical, glowing uniforms that radiated faint light. As the man passed by, each guard saluted him promptly and respectfully. We salute the royal uncle. We salute the royal uncle. The man, referred to as the royal uncle, did not acknowledge them. He neither nodded nor gave them a glance. His brow was deeply furrowed, his expression consumed by concentration. Clearly, his mind was immersed in thoughts of great weight. Whoosh! At last, he arrived at the towering doors at the end of the corridor. Without hesitation, he pushed both doors open with strength and urgency. I bring news, he declared in a firm, resonant voice. Far across the vast chamber he had just entered stood a majestic throne, elevated atop several steps. Seated upon it was a regal woman. Dharmic, she said, her voice calm yet commanding. What is it this time? The woman wore an ornate veil that concealed the lower half of her face, leaving only her eyes visible. And what eyes they were, enchanting and deeply expressive. Their sclera glowed orange-white, while her pupils were a rich shade of brown, framed by dark natural shading that gave the impression of a master artist having spent years perfecting every detail. The only skin visible besides her eyes was a thin strip between her brows and the back of her hand. It was pale, almost alabaster, with a hint of cold elegance. 2 large, furred ears sat atop her head, twitching slightly, and behind her fanned out 9 grand, fluffy tails that swayed in rhythm like tall grass in a gentle spring breeze. Her hair flowed down her back like a waterfall of snow, pure white, without a trace of impurity. She wore a long, flowing robe of white and soft brown, covering her entire body up to her neck. The only form-fitting part was around her narrow, graceful waist, accentuating her refined figure. Had Robin been present, he would have recognized her immediately as Renara, not by her appearance, which was vastly different from her spiritual shard form, but by her aura. The way she sat, dignified and regal, exuded the presence of nobility, power, and centuries of command. The man she had called Dharmic clenched his sharp teeth and stepped closer to the throne. His voice was tight with concern. Planet Serena has fallen. That is acceptable, Renara responded with a composed tone. Its fall was expected for quite some time. Dharmic's eyes flared with disbelief. Acceptable, Your Majesty? The fall of Serena marks the 6th planet we've lost in less than a century. This level of attrition is unheard of in our history. Never before have we suffered such consecutive losses without gaining anything in return, at least not in such a brief period. His voice rose, echoing through the vast chamber. Yet none of the guards present showed the slightest reaction. As Renara's uncle and one of the most senior figures in the empire in both age and status, he was one of the very few allowed to speak to her with such candor, even frustration. How are the other fronts? Renara asked, regaining her full calm. Surely, withdrawing from 6 separate battlefronts must have reinforced our defenses elsewhere. That should buy us at least 30 years before another significant loss occurs, shouldn't it? Dharmic's voice turned grim. I can't say for certain. The attack from the Centennial Empire of the Twilight Spectres this time is unlike anything we've faced before. It's not just an offensive. It's a total invasion. He began pacing slightly, fists clenched. They've signed peace treaties with 2 other empires to close those fronts. Leaked terms reveal that the Twilight Spectres paid 2 million energy pearls to each empire in exchange for 500 years of peace. He paused for breath. And they paid 5 million pearls to a 3rd empire to end a prolonged dispute over a mineral-rich planet full of asnarium. Now they're engaged in negotiations with 6 more factions, offering temporary truces. Soon, they'll have no enemies left but us. Renara's brow furrowed. This was dire news. In the cosmic order, planetary empires naturally attracted enemies due to their size and resources. A centennial empire might face over 100 adversaries. Even now, as ruler of the Empire of the 9 Paths, Renara was facing 7 simultaneous foes, each hungry for a different planet. The Twilight Spectres calming multiple fronts meant they had significantly more troops to redirect to a single target. That was an edge Renara simply didn't have. And the reason they weren't offering peace? Because this wasn't a war over land or wealth, it was something much worse. The Twilight Spectres coveted the Kyomeiji bloodline, the 9-tailed fox heritage. Their aim was horrifyingly clear, to capture the women of the 9 Paths Empire for breeding, and exterminate the men. This was a war of extermination, a war for the very survival of her people. Where did they acquire so many energy pearls? Renara asked, perplexed. 9 million pearls spent on treaties was not something most empires could ever dream of affording. Even 1 million pearls could take thousands of years to accumulate through war and trade. Spending that amount on limited-term peace? It defied logic. Luscinder has become a royal soul lord, Dharmak said quietly, casting his eyes downward. What? Rhaenyra nearly rose to her feet in shock. But she stopped herself, forcing calm back into her voice. Are you absolutely sure? Dharmak nodded solemnly, his expression etched with gravity and exhaustion. There is absolutely no room for doubt. The rumors are true. Luscinder, the younger brother of the Emperor of the Twilight Spectres, has ascended. He has officially reached the exalted rank of Royal Soul Lord, a feat that only a handful in history have achieved. He paused for a moment, the weight of what he was saying settling between them like a dense fog. Then he continued, even as we speak, he's flooding the Soul Society with his creations, artifacts, talismans, relics of immense power and elegance, all selling in astronomical quantities. The demand is insatiable. Merchants, collectors, and cultivators alike are scrambling to acquire anything from him. His voice dropped, quieter now. In short, energy pearls are no longer a limitation for their empire. What we consider priceless, they now consider abundant. With a slow breath, he bowed his head even further, almost in defeat. And there's something far worse. He said, his tone almost a whisper. I believe you already understand what it means to have a royal soul lord standing among our enemies. Rhaenyra said nothing at first. Her fingers clenched slowly into a tight fist, the sound of her glove creaking faintly under the pressure. Of course she understood. How could she not? The implications were beyond dire. At a bare minimum, the existence of Luscinder in this new form meant that the Twilight Spectres now possessed a being whose strength equaled, if not exceeded, that of a nexus, a level of cultivation that very few ever reached, and even fewer managed to hold onto for long. A being who could crush worlds with a flick of the wrist. But that wasn't the full extent of the threat. No, the truly terrifying aspect of a royal soul lord was not merely in their raw power. It was in their influence, their reach, their dominion. Because of soul burrowing, royal soul lords were not just warriors or masters of soul cultivation. They were symbols, entities who could alter the course of empires without drawing a blade. With a single signature or whispered word, they could reroute interstellar trade, collapse entire markets, influence the ruling councils of neutral worlds, or even command loyalty from sects spread across galaxies. They had access to forbidden materials, ancient blueprints, celestial auctions, hidden vaults, and connections that ordinary rulers could only dream of. And with all of that came an unmatched ability to amass wealth, real wealth. Rhaenyra understood instantly what this meant for their million-year-long conflict. The war between the Empire of the Nine Paths and the Twilight Spectres, a war that had already dragged on for millions of years, was no longer the same. It had evolved. What had once been a grueling battle for survival was about to become an entirely different kind of conflict, one waged with weapons of unimaginable power, on planes of influence that transcended physical battlefields. The presence of Luscinder, as a royal soul lord, would change everything. That single revelation from Dharmak. It wasn't just concerning, it wasn't even catastrophic. It was a revelation that dwarfed the loss of a planet 100 times over. Because while a planet could be reclaimed, the balance of fate itself could not. Chapter 1241. How are the other fronts against them faring? Rhaenyra asked with visible difficulty, her voice laced with concern after a prolonged, heavy silence. Dharmak responded, his tone carrying both frustration and warning. What was once a widespread conflict across 22 battleground planets, 13 under our control and 9 under theirs, has now narrowed dramatically. We've been forced back. The war has shrunk, and it now rages on only 5 planets, Your Majesty. And every single one of those planets belongs to us. He paused, his fists clenching at his sides, his voice sharpening. They've changed tactics. I fear the days of scattered skirmishes, hit-and-run raids, and contained battles are long gone, for them, at least. What they're planning now is different, much more calculated. They're focusing their entire might onto a few specific fronts, compressing the war into razor-sharp points of attack, with the clear goal of tearing planets away from us one by one, until nothing remains. He inhaled, then continued, his voice low but filled with weight. And when you look at the timeframe outlined in their recent treaties, I dread to say it, but I believe they intend to carry out this systematic destruction within the next 500 years. Rhaenyra's composure cracked. Her voice rose, the fire in her tone unmistakable. That's absurd. You're telling me that in just half a millennium, they plan to annihilate our military forces entirely? Have you lost your mind, Dharmak? The force behind her words echoed across the hall, startling even some of the guards stationed nearby. Her expression was one of disbelief mixed with rising indignation. Dharmak bowed his head slightly, showing respect but not backing down. I apologize if my words sound extreme, Your Majesty. I speak not to alarm you, but because I must speak the truth. I ask only this, can you, with certainty, say I am mistaken? He looked directly into her eyes. Given the ferocity with which they now press their attacks, and the immense wealth Luscinder is beginning to accumulate, I am genuinely afraid. Unless we act decisively, I fear we could lose at least half of our territory, nearly 40 or more of our planets, within the coming 5 centuries. He gritted his teeth, the pressure building in his voice. Right now, we hold 85 planets. It's not ideal, but it's sustainable, for now. But if we fall beneath 60 planets, Your Majesty, if we reach that number, our prestige, our reputation, everything we've built over the last 2 million years, it will crumble. Our standing in Sector 100 of the Middle Territories will disintegrate before our eyes. Rhaenyra released a long, measured breath. Her gaze drifted to the floor for a moment as if searching for something hidden within the stone. We will weather the storm. It's not the first time we've found ourselves surrounded. Darmok's voice hardened further. Forgive me, but that's simply not true this time. This war is different. They've evolved, and we haven't kept pace. Unless we mirror their commitment, unless you command a full mobilization of all our legions, of every resource and reserve we can muster, unless we strike back hard and fast, I fear the moment for recovery will pass us by. He paused again, his brow furrowed, his tone now edged with bitterness. That's assuming we even have the wealth left to wage such a war. Rhaenyra's expression changed. She turned away slightly, her voice quieter. The investment will bear fruit. We only need patience. The investment she referred to was the colossal sum of 118 million energy pearls, an amount that stunned even the most veteran rulers, used to purchase fleets of interstellar scout ships. It had been one of the most controversial decisions in the history of the Nine Paths Empire. The lords of the Nine Halls, the elite powerholders who presided over the empire's internal affairs, had erupted in outrage. They summoned emergency councils, held formal denunciations, and accused her of betraying the very foundation of their economy. To them, it was madness, an irrational sacrifice. A quarter of the empire's entire accumulated energy pearls, gathered over the course of 7 million painstaking years, spent not on war, defense, or expansion, but on acquiring interstellar scout ships meant not for the Nine Paths Empire, but for a distant, barely known faction in the Young Belt. But Rhaenyra had stood firm. She had enacted the order despite every voice raised against her, because she was, without question, the single most powerful being in the empire. Yes, that's exactly what you said back then. Without offering any proper explanation, Darmok spat bitterly. But don't you think the wait has been too long? A full century has passed since you made that investment. And what do we have to show for it? What benefit have our so-called trade allies brought us? Aside from that one golden division stationed on Orlando Planet, nothing. He waved his arm in frustration, the tension in the room thickening. Rhaenyra flinched slightly at the mention of Orlando. Her voice was quick and sharp, deflecting the conversation. Tell me about the other war fronts. What's the situation beyond the Twilight Specters? Darmok exhaled slowly, his weariness visible. As you're well aware, we're still at war with 6 other empires. Fortunately, most of these conflicts remain localized, planet-against-planet disputes. We've intentionally kept our forces minimal on those fronts to avoid escalation. We dare not turn them into full-scale existential wars like the one we're trapped in now. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if holding back a surge of anger. But those bastards, the moment they saw how dire things had become for us against the Twilight Specters, they acted. Every last one of them sent reinforcements to their battlefronts. All of them are now mobilizing, preparing to strike, preparing to end their conflicts while we're still weak. Especially the Iron Boar Empire, Darmok said through gritted teeth, his voice low but burning with suppressed rage. They were the very first to respond. 50 years ago, they sent a full auxiliary army to Orlando Planet, intent on seizing it from us in a swift, overwhelming strike. Had reinforcements not arrived at the exact critical moment they did, I have no doubt, none at all, that the planet would have been lost. His hand trembled slightly before curling into a tight fist. His knuckles cracked audibly under the pressure. We cannot allow those accursed pigs to continue acting with impunity. Once the matter with the Twilight Specters is resolved, even partially, we must direct all our remaining might toward them. They must be reduced to ash. Their empire must be razed to the ground at the earliest possible opportunity. It's a matter of principle now. Orlando Planet cannot fall, Rhaenyra stated firmly, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Her brows drew together, her expression growing steely. Not now. Not while the entire structure of our empire teeters on the edge. Orlando wasn't just any mineral world. It was a planetary vault of essential resources, rare alloys, energy-reactive ores, and high-density minerals crucial for forging sovereign-grade armaments and enhancing large-scale defensive formations. Losing it would not only be a logistical disaster, it would be symbolic, a crack in the facade of their dominance. For over 14,000 years, they had engaged in bitter, relentless conflict with the Iron Boar Empire over this single planet. It was an ancient wound that never closed, a war that reignited like wildfire every few centuries, with neither side able to hold the world for long before the other struck back with vengeance. Of course, Your Majesty, Darmok responded with heavy solemnity. But let's be realistic. Aside from the garrison we already have stationed there, we can't spare even a single extra division. And truthfully, I came here to request the opposite, to propose a strategic withdrawal. I believe we should pull our forces back from the 6 secondary fronts and reassign them, even temporarily, to confront the Twilight Specters directly. This is no longer a border conflict, this is a war of survival. Rhaenyra's voice rose, sharp with authority. Impossible. Do you honestly believe those 6 empires will show restraint if we pull away? No, Darmok. I promise you, the moment we divert our attention, they will descend upon another of our holdings like vultures to a carcass. She slammed her palm onto the edge of the stone table. When the calf stumbles, every dog bares its teeth and readies for the feast. I am fully aware of that, Your Majesty, Darmok said, nodding grimly. But the Iron Boar Empire is not waiting anyway. Our scouts confirm they are assembling another army to launch a second assault on Orlando. Their previous reinforcements may have been thwarted, but they've learned. Their next move will be smarter, stronger. He hesitated, then added with urgency, unless you are able to request further support from those trading allies. That might quiet the lords of the Nine Halls for a time, reassure them that the pearls were not spent in vain. Tell me more, Rhaenyra sighed, rubbing her temple, exhaustion creeping into her voice. 50 years ago, Darmok began, under your direct command, we purchased an advanced set of defensive arrays from that empire in the Young Belt. But the price wasn't measured in pearls alone. As part of the deal, they requested we allow one of their elite units to undergo a 30-year integration deployment within our military. He paused, then continued, we didn't want to accept it, but your orders were absolute. So we welcomed them, begrudgingly. To avoid disrupting critical fronts, we stationed them far from our primary war zones, relegating them to Orlando Planet. It seemed harmless. They'd train quietly, observe, and be gone. But just 3 months after they arrived, the Iron Boar Empire launched their invasion. Darmok's eyes narrowed as if replaying the memory in his mind. And then something unexpected happened. Despite having a full garrison on the planet, one of our better ones, mind you, they collapsed within hours of the initial strike. Yet that golden unit, that single division of 3,000 martial emperors and 30 war domination arrays, stood their ground. They repelled the entire invading army by themselves. No backup. No retreat. Rhaenyra's eyes widened, shock flashing across her face for a fleeting second. Their leader is a human named Raiden, I believe, Darmok continued. He is at the strong level 50 martial emperor realm. His control over lightning is unnatural. Some say he is lightning, not merely a user of it. He drew in a breath. The surviving members of our garrison claim he's untouchable below the world cataclysm realm. They saw him cut down officers of the Iron Boar elite with terrifying ease, alone, without assistance. Darmok looked downward now, his tone carrying a reluctant admission of truth. Our station forces there, they're effectively useless in the face of a true invasion. The only ones of any worth are the generals strong enough to survive a cataclysm-level confrontation, and even they serve one purpose, shielding the Golden Division from enemy world cataclysms while that Golden Division handles everything else. He clenched his teeth. In short, they are defending our territory, not us. And that's the hard truth. Chapter 1242. You're openly praising a military unit from the Young Belt, Rhaenyra said with a faint, curious smile, while criticizing the performance of our own long-standing garrison? That's not something I expected to hear from you, Darmok. Her voice held a subtle edge, not of anger, but of surprise mixed with a trace of amusement. Darmok, after all, had always been notoriously stubborn, almost to the point of fanaticism, when it came to matters involving the Young Belt. In countless meetings and war councils, he had made his position abundantly clear. He considered those from the Young Belt to be a necessary nuisance at best, reckless and short-sighted parasites whose gains always came with a hidden cost. He had warned again and again that mingling with their kind was like playing a game where the rules changed with every move. His hardline stance, and that of his political faction, had been one of the chief obstacles preventing Rhaenyra from reinforcing their outposts and establishing stronger influence in that volatile region. The Orlando garrison, Darmok continued, gesturing with visible frustration, has held that planet for centuries, Your Majesty. Centuries. It was they who drove the Iron Boars out last time, and it was they who rebuilt and defended it under constant siege. They fought tooth and nail with limited resources, surrounded, isolated, and yet they endured. His eyes narrowed. But this time, the circumstances were different. The enemy came with unprecedented strength, overwhelming numbers, and a relentless push we were not prepared for. And because of our current situation, our inability to send reinforcements, we were forced to rely on others. He paused, letting the bitterness simmer just beneath the surface of his voice. So no, he said at last, there's no shame in what happened. There's no disgrace in acknowledging the simple, brutal truth of our condition. Our forces are stretched thin, and we were lucky, blessed, even, that the Golden Division happened to be there at the right time. He lifted his gaze, and credit must be given where it's due. After their success, we reached out, reluctantly, to the rest of your followers in the Young Belt. We requested special forces detachments from every one of them. He exhaled, sharp and cold. Every single unit they sent was annihilated within days. Only the Golden Division is still standing strong. His voice dropped. Meanwhile, the other 5 planets we're fighting over, 5 crucial fronts, each contested by rival empires, are slipping through our fingers. We're losing ground every day. Not a week goes by without reports of outposts abandoned. He clenched a fist at his side. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if the next update you receive is confirmation that all 5 have fallen. Then, with a twitch of disdain, he added, and I just can't understand it. You have forces in the Young Belt, elite divisions fully equipped with epic armor, even the war domination arrays themselves clad in epic grade plating, their aura alone enough to level fortresses. All of them are human, and all of them use the third cultivation path, the most resource-devouring form of power in history. He shook his head. How is it that you can afford that, while the rest of our followers in the Young Belt are absolute trash? If I hadn't personally witnessed the delivery of those interstellar scout ships 70 years ago, I would have assumed, genuinely, that you gave them the pearls directly and they squandered them on indulgence. Rhaenyra's expression hardened. Her brow furrowed as her fingers curled slightly. Enough circling, Darmok, she said flatly. Get to the point. You didn't come all that way just to bring complaints and military reports. What is it you want? Darmok's lips tightened, and for a brief moment, his voice grew quieter, almost solemn. The Golden Division, he said, was originally sent here for a 30-year training mission. After seeing what they were capable of, we extended their stay, first by 10 years, then another 10. We even offered a third extension, this time for 20 more. But General Raiden declined, he said, his jaw tensing. He claimed he needed an official edict from someone named Caesar before he could agree to any further extension. Rhaenyra's eyes glinted with recognition. Caesar, she said softly, the son of their emperor and their supreme general. A dry smile crept onto her lips, equal parts weary and amused. So let me guess, she said, her voice laced with irony, you want me to reach out to him? To pay to keep that division here permanently? And what should I tell him, exactly? That I'm losing a war and need his help? That I can't hold the line without his people? No, Your Majesty, Dharmic said, shaking his head. It's not about that division. This is about everything. I'm here to ask for a full, total, and unwavering shift of our strategic priorities. We need to concentrate all of our might on the war against the Twilight Spectres, just as they've concentrated theirs on destroying us. I know what this means, he added quickly. I know it would require withdrawing our presence from every other conflict. Our 6 wars against the minor empires, we would have to abandon them, at least temporarily. And I know what that would cost us. But I have a solution. His voice turned deliberate. We reinforce those outer battlefields, not with our own legions, but with units like the Golden Division. And we assign a few World Cataclysm generals to shadow them, to ensure they survive any overwhelming threats, and we let them hold the ground. Meanwhile, we pull the rest of our true military strength back to the front, to the Spectre War. He took a slow breath, then looked her dead in the eyes. This is the only viable path forward. The only way we survive. Bah! With a thunderous crack, Rhaenyra's hand slammed down onto the armrest of her obsidian throne. The booming echo reverberated through the grand hall like a shockwave, silencing even the subtle rustling of robes among the aides nearby. Dharmic, she said coldly, her voice sharp as a blade drawn in the dark, have you been struck in the head recently? Is your mind slipping, or are you simply testing my patience? Are you truly suggesting, with a straight face, that I entrust the sacred duty of defending our planetary holdings to a young empire? And you, of all people, are the one proposing this madness. Dharmic remained still, unflinching in the face of her fury. His expression didn't waver. Your Majesty, he began, his voice level and composed despite the storm she had summoned, we have witnessed what they're capable of firsthand. Over the last 50 years, their elite Golden Division has proven itself time and again. While I remain skeptical about whether they possess more divisions of equal might, even 1 or 2 additional units would dramatically lessen the strain on our forces in the battle against the Twilight Spectre Empire. He took a deliberate step forward, then added with conviction, and if they fail for any reason, it's still acceptable. These are resource wars, Majesty. Worlds can be reclaimed. Resources can be mined again. But this other war, this is a war of survival. We must concentrate our strength where it truly matters. Then he raised his palm and gestured with intensity. And furthermore, let's not forget, they took 118 million energy pearls from us. A fortune of that magnitude should have bought US war fleets. Yet until now, we have seen no meaningful return for that expenditure. Let them fight in our name, let them bleed in our defense as partial payment. If nothing else, it will cool the fury of the elders and buy you precious time. Rhaenyra's jaw clenched tight, her teeth grinding ever so slightly. If only you knew what I truly paid for, she muttered, her voice dark and bitter, you'd fall to your knees and beg for my forgiveness. Dharmic narrowed his eyes. Then speak it plainly, Majesty. Say it aloud and free yourself of the burden. What exactly did you purchase with such an astronomical cost? What could possibly be worth 118 million pearls of refined energy? Not now, Rhaenyra replied, her voice low, almost a whisper. I will not speak of it until the moment of truth arrives, until the thing I paid for either comes into our hands, or vanishes forever. I will not offer false hope to you or the council. At this moment, I still don't know if that man is capable of accomplishing the task. She drew in a long, controlled breath. To create a merged law, with one of its components tied directly to the path of time, that would be an act that rewrites reality itself. It is no small request. Then, she returned to his suggestion. As for your proposal, even I don't fully comprehend the true strength of the beginning empire's military might. I don't know whether they possess the resources or willingness to dispatch another elite division like the Golden One. But I will attempt it. Her eyes narrowed as she pointed toward him, firm and direct. That General Raiden, he understands. He's no mere officer on a training mission. He is a strategic keystone in this war, a man who moves like one who knows what's truly at stake. That's why he needs to ask for permission. He knows this war is real. She leaned forward slightly. Bring him to me. I will speak with him personally. If there is a way to bring in more battalions, if they exist, he will know how to make it happen. Understood. Dharmic bowed low, his posture respectful, then turned to take his leave. But after just 2 steps, something seized him mid-motion. He froze. What? He burst out suddenly, the word full of disbelief and tension. Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow. Dharmic, she called cautiously, her voice low, curious. What happened? What news could shake you like that? Dharmic slowly turned, his teeth pressed tightly against each other, his fangs slightly bared in frustration. Despite the warnings, despite the unstable circumstances that he's fully aware of, General Raiden has ignored everything, he's thrown caution to the wind, and departed. Rhaenyra's voice was ice. Departed? To where? He's gone to the Young Belt, Dharmic growled. He left without authorization. One day earlier, planet Jura, the ancestral continent, in front of a jagged cave nestled deep in the heart of a lonely mountain. Tap, tap. Chapter 1243. Tap, tap. With long, unkempt golden hair that flowed wildly past his shoulders, a thick, sunken beard that seemed to devour half his face, and garments so tattered and stained they barely clung together, any wandering eye catching sight of the man from a distance would have surely mistaken him for a vagrant, or someone teetering on the edge of death by starvation and despair. Yet, should anyone dare approach close enough, they would be met with a surprising contrast, a pair of hawk-like eyes sharp with piercing focus, and the skin around them smooth, devoid of wrinkles or signs of age or hardship. Tisk, tisk. Another failure, Robin muttered to himself in a low, gravelly voice, clicking his tongue as he tapped a sharpened bone rhythmically against the dusty ground. After a brief pause, he brushed away the intricate diagrams and symbols etched into the dirt with his bare hands, a visible scowl darkening his features. His annoyance was not subtle, it radiated from every deliberate motion. "Still not ready to give up, are you?" came Neri's voice, echoing with dry sarcasm from within his spiritual domain. "What the greatest minds across eons failed to achieve, do you honestly believe you'll figure it out in a few short centuries?" "Oh, Neri, your optimism never fails to brighten my day," Robin chuckled, his voice dry with amusement beneath his dense beard. Then he squinted through the smoke drifting toward him and barked sharply, "Hey, move the smoke that way, you dimwit, trying to blind me now." Not far from where Robin sat, a silver-skinned humanoid abruptly stopped fanning the burning coals and bowed twice in quick succession, clearly ashamed. Without uttering a word, he adjusted his position and began fanning the smoke in the opposite direction. Still frowning, Robin lifted a calloused hand and pointed down the side of the mountain, toward a scattered group of beings from various races laboring with bundles of firewood. "Move it! Shake those shiny asses, the day won't wait for you," he bellowed. The firewood gatherers flinched and began hurrying with clumsy urgency. In their frantic effort, two of them collided, sending wood scattering in all directions. But they quickly scrambled to collect the pieces, heads bowed in fearful silence. "Inhale. Ha! There's just something about the smell of roasted blood peacock meat. That rich aroma, it always stirs something deep inside me, no matter how many times I've had it." Robin let out a low laugh, shaking his head as he turned his attention back to the ground, crouching to draw once more. "All right then, let's try this configuration. That's the 17th formula you've tested today. How many more are you planning to go through?" Neri's voice returned, now tinged with both irritation and disbelief. "As many as necessary," Robin replied firmly, scratching his head in thought. His eyes narrowed at the freshly cleared space in front of him, then he resumed his work with calm, steady strokes. It's not every day one finds a way to break through the limitations the martial emperors face when attempting to use the fourth stage of the laws. "Is this really worth such obsession?" Neri pressed, her tone now more serious. "You've devoted decades, entire lifetimes for others, to nothing but this one pursuit. Isn't it time to move forward? The four paths have remained unchanged for tens of millions of years for a reason, Robin. And I say that's exactly why someone should challenge them." Robin snapped his fingers, and with a soft pulse of power, 3 metallic tablets shot out from his spatial ring and hovered briefly in the air. "Besides, I haven't been idle. I've already made advancements in the first, second, and third paths for the army." He caught the tablets and held them up for inspection. With this one, he lifted the first, transforming giants into Crixians, or honestly, converting any race using a beast bloodline like Durgars or Diavos, is significantly easier, provided they follow the rituals and procedures outlined here. We're talking survival rates where only 1 out of 10 may die, which is a major improvement, believe me. He tossed the tablet gently upward, and it vanished back into his ring. Then he raised the second. "This one contains several new elixir compositions. Thanks to you and Evergreen introducing me to all those rare elemental herbs and raw materials from your domains, I was able to make enhancements. I even got the rune masters some additional work, hee. I discovered that by engraving certain patterns onto the ingredients before mixing, we can dramatically increase the effectiveness of the elixirs." He smiled with clear satisfaction. "So not only will the costs of production go down, but after consuming these elixirs, the duration of an emperor's law empowerment will more than double." "So then," Neri's voice echoed in his soul domain, carrying a biting edge. She furrowed her brows tightly, her tone laced with disbelief and frustration. "You've just discovered a way to dramatically reduce the fatality rate during transformations. That alone could multiply the strength of your third army beyond anything the Empire has ever seen. And on top of that, you found a method to both lower the cost and prolong the effect of your elixirs. Your first army will become vastly superior to any force you've had. So why are you still sitting here, surrounded by dust and ash, scratching runes into stone?" Whoosh! With a smooth flick of his wrist, the 2 glowing tablets dissolved into streams of energy and slipped back into the storage ring on his finger. Robin's expression didn't change. His voice came out calm but burdened, like someone carrying a truth no one else could see. "Because neither of those things, the elixirs nor the beast blood, are what I truly seek, Neri," he said, shaking his head slowly. "They're just illusions of power. Temporary solutions to a far deeper problem. Mere patches on a dam ready to burst." He let out a long breath, and his fingers paused above the ground. "You know what's happening among my generals and top-ranked officers, Neri? They consume elixirs like starving men, day in and day out, with obsessive regularity. It's become a ritual now, not of strength, but of fear. Some of them don't even sleep through the night. They wake up halfway just to drink a dose and refine it, terrified that they might be caught vulnerable if a sudden battle were to break out." His eyes grew distant, filled with memory. "That coronation day, the one where I returned to see Rhaenyra in open conflict, fighting off demons, chaos erupting across the courtyard. I was proud, at first. Proud to see my children, my generals, all standing side by side, unified in purpose, fighting back against the tide as one. But the pride, it was quickly replaced by sorrow. Because I knew why they were able to react so fast. Every single one of them had prepared for war, not for celebration. Instead of attending a festival, they had spent their final moments refining elixirs, anticipating disaster. They were preparing for survival, not for joy. That is not what I want for them. That is not strength." Robin's voice grew heavier. "How can I call these men and women the pillars of my empire, when their hands tremble not with excitement, but fear? When their minds are constantly calculating, counting down the minutes before their power fades, measuring each attack with clinical precision, always wondering if they'll last through the next round? No, this is a shaky foundation, a borrowed strength. It's not the kind of power that shapes empires. Neri's voice cracked through again, this time more urgent, more exasperated. And you believe that wasting decades of your life, sitting alone on a mountain, poring over forgotten runes and failed arrays, that is a solid foundation? Dear owner, tens of millions of years have passed and no one has solved this. No one. Even now, the human cultivators in the mid-belt are barely clinging to existence, and yet here you are thinking you'll be the one to succeed by isolating yourself in the middle of nowhere. At the very least, share your research with the Empire. Let them use the tools you've created. Then you can come back to your self-imposed exile and tinker with your theories all you want. Just then, Evergreen's gentle voice finally surfaced in his mind, soft as morning dew but laced with amusement. Hey now, stop nagging our brilliant owner. He knows what's best for his path. You're acting like a jealous older sister. You little piece of... Neri hissed with indignation. Weren't you the one grumbling and sighing just a little while ago? Don't think I've forgotten. This time, you're not getting away. With that, Neri's soul form pounced on Evergreen, grabbing at her hair in an exaggerated scuffle. Meanwhile, Robin let out a low, rumbling chuckle from deep in his chest, his eyes still focused on the half-finished array before him. There's no rush. I've already gifted the Empire enough knowledge and breakthroughs to lift their heads high in the Young Belt for generations to come. A few decades spent here won't matter in the long run. He tapped on the ground once more, a faint glow spreading from his fingertip. This retreat, this isolation, every failed formula, every discarded theory, every sleepless night, it has all served one purpose, to deepen my understanding of the laws, and of the living body. I've done it all to solve this one mystery. He leaned in, his voice quiet but unwavering. And I won't leave this place until I do. Come here, you. Neri cried out, grabbing Evergreen by the collar and tugging hard. Then, still tangled in their mock fight, she looked up toward Robin and shouted again, at the very least go test your new powers. You broke into the Emperor realm, go see what you're capable of now. Chapter 1244. At the very least, go and test your new abilities after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. The truth was, Robin had already broken through to the 41st level of cultivation decades ago, but unlike the grandiose and hard expected breakthrough, his was peaceful. It happened quietly on a warm and cheerful morning, under a sky as blue as the ocean, with birds singing harmoniously in the trees and a gentle breeze carrying the scent of blooming spirit flowers. There was no struggle, no scream of defiance, just a deep breath, and then clarity. Afterward, Robin had strolled down into a nearby village, his expression calm and slightly amused. He smiled at the confused shopkeepers and bought a cake. He just wanted to enjoy a slice with a few of his favorite soul creatures in silence. This breakthrough was the culmination of lifetimes of intellectual pursuit. He had deciphered the third stage of the law of spacetime. He had inscribed foundational truths about causality, and about the intricate architecture of creation itself. He had faced, and survived, the raw annihilating force of the law of ashification's fifth and sixth stages. So truly, what power in the world could possibly prevent his ascension when it comes to embrace the truth of existence? In fact, what followed was even more remarkable. The subsequent Martial Emperor levels came not with resistance, but with grace, with welcome. Robin didn't have to meditate for weeks or prepare extravagant rituals. The very moment he began constructing the foundation for each new level, the runes of truth would emerge naturally, forming elegant, glowing patterns in the air around him, like golden vines growing on invisible soil. They spiraled and settled with purpose, etching divine knowledge directly into the fabric of his cultivation. Within just a few days, a time frame laughably short for any cultivator, he had reached the 44th level with effortless composure. Ha ha ha. Robin suddenly slapped his thigh with the force of a small quake and let out a boisterous laugh that echoed down the mountain. With a gleam in his eyes, he pointed toward the silver-skinned human, or rather, the obedient soul creature in humanoid form, who had been carefully tending to the grill nearby. Ha ha. Hey you, bring me a piece from the chest, and make sure it's not overcooked. The creature, quick and disciplined, rushed forward with both hands extended, carrying a dish made of scorched metal, still hot from the flames. Robin snatched the meal, tore into the roasted meat with a satisfied grunt, and chewed hungrily. You know what, Neri? That's actually not a bad idea, the whole testing thing, he said, his voice muffled with food. Who should I try it on, though? Anyone. Neri snapped back, her voice sharp and irritated. Your children have been causing mayhem across star regions for decades now. Surely you can find someone to test your power on. Robin tilted his head slightly and swallowed the bite. You already saw what I can do with that new golden truth ability, didn't you? He said, a smirk creeping beneath his beard. Tell me, who under a world cataclysm could even pose a threat now that I've stepped into the Martial Emperor realm? Who's left? Pythor was practically a beast king, half-mutated, wielding a planetary gift, and using a minor law of destruction, and yet, I'd crush him now. I wouldn't even need to rely on spacetime. Help. Ah. Robin's ears twitched. He stopped chewing and turned his gaze toward the distance. Whoom. A glowing silver soul gate flared into existence beside him, swirling with arcane energy, and from its depths, a massive Terra beast emerged, its clawed feet grinding into the ground as it sniffed the air. Robin lazily pointed in the direction of the panicked cries echoing across the hills. That one's yours. Don't screw it up. Grr. With a snarl and a lunge, the Terra beast dashed forward like a silver storm, tearing through the landscape without a moment's hesitation. Robin leaned back, his eyes relaxed. Hey Neri, he said with a grin, his voice light, why don't you tell me a bit more about those golden abilities? Just a little. Silence. Oh, come on, Robin chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck, a sheepish look on his face. I know that person is terrifying. I felt it for myself, remember? It even threatened to kill me if I spoke of it again. He looked up, his eyes gleaming with mischief. But we all know about it, right? It's not like it's a secret anymore. We all know. So how about we just share a little, just between us? Silence. When faced yet again with silence, not an awkward one, but rather that dense, contemplative kind of silence, Robin let out a long, quiet sigh. His breath carried the weight of unspoken curiosity, frustration, and the ache of seeking truths too immense for words. Without saying anything else, he bent forward, lowering his hand toward the earth to continue inscribing the rune sequence he'd been working on, a sequence built not just from symbols, but from purpose, philosophy, and a glimpse into the divine mechanics of existence. But just as his fingers hovered an inch above the stone surface, Neri's voice echoed through the space between thought and spirit. I won't tell you anything, not directly. You already know too much. But I will remind you of one thing, something he said to you, word for word, during that meeting. It's just a color, and a slight nudge in your ability to grasp the law. Snap. He froze there for a long moment, staring at his hand, remembering the feeling of standing before that incomprehensible being, the all-seeing God. Every word spoken during that encounter had been like a comet passing too close to a fragile world, shaking his understanding of reality to its core. Yes, Robin whispered. He did say something like that. But back then, he hadn't been listening, not truly. How could he, when the world around him had felt like it was tearing open with every heartbeat? Just a color. Robin repeated the phrase aloud, letting it echo into the vastness of the mountain air. That can be interpreted in many ways, but if I think about it from a practical lens, maybe it simply marks those who've been chosen. Perhaps these golden traces act as a beacon, a resonance with others who came before, candidates like me. Maybe one day I could trace their paths through time using their golden color. He tapped the ground with his knuckle, once, twice, a rhythmic pulse that helped him think. But a nudge, a push forward in my attunement to the law. His mind began piecing together the timeline, the gifts, and the changes. When he ascended to the Saint Realm, the golden eye had appeared. He got no new ability then. What he received instead was clarity, a lens through which the chaotic weave of laws could be seen in crystal detail. Back then when he was still learning and just writing laws, it was a great help. Upon stepping into the sagehood domain, everything shifted. The ability he gained had been the golden cloak, a radiant garment that unraveled hostile law structures the moment they approached him. It was more than protection. And curiously, it had aligned perfectly with the spear techniques he had developed years earlier with Jabba, techniques designed to dismantle enemy patterns mid-attack. And finally, at the moment of breakthrough into the martial emperor realm, Robin slowly raised his hand, almost in reverence. A shimmer of golden light bled across his skin, not over it, but from within, forming brilliant living patterns of golden energy that danced and twisted with purpose. With just a passing thought, the markings shifted, transforming instantly into an entirely different construct, then another still. It appeared to be the tattoo-based combat style Robin had been refining in his recent years before the breakthrough. 3 abilities, born of the same source, but manifesting in ways tailored uniquely to Robin's own evolution and fighting style. Each one was a revelation. Each one, alone, could have taken centuries, even millennia, to master, to uncover. And yet, they had come to him as easily as breathing. They were just unlocked. That being, Robin whispered again, his voice now thick with both awe and a growing sense of unease. What is he truly? Please, stop getting lost in these mysteries. Neri's voice cut through like a blade of clarity. Focus. Stay present. You have something concrete to do. How long do you plan to linger here, wasting time? Or have you forgotten the timeline of your current mission? Just trust me a little, alright. Robin stood suddenly, the weariness vanishing from his frame, replaced by a fire in his eyes that hadn't been there a moment ago. He knelt again and began to inscribe. But this time, he moved faster than before, astonishingly so. His fingers danced across the stone like wind-tracing calligraphy in sand. He moved quickly from point to point, from beneath the spit-roasted peacock to further down the slope, letting the glyphs spill down the mountainside like a waterfall of brown ink. And after barely an hour, a monumental formation had emerged beneath him, vast, complex, humming faintly with a dormant kind of power. Robin turned to Neri with a faint smile, his expression glowing with pride and anticipation. He gestured grandly toward the completed structure. What do you see? I see an enormous waste of time, Neri responded flatly, her tone colored with exasperated patience. Her glowing eyes narrowed ever so slightly, unimpressed. He. Robin chuckled, undeterred. He placed both hands on his hips, lifting his chin with confidence, his aura radiating the satisfaction of an artist unveiling his masterpiece. Well, I see, the 5th cultivation path. Chapter 1245. As for me, I see the 5th cultivation path. What did you just say? Neri's voice exploded like thunder within the spiritual domain, the intensity of her scream shaking the surroundings ever so slightly. What do you mean by the 5th path? Are you seriously referring to the 4 known alternatives that humanity has resorted to? Robin gave a slow nod, his expression calm and contemplative. Back in the early days of my journey, when Alexander first broke through into the martial emperor domain and unlocked that mysterious threshold for the rest of us, I was deeply unsettled. The issue he encountered, and the same issue faced by every other martial emperor that followed in his footsteps, was quite troubling. Despite their comprehension of 4th stage laws, and even their ability to construct a solid foundational framework based on them, none of them could actually utilize those laws in combat or cultivation effectively. He paused, then continued with a wry smile, but with time, I came to understand that this was not a flaw in my techniques, but a universal problem, something embedded within the very nature of humans and their limitations in interacting with fourth stage laws. It became clear that the cultivator community, across countless worlds and ages, had already recognized this problem and devised 4 primary alternative paths to address it. That realization was oddly comforting. It meant it was not a failure in my vision or my technique. It was simply the cosmos presenting an obstacle. The first path, Robin raised a finger and smirked, relies on the force of the soul. This one honestly amuses me the most. It essentially tells the internal energy cultivator to throw away their dreams of mastering energy through traditional means, and instead gamble everything on a completely different system, hoping the soul's abstract power will compensate for the body's inadequacies. It is such a ridiculous compromise that I cannot take it seriously. Then we come to the second path, he continued, his expression darkening. It is, in my view, the most brutal and disgraceful of them all. It demands the cultivator abandon their human form entirely and undergo a transformation into a hybrid, a being that is part human and part beast, in exchange for a permanent increase in their affinity with a specific heavenly law. As someone who takes immense pride in every fiber of my being, who honors his origin and dreams of attaining glory through his own efforts, I cannot, will not, consider that path. Not for myself, nor for any of my followers. If I willingly surrender my heritage and reshape myself into something else, what would remain of my ambition, my legacy? How could I face my reflection ever again? Robin shook his head slowly, visibly disturbed even by the idea. Just imagining the kind of person who conceived that path fills me with disdain. Now, the third path, he said, calming down. This one happens to be the path I ended up following with my subordinates, though unintentionally at first. It involves the careful and precise crafting of custom alchemical elixirs, potent enough to temporarily boost the body's affinity to such a level that it can safely host and harmonize with a heavenly law. It is clever, functional, but I have already explained its many limitations and pitfalls earlier, haven't I? Finally, we arrive at the fourth and final known path. To me, this is the most short-sighted and foolish option. It relies on the so-called law of energy, which is, by its very nature, incredibly simple, far too simple to build anything stable upon. Using this law as a foundation is akin to preparing a grand banquet made entirely of salt. There is no depth, no nuance. Worse yet, I strongly believe that such a fragile foundation will utterly collapse when the time comes to face a world cataclysm. Yes, it offers a shortcut past the martial emperor bottleneck, but at what cost? It cripples the cultivator's future beyond redemption. This is, as you mentioned, Neri replied thoughtfully, her tone shifting to one of solemn understanding, an ancient and persistent dilemma. A dilemma no one, no matter how brilliant, has found a direct and reliable solution for. And it does not end at the emperor domain either. This flaw haunts every stage beyond that as well. If one cannot wield fourth stage laws without artificial assistance, how in the heavens would they expect to control fifth or sixth stages? Indeed, she added after a pause, there are a rare few, precious few, who walk down the third path with utmost precision. Using rare, higher ingredients as new energy cores, they managed to reshape their physical forms to such an extent that they could actually utilize fourth stage laws and even reach toward the fifth. But even they, though they have ascended to the rank of world cataclysm, are the weakest among their peers. And worse still, they remain chained to an endless dependence on absurdly expensive elixirs just to survive major battles. That, precisely, is why humanity has all but vanished as a power from the middle belt. Neri's voice was low and laced with sorrow. She exhaled deeply, shaking her head ever so slightly. If you happen to stumble upon a human settlement or clan in that region, chances are they are nothing more than vassals, offshoots protected by some stronger species. They lean entirely on the strength of others just to survive another day. Robin remained silent for a moment, but the anger stirred quietly beneath his skin, slowly rising until it showed in his clenched jaw and stormy eyes. Then, with a breath sharp as lightning, he looked up toward the sky, as if demanding answers from the very stars themselves. Doesn't that bother you? He said, his voice tight, his muscles tense. Doesn't that make you furious? His voice rose suddenly, trembling with restrained fury. Think about it. Aside from a few rare races like the Treants or the demons, entities born for a fixed purpose, nearly all sentient creatures, at their core, stem from humans. Whether they are hybrids or naturally mutated, they all have our blood in their veins. He turned his gaze back to the mountainside, where symbols glowed like molten gold. That is why I chose to create another path. His voice was steady now. Not angry, not sad. Just resolute, like a blade that had finally settled into the grindstone. Neri's breath caught. She leaned in, trying to see the pattern through Robin's eyes, her spirit scanning the formation. What exactly is this? She murmured. The complexity was beyond her. Are you telling me you've already completed the fifth path? Robin gave a quiet, almost embarrassed chuckle. Not exactly. He scratched the back of his neck, then gestured toward a point on the rocky canvas. There is still one last piece missing, quite literally. He pointed to a small, seemingly insignificant gap in the complex weave. But that gap, though tiny, was like a missing keystone in a grand arch. Everything hinged on it. What? You mean the entire thing, the whole fifth path, is held back by this tiny fragment? Neri's voice cracked, and for a moment, even the surrounding aura flickered with her shock. You're this close? You're telling me that you're about to do what no one in all history has done, and in only a few decades. She was not exaggerating. Robin had already made his mark on history, carving his legend into every planet his feet had touched. His name echoed in places that still had not heard the sound of thunder. But this would make him eternal. He would have given humanity back its future. If he succeeded, he would join the ranks of legends, not by might, but by miracle. His name would be inscribed beside Antiras, who started the expansion era, and Morpheus, the dreamer who made Soul Society. Evergreen, of course, couldn't resist throwing in a jab. Aha, see? I told you to let the master do whatever he wants, you bossy little overseer. Ow. Robin didn't even glance her way. He continued, his voice calmer now, almost wistful. The truth is, all of this. He gestured around the entire mountain slope. I completed it over 17 years ago. That made Neri freeze. 17 years. The words left her lips slowly, as if she couldn't comprehend them. 17 years. Robin, the man who could create fourth-stage laws in mere months, who discovered paths thought lost to time, had spent nearly 2 decades trying to find one missing puzzle piece. 1. Since then, he continued, I have been running tens of thousands of trials. I have tried every substitute, every conceptual anchor, every metaphysical constant I could find. But every time I insert something into that gap, the structure collapses. Instantly. 17 years of failure. 17 years of hope. 17 years chasing the light at the end of a labyrinth built from law, soul, and despair. And yet, when Neri truly considered what this missing piece could mean, what would happen once the fifth path was complete, suddenly, 17 years didn't sound so long anymore. Hey, at least give me a hint, okay? Neri asked at last, surrendering to her curiosity. Tell me how you got this far, at least. Robin's answer was immediate. Raiden was the key. His voice held a hint of reverence now, a memory painted with awe. Seeing how his blood instinctively formed lightning-based patterns the moment he needed to channel the law, it was a revelation. He didn't invoke the law. His very body became its pattern. He laughed softly, his eyes gleaming. So I realized, if I could replicate that, not as an instinct, but as a design, then I could make something new. Something unique to humans. Then he smiled, just slightly. The final answer? It came from a strange mixture. The demons, Arrow, and the first heaven chosen. Chapter 1246. The demons? Your Supreme General Arrow, your third in command? And the first heaven chosen. Neri tilted her head sharply, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What in the heavens could possibly connect all of them? Robin chuckled, a deep, amused laugh that carried echoes of nostalgia and triumph. Haha, allow me to show you, he said, and with a simple wave of his hand, a soul gate opened next to him. It shimmered like a mirror made of smoke and glass, humming faintly with suppressed power. From the other side came a sudden blur of motion. A Terra beast, one of the mountain's native spiritual creatures, charged through at full speed. Its towering horns were streaked with fresh blood, bits of crimson matter clung to its hooves, and its sharp, hooked beak carried several pristine white spheres, which pulsed faintly like living pearls. As the beast passed through the gate, something strange happened. Hey, the Terra cried, but its cry was cut short. The blood and flesh smeared across its form didn't follow it through. Instead, they clung momentarily to the edges of the gate's frame, then slid off with a wet splatter onto the rocky ground outside. Robin's boundary had clearly rejected them, keeping the inner sanctum clean, untarnished. With the same casual grace, Robin closed the gate behind it, the portal folding into nothingness as though it had never existed. Then, without even acknowledging the disturbance, he continued, it all began decades ago, back when I first embarked on a deep, focused study of blood. I came to believe that if I wanted to truly master its mysteries, I had to observe it firsthand, not just through ancient scrolls or theoretical writings, but living, breathing examples. So I began to summon beings from various species and backgrounds, simply to watch how blood moved through them, how it pulsed, flowed, surged in combat, or stilled in fear. Ooh, so that's why you rented out that tavern and filled it with dancers, huh, old man? Evergreen interrupted with a mock gasp, clapping her hands together in theatrical realization. I thought you were just turning into a dirty old pervert, but no, it was for research. Scientific research, of course. Robin ignored her with a tired exhale. Anyway, he waved his hand twice dismissively. The reason I started studying blood in the first place was for the demons. I felt like I owed them something. I'd neglected them for years, not because I didn't care, but because I simply didn't understand their physiology. Maybe, just maybe, if I could understand their bodies, and how the blood system and other creatures worked better, I could finally build a system tailored to them. He turned and pointed toward a series of sweeping lines carved into the side of the mountain, patterns glowing faintly with suppressed energy. But as fate would have it, those studies led me down an entirely different path, one that gave me a far greater understanding of how energy flows through sentient blood, how different laws and principles affect that movement. That knowledge became the cornerstone of everything I've built. So in a way, I suppose I should thank the demons on behalf of humanity, shouldn't I? He said with a soft smile. If I hadn't wanted to help them, I wouldn't have uncovered the foundations of the fifth path. That makes sense, I suppose, but what about Arrow? Neri pressed, narrowing her gaze once more. Robin's smile widened, his voice reverent. Arrow is the main pillar for this platform, the single most astonishing miracle I've ever witnessed in all my centuries. To many, such a statement would sound absurd. Even Neri blinked in disbelief. But Robin's tone held no irony, no exaggeration. If anything, he was underselling the truth he knew. You're not being serious. I'm being dead serious, Robin said, eyes shining. The first time I stood atop the walls of the demon city and saw Arrow in action, it was like watching a god descend. The way he moved, the raw force in his limbs, the precision of his strikes, every motion felt perfect. And then, when he hurled that massive lightning strike and shattered the wall around me, he let out a soft breath, half laughing. I won't lie, I felt something close to euphoria. Forget I said anything. Our owner's definitely lost his morals, Evergreen whispered, half joking, half terrified. Shut it, what would you even understand? Robin dismissed her again, this time more firmly, before continuing with a renewed focus. You see, energy movement inside a living being is governed by two types of elemental particles, fixed particles and variable particles. Hybrids, mutants, beasts, and most evolved species possess both types. That's what gives them their innate flexibility, their ease of channeling external laws into internal power. Demons, however, only possess variable particles. They're like water, ever-changing, adaptable, but lacking the stable core needed to form patterns. That's why they struggle to cultivate internal energy in the traditional sense. They rely on their bloodlines almost exclusively. Humans, on the other hand. Robin sighed, his voice growing colder. We have only fixed particles, unchanging, rigid. That's why energy flows through us like it's running through a maze of stone. There's no flow, no flexibility. And that is the root of our disadvantage. This is all common theory, Neri said, crossing her arms. But what makes Arrow different? Robin's face lit up, eyes burning with fascination. Arrow is different because he has both types of particles, like most hybrids, but the density of his fixed particles is absolutely unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it in any other creature, human or otherwise. The concentration in his blood is so overwhelming, so potent that it blocks the blood, that I can barely see it individually. I can't even get clear readings. He took a breath, then added in a tone of deep admiration, that's why he can unleash such colossal attacks far beyond his level. Why he can fight toe-to-toe with Raiden, a being whose very existence mocks logic. That's why a single one of Arrow's strikes can burn through a quarter of his total reserves. Why, while still only at level 44, he managed to injure a marshal with just one hit, using pure lightning and nothing more. When that fool had the audacity to ask me for a merge law, I genuinely felt like I might lose my mind. Does he not see it? Does he not realize the sheer uniqueness of what he holds within? If he could only stop wasting his time playing with shadows, weaving schemes, and chasing illusions, and instead focus on mastering the innate power coursing through him, he could dominate any battlefield he stands upon. No one would stand a chance. Arrow has something like that. Neri blinked, her voice tinged with innocent curiosity. That's remarkable. But what does that have to do with you, exactly? Robin gave a knowing smile, his eyes glittering. The bigger picture will reveal itself soon enough, he said, making two casual waves with his hand, as though brushing dust off an old secret. You see, the third and final piece of this grand puzzle lies in the work done by the first and second Heaven Chosens. I'm talking about the offensive tattoo system, an ingenious method that uses specially constructed patterns to transform the energy surrounding the user into a specific law's signature form. Both Neri and Evergreen tilted their heads, arms folded in identical gestures of intrigue. Their silence was intentional this time. They wanted to listen, uninterrupted, to the full story. Robin smirked at their attention. Alright, now pay close attention. What makes Raiden so exceptional? What is it that allows him to channel the law of lightning without needing a single drop of elixir? It's because, whenever he intends to use it, his blood forms a precise lightning pattern instinctively. It manifests on its own, triggered by his intent and the resonance of the lightning law itself. That pattern acts as a conduit, a bridge between intention and reality, that allows him to wield the fourth law effortlessly. That's why people revere him as a child of the lightning. You could even exaggerate and say he's one of those rare beings observed and marked by fate itself. Robin then pointed, almost theatrically, toward the enormous etched pattern he'd carved into the mountainside. His grin widened with mischief and pride. Now listen closely, because here's where it gets really good. I took what I learned from the tattoo system, especially how they shape ambient energy into law-specific patterns, and I used that knowledge to modify the very process of ascending into the martial emperor realm. In my modification, the energy core doesn't just expand or deepen, it actively constructs a law pattern based on its law foundation, in real time. That pattern is then sent directly into the bloodstream, acting as a ready-made conduit for whatever technique the user plans to unleash next. He paused briefly, letting the gravity of the idea sink in. But of course, there was a problem. Such a process would exert immense strain on the veins. A normal human body isn't built to handle something like that. The patterns would collapse inside the blood vessels before they even had a chance to stabilize. Which meant this beautiful system I envisioned, it would fail unless I found a solution. And that's where years of research on blood came into play. Robin's voice deepened. I dove into everything I ever knew about blood, everything that was handed down to me by Jabba, and everything I uncovered on my own through endless trial and error. Then I drew inspiration from Arrow's unique blood. That's when the idea struck, to introduce a second modification to the Emperor Ascension process, one that would build additional fixed energy particles from raw energy inside the body. Neri and Evergreen shared a glance of disbelief. Wait, is it really that simple? The look in their eyes said. Robin chuckled. Of course not, but it's not some unsolvable riddle either. He shook his head with amused resignation. You see, blood has a natural tendency toward order. All the particles inside it, fixed or variable, are evenly spaced from one another. Even if a limb is injured or completely severed, once it heals, the particles return to their precise original positions. This level of precision gave me a crazy idea. He gestured twice toward the cave entrance. Do you remember that hunter? The one who tried to kill me and rob the cave that day? Oh yeah, Evergreen said with a grimace. You took your sweet time killing him, tortured him slowly. Robin nodded without a hint of remorse. He died for the sake of the human race. He waved dismissively. I used part of the modified technique to inject his body with artificial fixed energy particles. These particles were exact replicas of the natural ones, same structure, same frequency, same density. The only difference? Their origin. They weren't born from within his body. He took a breath, then smiled. But the blood didn't care. It welcomed them without resistance. They spread easily, the bloodstream accepted and organized them flawlessly. The spacing between them was identical to the natural ones, and more importantly, they were fully functional, ready to transfer energy. Evergreen's eyes widened as she dropped her crossed arms and shouted, "Wait, that's what you were doing? You spent 12 hours holding his hand while he screamed his lungs out until he looked like a dried corpse. He was like a damned mummy by the end." Robin raised a brow, unimpressed. "Please don't drag me into the messy details." Chapter 1247. Don't go into details. You might as well just, arg. Neri dropped her head onto her palm in frustration, her expression exasperated, her tongue seemingly tied by disbelief. According to Robin's so-called revolutionary theory, everything revolved around three unlikely and jarring elements. First, his obsessive research into the infamous Red Plague, a disease so volatile and lethal that it should be exterminated on sight. Second, a peculiar fascination with dancers of mixed races. And third, a mortal hunter who had died slowly and painfully under torture. Had any of the ancient scholars, those brilliant minds of the past, been present to hear this absurd combination, they would have hurled their pens across the room in contempt and stormed out of their libraries and laboratories. Go on, Chief. Don't stop now. What does the final solution look like? Evergreen, ever excitable and brimming with childlike energy, bounced up and down with gleaming eyes and unrestrained enthusiasm. Robin raised his hand, signaling for quiet. All right, listen closely. This is important. He began in a tone more solemn than before. When preparing to forge solid foundation number 41, the cultivator must first implement a unique technique I've developed. Using this method, they will be able to generate what I refer to as fixed particles. These will be created precisely at the outer edge of the energy gathering center within their body. As soon as a particle is formed, the bloodstream will absorb it and treat it as if it were a natural component of the body's internal systems. He paused for effect before continuing. Based on my calculations and current understanding, someone who has achieved level 40 should need no more than a single day, at most, to successfully double the count of these particles in their bloodstream. Then what happens? Evergreen asked, eyes wide with anticipation. Once the cultivator has produced enough fixed particles, enough that their blood physically resists further integration, they will begin the process of constructing solid foundation number 41. During this delicate stage, they'll channel an energy beam and use it to etch a complex, predetermined pattern into the foundation, a tattoo. This mark acts as a key. Once drawn, it will automatically generate a specific law pattern whenever the user merely thinks of releasing energy for any purpose, no matter how minor. Fascinating. Neri murmured without meaning to. Robin's voice grew more animated, fueled by his own passion. From that point onward, the law pattern will guide the energy through the cultivator's veins. But these aren't ordinary veins anymore. We would have already infused them with fixed particles to prepare for this exact moment. Their job is to stabilize and support the law pattern as it moves. This allows the pattern, now charged with energy, to travel seamlessly through the body and exit with precision and control. That's the full picture. He clapped his hands together with theatrical enthusiasm. And the beauty of this method is, we're not modifying the human body on a biological level. Even if it proves inadequate for ascension into realms higher than the world cataclysm realm, the fixed particles we use are easily dismantled. If needed, they revert to their raw form, clean, pure energy, safely absorbed by the bloodstream. No explosions, no backfires, no disasters. And if the tattoos embedded on the foundations are no longer needed, they can be erased just as easily. He leaned forward, his voice now low, as if sharing a final secret. And there's more. As a martial emperor accumulates experience and grows in strength, there's a very real possibility they could increase the number of fixed particles in their system. That would significantly expand the scope, density, and destructive capability of any attack they unleash. I can't say for sure whether anyone could ever reach the natural density of someone like Arrow, but this, right here, is a brand new path for the warriors in my army to grow stronger, stronger than ever before. A heavy silence followed. Neri, still within the quiet confines of the soul domain, wanted to say something, anything, to shake him from his lofty dreams, to bring him back to reality and remind him that this very challenge had defeated thousands of researchers before him. All of them brilliant. All of them failed. And yet, after hearing the clarity and simplicity in his explanation, and remembering that their owner had already tested a portion of the theory on that unfortunate hunter, she hesitated. Could he really do it? Even Evergreen sighed softly, her voice almost reverent. That golden eye of his, it's truly something incredible. Smock. The sound echoed as Neri slapped her. What was that for? I didn't even say anything wrong this time. Evergreen stomped her foot, her face flushed with indignation and confusion. You idiot. You never appreciate your owner the way you should. It's a miracle you didn't send those thoughts out loud this time, otherwise, he might have been furious with you. Neri raised her voice slightly, her tone sharp. Yes, the Eye of Truth is an amazing artifact, and the golden augmentation makes it even sharper and deeper in perception. But what good is the Eye of Truth, really? At the end of the day, its only purpose is to perceive the laws of nature. That's all it does. You're saying Evergreen's eyes widened as the weight of Neri's words began to settle in, the sting of the slap already forgotten. The owner delivered to the Research and Development Division a set of optical discs containing the priceless records of law patterns, observed and captured through his eye of truth, presented to them as if on a golden platter. These were not scraps of information or rough sketches, but detailed, precise 3D blueprints of heavenly laws. And yet, tell me, has a single one among them managed to synthesize even a single brand new technique or invention from that treasure trove of insight? Will they ever craft a merged law or a martial art based on those revelations? Not even close. It's utterly impossible. Neri's tone was heavy with disbelief, tinged with quiet scorn. Then she extended her hand toward the unfolding vision, drawing attention to the steep mountain slope ahead, where patterns that would change the world lay on the ground. A century ago, she continued, her voice rising slightly, he entrusted them with every single law pattern recorded by the second heaven chosen, thousands upon thousands of scrolls and tomes, each bursting with revelation. Shouldn't that alone qualify them as chosen? Aren't they now perceiving what only the true chosen could see? But tell me, even if the owner gave them all the raw truths he observes in the world, every curve and ripple and whisper of the laws he witnesses daily, could any of them produce something like this? So you're saying the eye of truth is worthless? Evergreen tilted her head, puzzled, her tone half joking, half serious. No, Neri replied immediately, shaking her head with firm finality. What I'm saying is that truth is the only heavenly law that chooses its wielder for a reason. What matters isn't simply owning the eye and using it to passively observe. What matters, what defines a truth chosen, is what that person does with what they see, what they create from those patterns. She pointed again toward the intricate display being seen through Robin's perspective. Many individuals have possessed the eyes of truth throughout history. An uncountable number of researchers have acquired patterns of laws through alternate, even artificial, methods. But how many among them were capable of producing something even remotely like this? A fusion pattern of such vast scale and density that not even two adjacent lines within it can be found anywhere in nature. Something entirely new, a structure born not from mimicry, but from pure genius. There was a long pause, and Neri's voice grew quiet. Her eyes returned to the view seen through Robin's golden lens, and something within her shifted. The hardness faded, replaced by something softer. Awe, respect, maybe even a growing sense of veneration. Maybe this is it. Robin's voice echoed faintly across the connection. He slowly made his way toward the area that held the infamous flaw in the system. His steps were measured, not with hesitation but with care. When he reached the precise spot, he crouched low, brushing aside the dirt and dust with his hand before drawing delicate symbols on the ground with a finger. Tisk. No, this one won't do either. He wiped it away almost immediately. Owner, what is stopping you now? You explained the whole process so clearly. Shouldn't everything already be in place? Neri's voice emerged in his mind, curious and quietly anxious. But it was the anxiety of a scholar, the worry that what they were witnessing might end as another glorious failure in a long chain of such attempts. She knew. Of course she knew. Solving a problem of this magnitude might take more than a lifetime, it might take countless ages. Perhaps the same flaw Robin was trying to correct now had baffled generations of researchers before him, for millions of years, leaving nothing behind but dust and unread scrolls. Perhaps this colossal, elegant fusion pattern he was working on would eventually be forgotten as well, buried beneath the endless layers of time, like all the others. Everything holds up, in theory, Robin murmured, sweeping away the drawing and beginning to sketch again. There's no structural flaw that I can detect through scientific or magical logic. But whenever I run real experiments, something always goes wrong, and it always happens at the exact same point. He paused, his eyes narrowing with focus. It's right at the moment the pattern exits the energy gathering center and tries to enter the bloodstream. In 8 out of 10 cases, it simply vanishes, dissolves. The pattern collapses and loses its cohesion, like it was never real to begin with. Wait, are you saying it works in 2 out of 10 cases? Neri asked, stunned. Of course it does, Robin answered, as though it were obvious. Especially when I apply one of the alternate approaches I've developed. I've run over 100 internal simulations. 27 of those trials were successful. He gestured dismissively, as though this should have ended all argument. Why else do you think I've continued this line of research for so many years? I'm not some idealistic fool chasing fantasies. I have results. To be continued. So many years. Thanks for listening. Neri muttered under her breath. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button, even if only 2 out of 10 attempts are successful. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon. Chapter 1248. Not until it's truly complete. Robin stood tall once more, brushing the dust off the area with the side of his leg. His movement was precise, deliberate, as though he were performing a ritual rather than a casual gesture. His eyes, calm yet intense, remained fixed on the uneven ground below him. I refuse to announce a method is solved when it works only 1 out of 5 times. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed aside the small bone he had been using to etch on the earth, a primitive tool, but effective enough for thought mapping. He dusted his hands together, as if symbolically closing a chapter of his current thought process, and began walking slowly toward the cavern entrance nestled in the hillside. I suppose I should consider myself lucky, he added with a half-smirk, that the 4th stage of the Eye of Truth doesn't demand specialized elixirs or exotic materials to function. If it did, where in this barren region would I even begin to look for ingredients tied to something as elusive and untamable as the master law of truth? Ah, right. You can use the 4th stage of the Eye of Truth. Evergreen's voice burst with sudden excitement, her presence fluttering like a flame reacting to wind. So, what do you see with it now? Don't hold back, describe it. Robin paused mid-step. His head tilted slightly upward, golden irises dilating and contracting in waves. The light caught them in a way that made his gaze look almost alien, inhuman in its depth. He waited for a moment before speaking, as if weighing the worth of his own answer. "Not much, really," he said at last, his voice soft and honest. "There's not much to see that I consider worth mentioning." "Not worth mentioning? What do you mean by that?" Evergreen tilted her head, confused by the cryptic answer. But then her eyes lit up as if recalling something important. "Ooh, wait. You're supposed to be seeing laws of the fifth stage now, aren't you?" "Exactly." Robin nodded, a wry smile curling on his lips. "And unfortunately for me, the young belt doesn't contain even a trace of a fifth stage law. At least, none that I've been able to detect so far." He turned back to his path with a soft sigh. "Ever since my last expedition to this cave, this is the first time I've activated the Eye of Truth and been greeted with near silence. It's strangely comforting, in a way." But his expression began to shift, that comfort gradually slipping from his face like mist dissolving in the morning sun. He added, in a tone that betrayed more than just curiosity, "But then, there are those things." "What things?" Neri's voice came quickly, sharp, almost alarmed. She had picked up on it, the subtle inconsistency in his speech. Robin had claimed there was not much to see, or that what he saw wasn't worth mentioning, but he never actually said he saw nothing. Robin scratched his tangled black hair, fingers digging into his scalp as he looked toward the sky with furrowed brows. He hesitated, then tried to explain. "I don't even know what words to use. They're patterns, I guess, but not like any pattern I've seen before. They're enormous, abstract, sometimes they resemble colossal letters, towering like mountains etched into the void. Other times, they shimmer and dart like birds of light, appearing for the briefest second before vanishing into a different quadrant of the sky." He paused, as if recalling the surreal imagery. "Sometimes they seem to give birth to other patterns around them, sometimes even morph into entirely new forms as I watch. It's chaotic, but beautiful. It's like watching a dream unfold. A strange, almost nonsensical dream that you only remember flashes of after waking from a long afternoon nap." "Do you have any theories? Any idea what those patterns might be?" Neri's voice now held not just curiosity, but reverence. It was as if she were asking about forbidden knowledge, secrets too great for mortal minds. Robin narrowed his eyes, the gears of logic and intuition grinding against each other inside his mind. "I'm not entirely sure. But if I had to guess, and this is only speculation, I'd say, maybe, these are the patterns of the master laws at the fifth stage." His voice lowered, as though he feared speaking the words aloud would summon something from the void. "Think about it. These 8 sovereign laws, truth, spacetime, creation, and the others, they existed before the stars, before the universe was even born. They're not merely ancient. The universe doesn't just rely on them, it requires them. They can't be bypassed or suppressed like lesser laws. There is no cutoff where they stop applying." Wait, are you saying you're seeing other master laws with your eye?" Evergreen's voice practically squeaked with excitement. But Neri was already ahead of her. "Then what are you waiting for? You need to study them, understand them. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Once this planet ascends into the middle belt, or once you travel to that level yourself, the sky will once again be saturated with endless networks of law patterns. You'll never get this level of clarity again." Robin raised his hand gently, cutting her off. His gaze had grown distant now, not in distraction, but in reflection. "First of all, I'm not even certain these are the master laws. Second," he took a deep breath, "I've already spent more time than I care to admit trying to study them. I pored over them, meditated, recorded, compared. And still, I got nothing of value. I can't analyze them the way I do with ordinary laws." He slowly shook his head. "If these are indeed the master patterns, then I'm afraid even the Eye of Truth, powerful as it is, may not be enough. Just like I once discovered the law of spacetime with nothing but my instincts and will, I may have to uncover the rest on my own, without relying on the patterns at all. Not because I want to, but because I have no choice. The only clue I have that these might truly be master laws," Robin said, his voice a quiet murmur swallowed by the wind curling through the mountain slopes, "is that when I focus with the second stage of the Eye of Truth, I can just barely make out vague third stage spacetime patterns. It's faint, like chasing smoke in the dark, but it's there. However, when I try to use the third or even fourth stage eye to search for fourth or fifth stage spacetime patterns." He paused, frowning slightly. "I see nothing but those strange, elusive patterns again. They appear and vanish like whispers in a dream, never letting themselves be understood. It's like the laws themselves are hiding." He looked off into the distance, his expression solemn. "These master laws, they defy all logic. What a waste." Neri exhaled deeply through the spiritual link, her disappointment tangible even without a physical body. Her voice was low, almost mournful. If Robin had truly gained access to the master laws, everything would have shifted. The future could have changed. The burdens we carry might have lightened. There was a pause before her next words arrived, tighter and more serious. "So what now? Are you planning to stay in this place until you finish the fifth path?" "Let him stay." Evergreen cut in quickly, her usual playful tone bubbling with optimism. "Let him stay as long as he wants. Once he completes the fifth path, the universe will bow to him. He'll have power, riches, and status beyond imagination. His name will be etched into history forever." She spun midair, arms stretched wide, as if embracing the imagined glory. But Neri was unmoved by the fantasy. Her tone hardened. "I wish it were that simple, but we all know it's not. Time is the one thing he doesn't have." Her words dropped like stones into still water. "Robin, I hope you haven't forgotten your true mission. Even if you complete the fifth path, even if you perfect it, the time left to you will not be enough to face what's coming. The unspoken weight of her words lingered. In just 900 years, the seed of fate would begin to bloom. Robin would be forced to establish a full-scale interplanetary empire made of 100 worlds, anchor it to the galactic seed, Nihiri, and then accelerate the evolution of the world Nihiri to reach the middle belt. But Nihiri wasn't ready. It still had tens of thousands of years to go before it could naturally ascend, which meant he had only one impossible option left. Either he himself, or someone native to Nihiri, must reach the terrifying level of a world cataclysm within the next 9 centuries. I don't even know where to start, Robin admitted finally, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration, his eyes still locked on the mountain's horizon. Even if I somehow become a world cataclysm, which, let's be honest, I don't even know how to begin, how the hell am I supposed to defend an entire empire once we hit the middle belt? His voice was hard, sharp, brittle like glass under stress. That region has no rules. None. Cataclysms and nexus beings can move freely. The moment the planet seed evolves, and nearby unclaimed planets detect it, every major empire will come for it. Just a handful of world cataclysms could obliterate everything I built, and I'd be powerless to stop it. Neri and Evergreen exchanged a heavy look. This was the real threat, the insurmountable obstacle. Even if Robin managed to gather 100 planets, somehow obtained the incredibly rare planetary displacement equipment, and pulled them into Nihiri's orbit, even if he reached the unimaginable power level of a world calamity, and did all this in just 900 years, what then? If he's the only world cataclysm, who would defend the empire when the storms came crashing down? Creating the empire was only half the mission. The other half was far crueler: to protect it, to preserve Nihiri and the foundation of his legacy until he could rise high enough to become a behemoth. The scale of the challenge was so immense, so utterly without precedent, that perhaps Robin had already begun to let it go, to give up on it quietly. Why else would he be here, working in solitude to complete the fifth path, in calm, measured silence, instead of racing to prepare for the inevitable? He stood in thought for a moment, the wind playing with the edges of his robes. His fingers reached up, brushing through his thick beard. Then, gripping the end of it tightly, he looked down, as though speaking to the land itself. You are right, Neri, I think I've stayed here long enough. Chapter 1249. I believe I've lingered here long enough. Slowly, Neri opened her eyes, her gaze serene yet curious. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you're finally ready to leave this place? I had originally given myself a strict limit of 100 years to complete my seclusion, after all. Even though I was well aware of the risks, of the tightening deadlines, I still had to do it. I had to take this risk to uncover new methods, new paths, to strengthen the army. There's still 9 months left before I reach the 100-year mark, but you've grown far too bothersome lately, so leaving a little early doesn't sound bad. Besides, all my major research is done. Only the 5th cultivation path remains unfinished. Robin's steps quickened as he moved with renewed purpose toward the mouth of the cave. He soon reached a barrel filled with water just outside the cave's entrance. He leaned over and stared into his reflection on the surface. Oof, what a miserable-looking man. If Zara were to see me like this, she'd probably kill me on the spot. He raised a single finger, and a small stream of water lifted from the barrel, swirling through the air before gathering around his fingertip, forming into a thin, razor-sharp blade. With care, he began trimming his long, tangled beard that had grown wild over the years. Within his soul domain, Neri's initial look of surprise gradually melted into a smile of quiet satisfaction. She gently shook her head. To think she had doubted this man's resolve, even for a second, was clearly a misjudgment. So, tell me, what exactly are you planning to do next? Robin finished neatening his beard until it was short, clean, and even. He then doused his unruly hair in water, letting the droplets soak into the thick strands before he began trimming that too. First of all, I think it's only proper that I say farewell to the people in the village down below. I likely won't get the chance to see them again. Do you even know their names? Evergreen raised one skeptical eyebrow, her tone dry and teasing. You only go down there once every few years, and every time, you claim it's just to buy cooking supplies. But let's be honest, you do it just to see human faces again, to hear their voices. You have no personal connection with anyone in that place. Or, are you secretly hoping to catch one final glimpse of the dancers? Of course, purely for your research, right? Hee. Robin blinked in disbelief, baffled by the unwarranted accusation. Neri, be a dear and smack that girl for me, would you? Gladly. Neri didn't need to hear the command twice. Ouch. Now this old man's looking handsome again, Robin muttered to himself with a slight grin. He had trimmed the sides of his hair down until they were short and tidy, leaving the top long enough to be styled. Satisfied, he nodded several times while examining himself in the reflection. It was the first time in his life he'd allowed himself a beard, and also the first time he had cut his hair this short. I wonder how the boys will react when they see this. He pulled out a fresh set of white robes, ones he had purchased during his last visit to the village, and began putting them on with deliberate care. Once he was dressed, he dabbed a small amount of cheap perfume made from the nectar stag onto his neck. Evergreen, watching this transformation unfold, rested her head in both palms and smiled slyly. Uncle, are you aiming for more than just a final dance this time? Ouch. Neri didn't wait for permission this time. She gave Evergreen another satisfying slap. Once everything was done, Robin turned to take one final look at the cave's interior, and he smiled. It was a humble, almost pitiful place, just a hole in the mountain, no larger than the room of a poor family. There was nothing inside except for a bed made of wooden logs and feathers, and a bare pelt stretched across the ground to serve as a rug. The walls, and even the ceiling, were covered in strange, chaotic drawings, the remnants of a mind at work over centuries. This simple place had been the cradle of Robin's transformation, where he had spent most of his life across 2 long secluded retreats spanning a total of nearly 230 years. The first seclusion gave rise to the truth-chosen and all-seeing God's candidate, Robin Burton, while the second would fuel the rise of the true beginning empire, and perhaps even reshape the universe itself once the 5th cultivation path was completed and made public. Maybe I should turn this place into a tourist site, Robin muttered, scratching his short beard with a contemplative expression. Charge 1 pearl per visit. After a moment of quiet thought, he gave a casual shrug and turned around, heading toward the exit of the cave. Once he reached the threshold, he paused briefly, raised his right hand slowly, and waved it with calm finality. Return. Woo! With a sudden shimmer of energy and a resonant hum that seemed to tickle the very air, a series of radiant silver portals erupted into existence all around the small camp. These weren't just random bursts of energy, they were precise, intentional gateways summoned by design. They appeared right next to the soul creatures who had been busy moments ago. Some were diligently roasting meat over an open flame, while others had been dragging bundles of firewood across the clearing. Each of these creatures paused, glanced at the portals with instinctive recognition, and, in an almost rehearsed manner, dusted off their hands or paws. Without hesitation, they leapt gracefully toward the swirling lights, disappearing into the brilliance in a blink, returning to their homeland with their purpose here fulfilled. But that wasn't all. The silver hue didn't just stop there. It expanded like a wave, like a silken sheet unfurling across the vast expanse of the beast zone. The entire region, both the outer perimeter and the deep inner sanctum of the wild territories, was blanketed in radiant silver light. In the very next instant, thousands upon thousands of portals tore open across the landscape in perfect synchrony, each one spinning, pulsating, alive with magic. These were not crude rifts but refined, elegant arcs of power, pulling in every last wandering soul beast and creature that had served Robin's cause during his retreat. They were gathered swiftly, silently, with no command needed. As if hearing a call from the stars, they answered. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, the portals began to close, fading away like smoke in the wind, leaving not even a trace. Robin watched it all with quiet satisfaction. Then he exhaled deeply. Whoa! He stepped forward casually, and just like that, he vanished, disappearing entirely from the physical plane, leaving behind no sound but the faintest flutter of fabric against wind. Hours later, only after nearly 2 full hours had passed, did the beasts of the land begin to cautiously emerge from the shadows, one clawed footstep at a time. Their eyes darted left and right, wary, confused, perhaps still afraid. And then, they too sighed, sensing the tension had lifted. With the area once again deemed safe, the creatures began to congregate near the abandoned campfire. A squabble soon erupted, a growling, snarling dispute over the remains of the roasted peacock that had been left behind at the mouth of the cave. It was a ridiculous, chaotic scene, but in its own way, it marked the return of normalcy. Down in Hanko village, Robin filled his lungs with the fresh morning air as he stood at the entrance, now bathed in warm sunlight. A wide, genuine smile spread across his face, one filled with nostalgia, wonder, and a hint of amusement. His feet moved forward instinctively, drawn by the weight of memory. This wasn't just any village. This was the very same place he had once visited regularly, centuries ago, during his early years in seclusion. Back then, he would descend every few years, carrying the finest leather hides to trade, and picking up spices, vegetables, and kitchen tools. It had been a routine, a comfort. But now, the passage of time had rewritten the village entirely. 2 centuries. That's how long it had been. In that time, many generations had risen, lived, and passed on. The simple homes made from clay and straw that he once recognized had long since crumbled into dust. In their place stood new structures built from sturdy timber, reinforced with metals, and covered in tiled roofs and magical wards. The borders of the village had expanded drastically. What was once a small cluster of homes nestled between the forest and the mountain had now become a thriving, buzzing trade hub, nearly 3 times its original size. Yet somehow, despite all the changes, Robin could still feel the same essence. The spirit of the village lingered. This place had always sat on the edge of danger, a thin border between human civilization and the vast, unpredictable lands of the beasts. Because of that, its people had developed a very specific worldview, one shaped by risk, loss, and constant pragmatism. Here, everyone understood that the man you greeted today might be devoured tomorrow. There was little space for sentiment, few tears shed. Relationships were efficient, calculated, and often fleeting. It was a culture of survival disguised as commerce. But something had shifted because of the legend. It was said, whispered in reverent tones and passed down through generations, that His Majesty, the one who would one day reshape the very fabric of the universe, had spent his formative years meditating near this land. That story alone had transformed the village. Pilgrims had come, devotees, traders hoping for a blessing, travelers chasing stories. The population exploded. Structures grew taller. A once-forgotten village became a magnet for history seekers and entrepreneurs alike. But the most surreal change was the people. They were no longer all human. "Oh, Robi Tango, is that you? I almost didn't recognize you." One merchant, clearly thrilled, waddled quickly toward Robin. He was a dwarf, barely waist-high, with a beard so thick it nearly brushed the ground. His eyes sparkled with genuine excitement. "You look so young now. What did you do?" Robin chuckled. "The secret lies in the yellow lily near the western mountain," he said, patting the dwarf's shoulder. "Harvest it. Sell it. You'll find luck smiling upon you." He wasn't lying. That plant truly did have excellent restorative properties, especially for skin health. And this merchant was one of the few genuinely kind and honest ones in the area, always offering sound advice to fledgling adventurers. "Oh, thank you, Robi Tango," the dwarf cried joyfully before hugging Robin's leg in excitement, then scurrying off toward the west with eager determination. "Hey there, good day." Robin waved next to a tall woman with 6 legs instead of 2. She smiled and waved back casually, unfazed. This was the new Hanko. The village was now home to a dazzling variety of races and species: dwarves, starlings, half-humans, and even humans with unfamiliar physical traits, like Nitari humans. Robin had theorized this outcome long ago. Interplanetary integration was bound to blur the boundaries between species, but the extent and the pace had shocked even him. Humans from Jura and beings from distant star systems now walked side by side, laughing, trading, arguing over prices, as if they had lived together for millennia. It was a new world, and yet, for Robin, it felt like coming home. Chapter 1250. Hey there, Harry. Robin stepped into the warm, aromatic embrace of the cafe, the familiar chime above the door welcoming him like an old friend. He made his way to his usual table in the corner, one with a clear view of both the bar and the large holographic screen, and sat down with a relaxed sigh. "Bring me your finest drink, the most expensive one you've got." "Right away, Mr. Robi Tango." The boy, barely past his teens, had 4 wide, alert eyes that sparkled with energy. He gave Robin a quick salute and darted off toward the kitchen, his little legs nearly a blur as he disappeared behind the swinging door. In today's top story, the 37th Light Swords Academy has officially opened its doors on Planet S15. His Highness, Billy Burton, Supreme Commander of the Planetary Police, made the announcement earlier this morning. He stated that admissions for the next class of Light Swords will begin in the coming days. His Highness emphasized that the true mission of the Light Swords remains unchanged, serving and protecting the innocent, and vowed to personally ensure that the values of discipline, honor, and justice are instilled in every cadet before he officially steps down. Robin's gaze drifted to the glowing broadcast as the voice of the news anchor echoed from the ceiling-mounted holodisplay. He squinted slightly, recognizing a name he hadn't heard in quite some time. Leaning sideways in his seat, he addressed the person sitting at the table beside him in a hushed voice. "PSSST, hey, friend. Do you know the real reason why Billy's stepping down from leading the Lightblades?" "Shush." The man beside him immediately raised a hand and made a rapid gesture to lower his voice, looking around cautiously. "You can't just toss around names like that out loud. Show some respect, it's His Highness Billy Burton, mind you. He's a close confidant of His Majesty himself." He then leaned in a little closer, eyes narrowing with the air of someone sharing a carefully guarded secret. "His Highness Billy's core path is flame, you see. He never intended to run the Light Swords long term. He stepped in only because they didn't have a proper leadership structure back then. But now they've got a wave of new leaders, true warriors, martial emperors with real presence and skill. Some of them have accomplished amazing feats on and off the battlefield. So, His Highness believes it's finally time to pass the torch." Robin raised an eyebrow, giving a low, appreciative whistle. "Heh, Billy's always been soft-skinned. If it were someone else, they would have clung to power under the excuse of duty or some nonsense. It's good I remembered that guy during my retreat. He stayed true to himself." He turned back toward the man at the next table. "Listen, friend. I've been away on a long hunting journey, years, in fact. I've missed a lot. Can you tell me, has anything big happened in Jura recently? Especially problems stemming from the recent wave of off-world migrants. I've got a large family, and I need to know they're safe and well." Robin's voice was calm, almost casual, but his eyes, sharp and alert, scanned the man's face carefully, waiting for even the smallest reaction. This was not a simple question. After a century of so-called peace, during which the Empire's army had turned its full attention to outer conquests, Robin knew that internal issues would have been pushed to the background. But now, they must be bubbling to the surface. That was the core of his concern. The Empire of True Beginning had expanded at lightning speed, yet politically, it remained a fragile creature. It lacked experienced statesmen, people capable of drafting solid laws, managing civil systems, and maintaining social cohesion. The only true politician Robin trusted was Arrow, but Arrow leaned far too much toward warfare. He wouldn't settle for paperwork or public welfare. Who else could manage an empire of this size? Certainly not Zara, who was consumed by the endless projects in the city of research and development. Nor Emily, whose obsession with financial records, vaults, and budgetary control left little room for visionary leadership. Robin knew that, for a while, Alfred Marley had handled the Empire's internal affairs, first supported by what was left of the old royal family, then by the Burton family. But none of them had shown the kind of brilliance needed to govern a multiplanetary empire in its prime. Not a single one stood out as a born ruler of law and order. The man beside him gave him a slightly puzzled look. "Ha, a major problem? You've really been gone a long time, haven't you? Let me tell you something, friend. You don't just ask questions like that out loud. Jura has become the center of a vast empire. Who in their right mind would dare cause trouble here?" He leaned in a bit, dropping his voice further. "Nothing's happened since that legendary event 100 years ago, you know, the one where His Majesty fought not one, but 2 individuals who had reached the Nexus state, and won. After that, silence. Peace. Nobody has dared to stir anything up since. Not here, not in the other S-type planets. Wait, His Majesty defeated 2 Nexus at once." Robin scratched his head slowly, the gears in his mind turning as he tried to remember. Yeah, I do recall something like that, hee. In other developments, skirmishes have persisted for a third straight day in the city of Alessandria. Robin's gaze sharpened instantly. Even after years away, that name, Alessandria, struck a chord. It wasn't just any city, it was one of the legendary 3 cities from which the People's Resistance Movement had once emerged. If trouble was surfacing there again, it might signal the beginning of deeper unrest. Was the flawless surface of imperial rule finally cracking? The confrontation was sparked by a heated dispute between students from 2 rival families, allegedly over school-related issues. After light sword operatives arrived on scene and imposed a fine on the instigating side, tensions de-escalated and the city has reportedly returned to a state of calm. Robin blinked. Then, a school fight? That's what counts as a clash now, he burst out, incredulous. No whispers of betrayal? No secret plots? No signs of factional hate? How can an empire this colossal be so silent in the news? Shush, please. The 4-eyed waiter practically flew over, placing a cup on the table with a slight tremble. He leaned in, whispering urgently while darting glances at the other patrons. Sir, don't say things like that so openly. You might draw the wrong kind of attention. There are ears everywhere, and not all of them are friendly. Across the room, another guest shifted uncomfortably. He raised his voice just enough to be heard. Harry, switch off the news, will you? Put on a film or something light. This is starting to feel risky. Right away, sir. The boy behind the counter retrieved a polished metal stone, pressed it multiple times, and aimed it at the hollow projector. The news dissolved into a new scene, a soft-focus romance drama. A tall, red-skinned human from the planet Gouda leaned in to kiss a silvery-haired girl of the Dorgreen race. She let it happen for a heartbeat, then abruptly shoved him away, eyes welling with tears, before turning to cry by the riverside. A classic interspecies heartbreak. Robin silently sipped his drink, his brow deeply furrowed. He wasn't interested. In fact, this kind of idyllic, artificial calm frustrated him. He'd seen enough of the galaxy to know no empire, no matter how powerful, ever ran smoothly forever, especially not one lacking strong political leadership. Peace like this? It was unnatural. Manufactured. A lie. There's no way everything's really this quiet, he thought to himself. Unless society's reached a point where nobody even cares anymore. Clang! At that very moment, the cafe's front door creaked open with a jarring metallic thud. A figure stepped inside, tall, rigid, imposing. He wore radiant white armor, polished to a mirror-like sheen, marked unmistakably with the sigil of the Golden Sun, the emblem of the Light Swords. The entire room shifted in mood at his arrival. His steps were slow but deliberate. The floor seemed to echo beneath each one as he made his way toward Robin, standing firmly between him and the holoscreen. Click, clack. Instantly, tension spread across the room like a fog. Every eye avoided the newcomer. The man seated beside Robin rose from his chair, suddenly turned it, and pretended to stir his tea with excessive focus. Then the Light Sword spoke. His tone was honeyed and professional, but his words were edged like a blade. We've received word that something's been weighing on you, Mr. Robitango. If you'd kindly accompany me to the local command post, we'd be happy to hear your concerns, and perhaps assist you. Robin leaned back slightly, his fingers drumming against the table. His eyes didn't flinch. Spare me, he said flatly. I'm in no mood to dance circles with low-level civil enforcers right now. The Light Sword's smile remained, but the temperature in his voice dropped. I'm afraid I must insist. His right hand moved behind his back, while his left gestured calmly toward the door. Though polite on the surface, there was a weight to his presence, a quiet pressure that pressed against the room. Clink, clink. The only sound came from the uncomfortable sugar stirring of Robin's neighbor, who now appeared to be counting grains in his cup. Robin's jaw tightened. His eyes, sharp as ever, scanned the Light Sword's expression, then pointed a finger at the man's face. Looks like today, I'll have to. Whoosh. The atmosphere shifted. The air itself twisted. A sudden gust swept through the enclosed cafe, spiraling toward a central point. From the swirling current, a figure began to take form, small, delicate, glowing faintly with arcane energy. Wind gathered around her like a protective veil. Then she appeared, a young girl, arms crossed sternly, hovering midair. Her short hair fluttered behind her, and her eyes were narrowed in frustration. Oh, please, she said, exasperated. Don't tell me you're really about to start a dramatic face-off with this poor Light Sword. Are you really that bored? To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.